Section 35 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Hill. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3 by Isaac Disraeli. Dreams at the Dawn of Philosophy. Modern philosophy, theoretical or experimental, only amuses while the action of discovery is suspended or advances. The interest ceases with the inquirer when the catastrophe is ascertained, as in the romance whose dénouement turns on a mysterious incident, which once unfolded, all future agitation ceases. But in the true infancy of science, philosophers were as imaginative a race as poets. Marvels and portents, undemonstrable and undefinable, with occult fancies perpetually beginning and never ending, were delightful as the shifting cantos of Ariosto. Then science entranced the eye by its thaumaturgy. When they looked through an optic tube, they believed they were looking into futurity, or, starting at some shadow darkening the glassy globe, beheld the absent person, while the mechanical inventions of art were toys and tricks, with sometimes an automaton, which frightened them with life. The earlier votaries of modern philosophy only witnessed, as Garofel calls his collection, unheard of curiosities. This state of the marvellous, of which we are now for ever deprived, prevailed among the philosophers and the virtuosi in Europe, and with ourselves, long after the establishment of the Royal Society. Philosophy then depended mainly on authority. A single one, however, was sufficient, so that when this had been repeated by 50 others, they had the authority of 50 honest men, whoever the first man might have been. They were then a blissful race of children, rambling here and there in a golden age of innocence and ignorance, where at every step each gifted discoverer whispered to the few some half-concealed secret of nature, or played with some toy of art. Some invention with great difficulty performed what, without it, might have been done with great ease. The cabinets of the lovers of mechanical arts formed enchanted apartments, where the admirers feared to stir or look about them, while the philosophers themselves half imagined they were the very thaumaturgi, for which the world gave them too much credit, at least for their quiet. Would we run after the shadows in this gleaming land of moonshine, or sport with these children in the fresh morning of science? Ere Aurora had scarcely peeped on the hills, we must enter into their feelings, view with their eyes, and believe all they confide to us, and out of these bundles of dreams sometimes pick out one or two for our own dreaming. They are the fairy tales and the Arabian Nights entertainments of science. But if the reader is stubbornly mathematical and logical, he will only be holding up a great torch against the muslin curtain, upon which the fantastic shadows playing upon it must vanish at the instant. It is an amusement which can only take place by carefully keeping himself in the dark. Footnote 197. Goodwin's amusing Lives of the Necromancers abound in marvellous stories of the supernatural feats of these old students. End of footnote. What a subject, were I to enter on it, would be the narratives of magical writers! These precious volumes have been so constantly wasted by the profane, that now a book of real magic requires some to find it, as well as a great magician to use it. Albertus Magnus, or Albert the Great, as he is erroneously styled, for this sage only derived this enviable epithet from his surname de Groot, as did Hugo Grotius. This sage, in his admirable Secrets, delivers his opinion that these books of magic should be most preciously preserved, for, he prophetically added, the time is arriving when they would be understood. It seems that they were not intelligible in the 13th century, but if Albertus had not miscalculated, in the present day they may be. Magical terms with talismanic figures may yet conceal many a secret. Gunpowder came down to us in a sort of anagram, and the kaleidoscope, with all its interminable multiplications of forms, lay at hand for 2 centuries in Baptista Porta's Natural Magic. The abbot Trithemius, in a confidential letter, happened to call himself a magician. Perhaps at the moment he thought himself one, and sent 3 or 4 leaves stuffed with the names of devils and with their evocations. At the death of his friend, these leaves fell into the unworthy hands of the prior, who was so frightened, on the first glance, at the diabolical nomenclature, that he raised the country against the abbot, and Trithemius was nearly a lost man. Yet, after all, this evocation of devils has reached us in his Steganographia, and proves to be only one of this ingenious abbot's polygraphic attempts at secret writing. For he had flattered himself that he had invented a mode of concealing his thoughts from all the world, while he communicated them to a friend. Roger Bacon promised to raise thunder and lightning, and disperse clouds by dissolving them into rain. The first magical process has been obtained by Franklin, and the other, of far more use to our agriculturists, may perchance be found lurking in some corner which has been overlooked in the opus magis of our Dr. Mirabilis. Do we laugh at their magical works of art? Are we ourselves such indifferent artists? Cornelius Agrippa, before he wrote his Vanity of the Arts and Sciences, intended to reduce into a system and method the secret of communicating with spirits and demons. Footnote 198. Agrippa was the most fortunate and honoured of occult philosophers. He was lodged at courts, and favoured by all his contemporaries. Scholars, like Erasmus, spoke of him with admiration, and royalty constantly sought his powers of divination. But in advanced life he was accused of sorcery, and died poor in 1534. On good authority, that of Porphyrius, Celus, Plotinus, Jamblichus, and on better, were it necessary to allege it, he was well assured that the upper regions of the air swarmed with what the Greeks called demons, just as our lower atmosphere is full of birds, our waters of fish, and our earth of insects. Yet this occult philosopher, who knew perfectly 8 languages, and married 2 wives, with whom he had never exchanged a harsh word in any of them, was everywhere avoided as having by his side for his companion a personage no less than a demon. This was a great black dog, whom he suffered to stretch himself out among his magical manuscripts, or lie on his bed, often kissing and patting him, and feeding him on choice morsels. Yet for this would Paulus Jovius and all the world have had him put into the ordeal of fire and faggot. The truth was afterwards boldly asserted by Wierus, his learned domestic, who believed that his master's dog was really nothing more than what he appeared. "I believe," says he, "that he was a real natural dog. He was indeed black, but of a moderate size, and I have often led him by a string, and called him by the French name Agrippa had given him, Monsieur, and he had a female who was called Mademoiselle." I wonder how authors of such great character should write so absurdly on his vanishing at his death. Nobody knows how; but as it was probable that Monsieur and Mademoiselle must have generated some puppy demons, Wierus ought to have been more circumstantial. Albertus Magnus for 30 years had never ceased working at a man of brass, and had cast together the qualities of his materials under certain constellations, which threw such a spirit into his man of brass that it was reported his growth was visible. His feet, legs, thighs, shoulder, neck, and head expanded, and made the city of Cologne uneasy at possessing one citizen too mighty for them all. This man of brass, when he reached his maturity, was so loquacious, that Albert's master, the great scholastic Thomas Aquinas, one day tired of his babble, and declaring it was a devil, or devilish, with his staff knocked the head off; and, what was extraordinary, this brazen man, like any human being thus effectually silenced, word never spake more." This incident is equally historical and authentic, though whether heads of brass can speak, and even prophesy, was indeed a subject of profound inquiry even at a later period. Footnote 199. One of the most popular of our old English prose romances, The History of Friar Bacon, narrates how he had intended to wall England about with brass, by means of such a brazen head, had not the stupidity of a servant prevented him. The tale may be read in Thomas's collection of early English prose romances. Nod, who never questioned their vocal powers, but was puzzled concerning the nature of this new species of animal, has no doubt most judiciously stated the question, whether these speaking brazen heads had a sensitive and reasoning nature, or whether demons spoke in them. But brass has not the faculty of providing its own nourishment, as we see in plants, and therefore they were not sensitive; and as for the act of reasoning, these brazen heads presume to know nothing but the future. With the past and present they seem totally unacquainted, so that their memory and their observation were very limited; and as for the future, that is always doubtful and obscure even to heads of brass. This learned man then infers that these brazen heads could have no reasoning faculties, for nothing altered their nature; they said what they had to say, which no one could contradict, and having said their say, you might have broken the head for anything more that you could have got out of it. Had they had any life in them, would they not have moved as well as spoken? Life itself is but motion, and they had no lungs, no spleen, and in fact, though they spoke, they had no tongue. Was a devil in them? I think not. Yet why should men have taken all this trouble to make, not a man, but a trumpet? Our profound philosopher was right not to agitate the question whether these brazen heads had ever spoken. Why should not a man of brass speak, since a doll can whisper, a statue play chess? Footnote 200. The allusion here is to the automaton chess player, first exhibited by Kempelen, its inventor, in England about 1785. The figure was habited as a Turk, and placed behind a chest. This was opened by the exhibitor to display the machinery, which seemed to give the figure motion, while playing intricate games of chess with any of the spectators. But it has been fully demonstrated that this chest could conceal a full-grown man, who could place his arm down that of the figure, and direct its movements in the game, the machinery being really constructed to hide him and disarm suspicion. As the whole trick has been demonstrated by diagrams, the marvellous nature of the machinery is exploded. And brass ducks have performed the whole process of digestion. Footnote 201. This brass duck was the work of a very ingenious mechanist, M. Volkensen. It's reported to have uttered its natural voice, moved its wings, drank water, and ate corn. In 1738 he delighted the Parisians by a figure of a shepherd, which played on a pipe and beat a tabor, and a flute player who performed 12 tunes. And another magical invention has been ridiculed with equal reason. A magician was annoyed, as philosophers still are, by passengers in the street, and he particularly so, by having horses led to drink under his window. He made a magical horse of wood, according to one of the books of Hermes, which perfectly answered its purpose, by frightening away the horses, or rather the grooms. The wooden horse, no doubt, gave some palpable kick. The same magical story might have been told of Dr. Franklin, who, finding that under his window the passengers had discovered a spot which they made too convenient for themselves, he charged it with his newly discovered electrical fire. After a few remarkable incidents had occurred, which at a former period would have lodged the great discoverer of electricity in the Inquisition, The modern magician succeeded just as well as the ancient, who had the advantage of conning over the books of Hermes. Instead of ridiculing these works of magic, let us rather become magicians ourselves. The works of the ancient alchemists have afforded numberless discoveries to modern chemists, nor is even their grand operation despaired of. If they have of late not been so renowned, this has arisen from a want of what Ashmole calls apertness, a qualification early inculcated among these illuminated sages. We find authentic accounts of people who have lived 3 centuries, with tolerable complexions, possessed of nothing but a crucible and a bellows; but they were so unnecessarily mysterious, that whenever such a person was discovered, he was sure in an instant to disappear, and was never afterwards heard of. In the Liber Patris Sapientiae, this selfish consciousness is all along impressed on the student for the accomplishment of the great mystery. In the commentary on this precious work of the alchemist Norton, who counsels, "Be thou in a place secret, by thyself alone, that no man see or hear what thou shalt say or done. Trust not thy friend too much, wheresoe'er thou go, for he thou trustest best sometime may be thy foe." Ashmole observes that Norton gives exceeding good advice to the student in this science, where he bids him be secret in the carrying on of his studies and operations, and not to let any one know of his undertakings, but his good angel and himself. And such a close and retired breast had Norton's master, who, when men disputed of colours of the rose, he would not speak, but kept himself full close. We regret that by each leaving all his knowledge to his good angel and himself, it has happened that the good angels have kept it all to themselves. It cannot, however, be denied that if they could not always extract gold out of lead, they sometimes succeeded in washing away the pimples on ladies' faces. Notwithstanding that Sir Kenelm Digby poisoned his most beautiful lady, because, as Sancho would have said, he was one of those who would have his bread whiter than the finest wheaten. Van Helmont, who could not succeed in discovering the true elixir of life, however, hit on the spirit of hartshorn, which for a good while he considered was the wonderful elixir itself, restoring to life persons who seemed to have lost it. And though this delightful enthusiast could not raise a ghost, yet he thought he had, for he raised something aerial from spa water, which mistaking it for a ghost, he gave it that very name, a name which we still retain in gas, from the German Geist, or ghost. Paracelsus carried the tiny spirits about him in the hilt of his great sword. Having first discovered the qualities of laudanum, this illustrious quack made use of it as a universal remedy, and distributed it in the form of pills, which he carried in the basket hilt of his sword. The operations he performed were as rapid as they seemed magical. Doubtless we have lost some inconceivable secrets, by some unexpected occurrences, which the secret itself would seem ought to have prevented taking place. When a philosopher had discovered the art of prolonging life to an indefinite period, it is most provoking to find that he should have allowed himself to die at an early age. We have a very authentic history from Sir Kenelm Digby himself, that when he went in disguise to visit Descartes at his retirement at Egmond, lamenting the brevity of life, which hindered philosophers getting on in their studies, the French philosopher assured him that he had considered that matter. To render a man immortal was what he could not promise, but that he was very sure it was possible to lengthen out his life to the period of the patriarchs. And when his death was announced to the world, the Abbé Picot, an ardent disciple, for a long time would not believe it possible, and at length insisted that if it had occurred, it must have been owing to some mistake of the philosophers. The late Holcroft, Loutherbourg, and Costway imagined that they should escape the vulgar error of scriptural life by reorganizing their old bones, and moistening their dry marrow. Their new principles of vitality were supposed by them to be found in the powers of the mind. This seemed more reasonable, but proved to be as little efficacious as those other philosophies, who imagine they have detected the hidden principle of life in the eels frisking in vinegar, and allude to the bookbinder who creates the bookworm. Paracelsus has revealed to us one of the grandest secrets of nature. When the world began to dispute on the very existence of the elementary folk, it was then that he boldly offered to give birth to a fairy, and has sent down to posterity the recipe. He describes the impurity which is to be transmuted into such purity, the gross elements of a delicate fairy, which, fixed in a vial, placed in a fuming dung, will in due time settle into a full-grown fairy, bursting through its vitreous prison, on the vivifying principle by which the ancient Egyptians hatched their eggs in ovens. I recollect that Dr. Farmer's sale, the leaf which preserved this recipe for making a fairy, forcibly folded down by the learned commentator, from which we must infer the credit he gave to the experiment. There was a greatness of mind in Paracelsus, who, having furnished a recipe to make a fairy, had the delicacy to refrain from its formation. Even Baptista Porta, one of the most enlightened philosophers, does not deny the possibility of engendering creatures which, at their full growth, shall not exceed the size of a mouse, but he adds, they are only pretty little dogs to play with. Were these akin to the fairies of Paracelsus? Footnote 202. This great charlatan, after many successful impositions, ended his life in poverty in the hospital of Salzburg in 1541. They were well convinced of the existence of such elemental beings. Frequent accidents in mines showed the potency of the metallic spirits, which so tormented the workmen in some of the German mines by blindness, giddiness, and sudden sickness, that they have been obliged to abandon mines well known to be rich in silver. A metallic spirit at one sweep annihilated 12 miners, who were all found dead together. The fact was unquestionable, and the safety lamp was undiscovered. Never was a philosophical imagination more beautiful than that exquisite palingenesis, as it had been termed from the Greek, or a regeneration, or rather the apparitions of animals and plants. Schott, Kircher, Gaffarel, Borelli, Digby, and the whole of that admirable school, discovered in the ashes of plants their primitive forms, which were again raised up by the force of heat. Nothing, they say, perishes in nature; all is but a continuation, or a revival. The semina of resurrection are concealed in extinct bodies, as in the blood of man. The ashes of roses will again revive into roses, though smaller and paler than if they had been planted, unsubstantial and unodoriferous. They are not roses which grow on rose trees, but their delicate apparitions, and, like apparitions, they are seen but for a moment. The process of the palingenesis, this picture of immortality, is described. These philosophers, having burnt a flower, by calcination disengaged the salts from its ashes, and deposited them in a glass vial. A chemical mixture acted on it, till in the fermentation they assumed a bluish and a spectral hue. This dust, thus excited by heat, shoots upward into its primitive forms. By sympathy the parts unite, and while each is returning to its destined place, we see distinctly the stalk, the leaves, and the flowers arise. It is the pale spectre of a flower coming slowly forth from its ashes. The heat passes away, the magical scene declines, till the whole matter again precipitates itself into the chaos at the bottom. This vegetable phoenix lies thus concealed in its cold ashes till the presence of heat produces this resurrection; in its absence it returns to its death. Thus the dead naturally revive, and a corpse may give out its shadowy reanimation, when not too deeply buried in the earth. Bodies corrupted in their graves have risen, particularly the murdered, for murderers are apt to bury their victims in a slight and hasty manner. Their salts, exhaled in vapour by means of their fermentation, have arranged themselves on the surface of the earth, and formed those phantoms which at night have often terrified the passing spectator, as authentic history witnesses. They have opened the graves of the phantom, and discovered the bleeding corpse beneath. Hence it is astonishing how many ghosts may be seen at night, after a recent battle, standing over their corpses. On the same principle my old philosopher Gaffarel conjectures on the raining of frogs; but these frogs, we must conceive, can only be the ghosts of frogs, and Gaffarel himself has modestly opened this fact by a peradventure. A more satisfactory origin of ghosts modern philosophy has not afforded. And who does not believe in the existence of ghosts? For, as Dr. Moore forcibly says, that there should be so universal a fame and fear of that which never was, nor is, nor can be ever in the world, is to me the greatest miracle of all. If there had not been, at some time or other, true miracles, it had not been so easy to impose on the people by false. The alchemist would never go about to sophisticate metals to pass them off for true gold and silver, unless that such a thing was acknowledged as true gold and silver in the world. The pharmacopoeia of those times combined more of morals with medicine than our own. They discovered that the agate rendered a man eloquent and even witty. A laurel leaf placed on the centre of the skull fortified the memory. The brains of fowls and birds of swift wing wonderfully helped the imagination. All such specifics have now disappeared, and have greatly reduced the chances of an invalid recovering that which perhaps he never possessed. Lentils and rapeseed were a certain cure for the smallpox, and very obviously their grains resembling the spots of this disease. They discovered that those who lived on fair plants became fair; those on fruitful ones were never barren, on the principle that Hercules acquired his mighty strength by feeding on the marrow of lions. But their talismans, provided they were genuine, seem to have been wonderfully operative; and had we the same confidence, and melted down the guineas we give physicians, engraving on them talismanic figures, I would answer for the good effects of the experiment. Naudé, indeed, has utterly ridiculed the occult virtues of talismans, in his defence of Virgil, accused of being a magician. The poet, it seems, cast into a well a talisman of a horse leech, graven on a plate of gold, to drive away the great number of horse leeches which infested Naples. Naudé positively denies that talismans ever possessed any such occult virtues. Gaffarel regrets that so judicious a man as Naudé should have gone this length, giving the lie to so many authentic authors; and Naudé's paradox is indeed as strange as his denial. He suspects the thing is not true, because it is so generally told. It leads one to suspect, says he, as animals are said to have been driven away from so many places by these talismans, whether they were ever driven from any one place. Gaffarel, suppressing by his good temper his indignant feelings at such reasoning, turns the paradox on its maker. As if, because of the great number of battles that Hannibal is reported to have fought with the Romans, we might not, by the same reason, doubt whether he fought any one with them. The reader must be aware that the strength of the argument lies entirely with the firm believer in talismans. Gaffarel, indeed, who passed his days in collecting curiosities inouïs, is a most authentic historian of unparalleled events, even in his own times, such as that heavy rain in Poitou, which showered down petits bestioles, little creatures like bishops with their mitres, and monks with their capuchins over their heads. It is true, afterwards they all turned into butterflies. The museums, the cabinets, and the inventions of our early virtuosi were the baby houses of philosophers. Baptista Porta, Bishop Wilkins, and old Ashmole, where they now living, had been enrolled among the quiet members of the Society of Arts, instead of flying in the air, collecting a wing of the phoenix, as tradition goes, or catching the disjointed syllables of an old doting astrologer. But these early dilettanti had not derived the same pleasure from the useful inventions of the aforesaid Society of Arts, as they received from what Cornelius Agrippa, in a fit of spleen, calls things vain and superfluous, invented to no other end but for pomp and idle pleasure. Baptista Porta was more skilful in the mysteries of art and nature than any man in his day, having found the Academy degli Oziosi. He held an inferior association in his own house, called the Secluded, where none was admitted but those elect who had communicated some secret, for in the early period of modern art and science, the slightest novelty became a secret not to be confided to the uninitiated. Porta was unquestionably a fine genius, as his works still show, but it was his misfortune that he attributed his own penetrating sagacity to his skill in the art of divination. He considered himself a prognosticator, and what was more unfortunate, some eminent persons really thought he was. Predictions and secrets are harmless, provided they are not believed; but his holiness, finding Porta's warned him that magical sciences were great hindrances to the study of the Bible, and paid him the compliment to forbid his prophesying. Porta's genius was now limited to astonish, and sometimes to terrify, the more ingenious part of I Secleti. On entering his cabinet, some phantom of an attendant was sure to be hovering in the air, moving as he who entered moved; or he observed in some mirror that his face was twisted on the wrong side of his shoulders, and did not quite think that all was right when he clapped his hand on it; or passing through a darkened apartment, a magical landscape burst on him, with human beings in motion, the boughs of trees bending, and the very clouds passing over the sun; or sometimes banquets, battles, and hunting parties were in the same apartment. "All these spectacles my friends have witnessed," exclaims the self-delighted Baptista Porta. When his friends drank wine out of the same cup which he had used, they were mortified with wonder, for he drank wine, and they only water; or on a summer's day, when all complained of the sirocco, he would freeze his guests with cold air in the room; or on a sudden let off a flying dragon to sail along with a cracker in its tail, and a cat tied on his back. Shrill was the sound, and awful was the concussion, so that it required strong nerves, in any age of apparitions and devils, to meet this great philosopher when in his best humour. Albertus Magnus entertained the Earl of Holland. As that earl passed through Cologne in a severe winter, with a warm summer scene, luxuriant in fruits and flowers. The fact is related by Trithemius, and this magical scene, connected with his vocal head, and his books De Secretis Mulierum and De Mirabilibus, confirm the accusations they raised against the great Albert for being a magician. His apologist, Theophilus Raynaud, is driven so hard to defend Albertus, that he at once asserts the winter change to summer, and the speaking head to be two infamous flams. He will not believe these authenticated facts, although he credits a miracle which proves the sanctity of Albertus. After 3 centuries, the body of Albert the Great remained as sweet as ever. Whether such enchantments, as old Mandeville cautiously observeth, 2 centuries preceding the days of Porta, were by craft or by nigromancy, I wot ne'er; but that they were not unknown to Chaucer appears in his Frankeline's Tale, where, minutely describing them, he communicates the same pleasure he must himself have received from the ocular illusions of the Trégateur, or Jogalure. Chaucer ascribed the miracle to a natural magique, in which, however, it was unsettled whether the Prince of Darkness was a party concerned. For I am sicker that there be sciences, by which men maketh diverse appearances, switch as this subtle tregetours play. For oft at fests have I well heard say, the tregetours within a hall large have made come in a water and a barge, and in the hall rown up and down, some hath seemed come a grim leon, and sometimes flowers spring as in a mead, sometime a vine and grapes white and red, sometime a castle all of lime and stone, and when hem liketh voideth it anon. Thus seemeth it to every man's sight. Bishop Wilkins's museum was visited by Evelyn, who described the sort of curiosities which occupied and amused the children of science. Here, too, there was a hollow statue, which gave a voice and uttered words by a long concealed pipe that went to its mouth, whilst one speaks through it at a good distance, a circumstance which, perhaps they were not then aware, revealed the whole mystery of the ancient oracles, which they attributed to demons rather than to tubes, pulleys, and wheels. They learned Charles Peyton, in his scientific travels, records, among other valuable productions of art, a cherry stone, on which were engraven about 12½ portraits. Even the greatest of human geniuses, Leonardo da Vinci, to attract the royal patronage, created a lion which ran before the French monarch, dropping fleur-de-lis from its shaggy breast; and another philosopher, who had a spinet which played and stopped at command, might have made a revolution in the arts and sciences, had the half-stifled child that was concealed in it not been forced, unluckily, to crawl into daylight, and thus it was proved that a philosopher might be an impostor. The arts, as well as the sciences, at the first institution of the Royal Society, were of the most amusing class. The famous Sir Samuel Morland had turned his house into an enchanted palace. Everything was full of devices, which showed art and mechanism in perfection. His coach carried a travelling kitchen, for it had a fireplace and a grate, with which he could make soup, broil cutlets, and roast an egg, and he dressed his meat by clockwork. Another of these virtuosi, who is described as a gentleman of superior order, and whose house was a knick-knackatory, valued himself on his multifarious inventions, but most in sowing salads in the morning to be cut for dinner. The house of Winstanley, who afterwards raised the first Eddystone lighthouse, must have been the wonder of the age. If you kicked aside an old slipper purposely lying in your way, up started a ghost before you; or if you sat down in a certain chair, a couple of gigantic arms would immediately clasp you. There was an arbour in the garden, by the side of a canal. You had scarcely seated yourself when you were sent out afloat into the middle of the canal, from whence you could not escape till this man of art and science wound you up to the arbour. What was passing at the Royal Society was also occurring at the Académie des Sciences at Paris. A great and gouty member of that philosophical body, on the departure of a stranger, would point to his legs, to show the impossibility of conducting him to the door; yet the astonished visitor never failed finding the virtuoso waiting for him on the outside to make his final bow. While the visitor was going down the stairs, this inventive genius was descending with great velocity in a machine from the window, so that he proved that if a man of science cannot force nature to walk downstairs, he may drive her out at the window. If they travelled at home, they set off to note down prodigies. Dr. Plot, in a magnificent project of journeying through England for the advantage of learning and trade, and the discovery of antiquities and other curiosities, for which he solicited the royal aid which Leland enjoyed, among other notable designs, discriminates a class thus: next I shall inquire of animals, and first of strange people, strange accidents that attend corporations or families, as that the Deans of Rochester, Ever since the foundation by turns have died deans and bishops. The bird with a white breast that haunts the family of Oxenham near Exeter just before the death of any of that family. The bodies of trees that are seen to swim in a pool near Brereton in Cheshire, a certain warning to the heir of that honourable family to prepare for the next world. And such remarkables as number of children, such as the Lady Temple, who before she died saw 700 descended from her. Footnote 203. Similar popular fallacies may be seen carefully noted in R. Burton's admirable Curiosities, Rarities, and Wonders in England, Scotland, and Ireland, 1684. It is one of those curious volumes of folklore sent out by Nat Crouch, the bookseller, under a fictitious name. End of footnote. This fellow of the Royal Society, who lived nearly to 1700, was requested to give an edition of Pliny. We have lost the benefit of a most copious commentary. Bishop Hall went to the Spa. The wood about that place was haunted not only by freebooters, but by wolves and witches, although these last are oft times but one. They were called lupus gero, and the Greeks, it seems, knew them by the name lycanthropos, men-wolves, witches that have put on the shapes of those cruel beasts. We saw a boy there, whose half-face was devoured by one of them near the village, yet so as that the ear was rather cut than bitten off. Rumour had spread that the boy had had half his face devoured. When it was examined, it turned out that his ear had only been scratched. However, there can be no doubt of the existence of witch-wolves, for Hall saw at Limburg one of those miscreants executed, who confessed on the wheel to have devoured 42 children in that form. They would probably have found it difficult to have summoned the mothers who had lost the children. But observe our philosopher's reasoning. It would ask a large volume to scan this problem of lycanthropy. He had laboriously collected all the evidence, and had added his arguments. The result offers a curious instance of acute reasoning on a wrong principle. Footnote 204. Hall's postulate is, that God's work could not admit of any substantial change, which is above the reach of all infernal powers, but herein the devil plays the double sophister, the sorcerer with sorcerers. He both deludes the witch's conceit and the beholder's eyes. In a word, Hall believes in what he cannot understand. Yet Hall will not believe one of the Catholic miracles of the Virgin of Louvain, though LindseyS had written a book to commemorate the goddess, as Hall sarcastically calls her. Hall was told with great indignation in the shop of the bookseller of LindseyS that when James I had just looked over this work, he flung it down, vociferating, "Damnation to him that made it, and to him that believes it." End of footnote. Men of science and art then passed their days in a bustle of the marvellous. I will furnish a specimen of philosophical correspondence in a letter to old John Aubrey. The writer betrays the versatility of his curiosity by very opposite discoveries. "My hands are so full of work that I have no time to transcribe for Dr. Henry Moore an account of the Barnstable apparition. Lord Keeper North would take it kindly from you. Give a sight of this letter from Barnstable to Dr. Witchcott." He had lately heard of a Scotchman who had been carried by fairies into France. But the purpose of his present letter is to communicate other sort of apparitions than the ghost of Barnstable. He had gone to Glastonbury to pick up a few berries from the holy thorn which flowered every Christmas day. Footnote 205. Thousands flocked to see this miracle in the Middle Ages, and their presence brought great wealth to the abbey. It was believed to have grown miraculously from the staff used by St. Joseph. It appears to have been brought from Palestine, and merely to have flowered in accordance with its natural season, though differing with ours. The original thorn had been cut down by a military saint in the civil wars, but the trade of the place was not damaged, for they had contrived not to have a single holy thorn, but several, by grafting and inoculation. Footnote 206. Taylor, the water poet, in his Wonders of the West, 1649, says that a slip was preserved by a vintner dwelling at Glastonbury, when the soldiers cut down the tree, that he set it in his garden, and he with others did tell me that the same doth likewise bloom on the 25th day of December, yearly. He promised to send these berries, but requests Aubrey to inform that person of quality who had rather have a bush, that it was impossible to get one for him, I am told. He adds, that there is a person about Glastonbury who hath a nursery of them, which he sells for a crown a piece, but they are supposed not to be of the right kind. The main object of this letter is the writer's suspicion of gold in this country, for which he offers 3 reasons. Tacitus says there was gold in England, and that Agrippa came to a spot where he had a prospect of Ireland, from which place he writes, secondly, that an honest man had in this spot found stones from which he had extracted good gold, and that he himself had seen in the broken stones a clear appearance of gold. And thirdly, there is a story which goes by tradition in that part of the country, that in the hill alluded to there was a door into a hole, that when any wanted money they used to go and knock there, that a woman used to appear and give to such as came. Footnote 207. Many of these tales of treasures in hills are now reduced to the simple facts of discoveries being made of coins and personal ornaments in tumuli of Roman and Saxon settlers in England. In the British Museum is a gold breastplate found in a grave at Mold, in Flintshire. The grave hills of Bohemia have furnished the museum at Vienna with a large number of gold objects of great size and value. In Russia, the dead have been found placed between large plates of pure gold in the centre of such tumuli; and in Ireland very large and valuable gold personal ornaments have been frequently found in grave hills. At a time one by greediness or otherwise gave her offence, she flung to the door and delivered this old saying, still remembered in the country, "When all the daws be gone and dead, then hill shall shine gold red." My fancy is that this relates to an ancient family of this name, of which there is now but one man left, and he not likely to have any issue. These are his 3 reasons, and some minds have perhaps been opened with no better ones. But let us not imagine that this great naturalist was credulous, for he tells Aubrey that he thought it was but a monkish tale forged in the abbey so famous in former time; but as I have learned not to despise our forefathers, I question whether this may not refer to some rich mine in the hill, formerly in use, but now lost. I shall shortly request you to discourse with my lord about it, to have advice, and see. In the meantime, it will be best to keep all private, for his majesty's service, his lordship's, and perhaps some private person's benefit. But he has also positive evidence. A mason not long ago coming to the renter of the abbey for a freestone, and sawing it, out came divers pieces of gold of 3 pounds 10 value apiece, of ancient coins. The stone belonged to some chimney work. The gold was hidden in it, perhaps when the dissolution was near. This last incident of finding coins in a chimney piece, which he had accounted for very rationally, serves only to confirm his dream, that they were coined out of the gold of the mine in the hill, and he becomes more urgent for a private search into these mines, which I have, I think, a way to. In the postscript he adds an account of a well, which by washing wrought a cure on a person deep in the king's evil. I hope you don't forget your promise to communicate whatever thing you have relating to your idea. This promised idea of Aubrey may be found in his MSS under the title of The Idea of Universal Education. However whimsical, one would like to see it. Aubrey's life might furnish a volume of these philosophical dreams. He was a person who, from his incessant bustle and insatiable curiosity, was called the carrier of conceptions of the Royal Society. Many pleasant nights were privately enjoyed by Aubrey and his correspondent about the mine in the hill. Ashmole's manuscripts at Oxford contain a collection of many secrets of the Rosicrucians. One of the completest inventions is a recipe how to walk invisible. Such were the fancies which rocked the children of science in their cradles, and so feeble were the steps of our curious infancy. But I start in my dreams, dreading the reader may also have fallen asleep. Measure is most excellent, says one of the oracles, to which also we, being in like manner persuaded, O most friendly and pious Asclepiades, here finish the dreams at the dawn of philosophy. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Puck the Commentator. Literary forgeries recently have been frequently indulged in, and it is urged that they are of an innocent nature. But impostures more easily practised than detected leave their mischief behind, to take effect at a distant period. And here we have a footnote. A remarkable instance is afforded in the present work. See the notes to the article on newspapers in Volume 1, detailing one which has spread falsity to an enormous extent throughout our general literature. And we go on. We have ourselves witnessed versions of Spanish and Portuguese poets, which are passed on their unsuspicious readers without difficulty, but in which no parts of the pretended originals can be traced, and to the present hour, whatever antiquaries may affirm, the poems of Chatterton and Essayne are veiled in mystery. And here we have two more footnotes. The first, the pretended antique manuscripts preserved among the Chatterton papers in the British Museum, as well as the facsimile of the Yellow Roll, published in the Cambridge edition of Chatterton's works, are, however, so totally unlike the writing of the era to which they purport to belong, that no doubt need be entertained as to their falsity. And the second, they are, however, so far determined by the fragments of Gaelic originals, since published by Scottish antiquaries, that the amplifications of Macpherson can be detected. And we go on. If we possessed the secret history of the literary life of George Steevens, it would display an unparalleled series of arch deception and malicious ingenuity. He has been happily characterised by Gifford as the Puck of Commentators. Steevens is a creature so spotted over with literary forgeries and adulterations that any remarkable one around the time he flourished may be attributed to him. There were the habits of a depraved mind, and there was a darkness in his character many shades deeper than belonged to Puck. Even in the playfulness of his invention there was usually a turn of personal malignity, and the real object was not so much to raise a laugh as to grin horribly a ghastly smile on the individual. It is more than rumoured that he carried his ingenious malignity into the privacies of domestic life, and it is to be regretted that Mr. Nichols, who might have furnished much secret history of this extraordinary literary forger, has from delicacy mutilated his collective vigour. George Steevens usually commenced his operations by opening some pretended discovery in the evening papers, which were then of a more literary cast than they are at present. The St. James's Chronicle, the General Evening Post, or the Whitehall, were they not dead in body and in spirit, would now bear witness to his successful efforts. The late Mr. Boswell told me that Steevens frequently wrote notes on Shakespeare purposely to mislead or entrap Malone, and obtained for himself an easy triumph in the next edition. Steevens loved to assist the credulous in getting up for them some strange new thing, dancing them about with a will-o'-the-wisp, now alarming them by a shriek of laughter, and now like a grinning pig-wigging, sinking them chin-deep into a quagmire. Once he presented them with a fictitious portrait of Shakespeare, and when the brotherhood were sufficiently divided in their opinions, he pounced upon them with a demonstration that every portrait of Shakespeare partook of the same doubtful authority. Stephens usually assumed a nom de guerre of Collins, a pseudo-commentator, and sometimes of Amner, who was discovered to be an obscure puritanic minister who never read text or notes of a playwright, whenever he explored into 1,000 notable secrets with which he has polluted the pages of Shakespeare. The marvellous narrative of the Upas tree of Java, which Darwin adopted in his plan of enlisting imagination under the banner of science, appears to have been another forgery which amused our Puck. It was first given in the London Magazine as an extract from a Dutch traveller, but the extract was never discovered in the original author, and the effluvia of this noxious tree, which through a district of 12 or 14 miles had killed all vegetation, and had spread the skeletons of men and animals, affording a scene of melancholy beyond what poets have described or painters delineated, is perfectly chimerical. A splendid flim-flam. When Dr. Birkenhout was busied in writing, without much knowledge or skill, a history of our English authors, Stephens allowed the good man to insert a choice letter by George Peele, giving an account of a merry meeting at the Globe, wherein Shakespeare said Ben Jonson and Ned Aline are admirably made to perform their respective parts. As the nature of the Biographia Literaria required authorities, Stephens ingeniously added, "Whence I copied this letter I do not recollect." However, we well know it came from the Theatrical Mirror, where he had first deposited the precious original, to which he had unguardedly ventured to affix the date of 1600. Unluckily, Peele was discovered to have died 2 years before he wrote his own letter. The date is adroitly dropped in Birkenhout. Stephens did not wish to refer to his original, which I have often seen quoted as authority. One of these numerous forgeries of our Puck appears in an article in Isaac Reed's catalogue, article 8708. The Book of Soldan, containing strange matters touching his life and death and the ways of his course, in 2 parts, with this marginal note by Reed. The foregoing was written by George Stephens, from whom I received it. It was composed merely to impose on a literary friend, and had its effect, for he was so far deceived as to its authenticity that he gave implicit credit to it, and put down the person's name in whose possession the original books were supposed to be. One of the sort of inventions which I attribute to Stephens has been got up with a deal of romantic effect to embellish the poetical life of Milton, and unquestionably must have sadly perplexed his last matter-of-fact editor, who is not a man to comprehend flim-flam, for he has sanctioned the whole fiction by preserving it in his biographical narrative. The first impulse of Milton to travel in Italy is ascribed to the circumstance of his having been found asleep at the foot of a tree in the vicinity of Cambridge, when 2 foreign ladies, attracted by the loveliness of the youthful poet, alighted from their carriage, and having admired him for some time as they imagined unperceived, the youngest, who was very beautiful, drew a pencil from her pocket, and having written some lines, put the paper with a trembling hand into his own. But it seems, for something was to account for how the youth could have been aware of these minute particulars, unless he had been dreaming them, that the ladies had been observed at a distance by some friends of Milton, and they explained to him the whole silent adventure. Milton, on opening the paper, read 4 verses from Corrinne, addressed to those human stars, his own eyes. On this romantic adventure Milton set off for Italy, to discover the fair incognita to which undiscovered lady, we are told, we stand indebted for the most impassioned touches in the Paradise Lost. We know how Milton passed his time in Italy, with Dati and Guardi and Frescobaldi and other literary friends amidst its academies, and often busied in book collecting. Had Milton's tour in Italy been an adventure of knight-errantry to discover a lady whom he had never seen, at least he had not the merit of going out of the direct road to Florence and Rome, nor of having once alluded to this don de sens pensées in his letters or inquiries among his friends, who would have thought themselves fortunate to have introduced so poetical an adventure in the numerous canzoni they showered on our youthful poet. This historiette, scarcely fitted for a novel, first appeared where generally Stephens' literary musings were carried on, the General Evening Post, or the St. James's Chronicle. And Mr. Todd, in the improved edition of Milton's life, obtained this spurious original, where the reader may find it. But the more curious part of the story remains to be told. Mr. Todd proceeds, "The precedingly highly coloured relation, however, is not singular. My friend Mr. Walker points out to me a counterpart in the extract from the preface to Poissy de Marguerite Eleanor Clotilde, depuis Madame de Seville, Poète François du XV siècle, Paris, 1803. And true enough, we find among the family traditions of the same Clotilde that Justine de Lévis, great-grandmother of this unknown poetess of the 15th century, walking in a forest, witnessed the same beautiful spectacle which the Italian unknown had at Cambridge. Never was such an impression to be effaced, and she could not avoid leaving her tablets by the side of the beautiful sleeper, declaring her passion in her tablets by 4 Italian verses, the very number our Milton had meted out to him. Oh, these 4 verses, they are as fatal in their number as the date of Peel's letter proved to George Steevens. Something still escapes in the most ingenious fabrication which serves to decompose the materials. It is well that our voracious historian dropped all mention of Corrinne, else that would have given that coup de grace a fatal anachronism. However, his invention supplied him with more originality than the adoption of this story and the 4 verses would lead us to infer. He tells us how Petrarch was jealous of the genius of his Clotilde's grandmother, and has even pointed out a sonnet which, among the traditions of the family, was addressed to her. He narrates that the gentleman, when he fairly awoke and had read the 4 verses, set off for Italy, which he ran over until he found Justine, and Justine found him at a tournament at Modena. This parallel adventure disconcerted our 2 grave English critics. They find a tale which they wisely judge improbable, and because they discover the tale copied, they conclude that it is not singular. This knot of perplexity is, however, easily cut through if we substitute, which we are fully justified in, for poet de 15 siècles, de 19 siècles. The poésies of Clotilde are as genuine a fabrication as Chatterton's, subject to the same objections, having many ideas and expressions which were unknown in the language at the time they are pretended to have been composed, and exhibiting many imitations of Voltaire and other poets. The present story of the 4 Italian verses and the beautiful sleeper would be quite sufficient evidence of the authenticity of the family traditions of Clotilde depuis Madame de Seville, and also of Monsieur de Seville himself, a pretended editor who is said to have found by mere accident the precious manuscript. And while he was copying from the press in 1793, these pretty poems, for such they are, of his grand-tante, was shot in the Reign of Terror, and so completely expired that no one could ever trace his existence. The real editor, who we must presume to be the poet, published them in 1803. Such, then, is the history of a literary forgery. A Puck composes a short romantic adventure, which is quietly thrown out to the world in a newspaper or a magazine. Some collector, such as the late Mr. Bindley, who procured for Mr. Todd his original, as idle at least as he is curious, houses the forlorn fiction, and it enters into literary history. A French Chatterton picks up the obscure tale, and behold, astonishes the literary inquirers of the very country hence the imposture sprung. But the 4 Italian verses in the Sleeping Youth, oh, Monsieur Vonderburg, for that gentleman is the ostensible editor of Clotilde's Poésies of the 15th century. Some ingenious persons are unlucky in this world. Perhaps one day we may yet discover that this romantic adventure of Milton and Justine de Levis is not so original as it seems. It may lie hid in the Ostry of D'Urf, or some of the long romances of the Scuderies, whence the English and the French Chattertons may have drawn it. To such literary adventures we say with Swift, "Such are your tricks, but since you hatch, pray your own chicks." Will it be credited that for the enjoyment of a temporary piece of malice, Steevens would even risk his own reputation as a poetical critic? Yet this he ventured by throwing out of his edition the poems of Shakespeare with a remarkable hypercriticism that the strongest Act of Parliament that could be framed would fail to compel readers into their service. Not only he denounced the sonnets of Shakespeare, but the sonnet itself with an absurd question: what has truth or nature to do with sonnets? The secret history of this unwarrantable mutilation of a great author by his editor was, as I was informed by the late Mr. Boswell, merely done to spite his rival commentator Malone, who had taken extraordinary pains in their elucidation. Steevens himself had formerly reprinted them, but when Malone from these sonnets claimed for himself one ivy leaf of a commentator's pride, behold, Steevens in a rage would annihilate even Shakespeare himself, that he might gain a triumph over Malone. In the same spirit, but with more caustic pleasantry, he opened a controversy with Malone respecting Shakespeare's wife. It seems that the poet had forgotten to mention his wife in his copious will, and his recollection of Mrs. Shakespeare seems to mark the slightness of his regard, for he only introduced by an interlineation a legacy to her out of his second-best bed with the furniture, and nothing more. Malone naturally inferred that the poet had forgot her, and so recollected her as more strongly to mark how little he esteemed her. He had already, as is vulgarly expressed, cut her off not indeed with a shilling, but with an old bed. And here we have a footnote. Mr. Charles Knight, in his edition of Shakespeare, first clearly pointed out the true nature of the bequest. The great poet's estates, with the exception of a copyhold tenement expressly mentioned in his will, were freehold. His wife was entitled to dower, or a life interest of 1/3 of the proceeds arising from the lands or tenements the property of Shakespeare, and which were of considerable value. She was thus amply provided for by the clear and undeniable operation of the law of England. Mr. Halliwell has further proved that such bequests were the constant modes of showing regard to such relatives as were well provided for by the usual legal course of events. And he adds, so far from this bequest being one of slight importance and exhibiting small esteem, it was the usual mode of expressing a mark of great affection. Let me go on. All this seems judicious, till Stephens asserts the conjugal affection of the bard tells us that the poet, having, when in health, provided for her by settlement, or knowing that her father had already done so, circumstances entirely conjectural, he bequeathed to her at his death not merely an old piece of furniture, but perhaps, as a mark of peculiar tenderness, the very bed that on his bridal night received him to the arms of Belvidera. Stephens' severity of satire marked the deep malevolence of his heart, and Murphy has strongly portrayed him in his address to the Malevolent. Such another Puck was Horace Walpole. The King of Prussia's letter to Rousseau and the memorial, pretended to have been signed by noblemen and gentlemen, were fabrications, as he confesses, only to make mischief. It well became him, whose happier invention, the castle of Otranto, was brought forward in the guise of forgery, so unfeelingly to have reprobated the innocent inventions of a Chatterton. We have Pucks busied among our contemporaries. Whoever shall discover their history will find it copious, though intricate. The malignity at least will exceed tenfold the merriment. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3 by Isaac Disraeli. Literary Forgeries. The preceding article has reminded me of a subject by no means incurious to the lovers of literature. A large volume might be composed on literary impostors. Their modes of deception, however, were frequently repetitions, particularly those at the restoration of letters, when there prevailed a mania for burying spurious antiquities, that they might afterwards be brought to light to confound their contemporaries. They even perplex us at the present day. More sinister forgeries have been performed by Scotchmen, of whom Archibald Bower, Lauder, and Macpherson are well known. Even harmless impostures, by some unexpected accident, have driven an unwary inquirer out of the course. George Stephens must again make his appearance for a memorable trick played on the antiquary Gough. This was the famous tombstone on which was engraved the drinking horn of Hardy Canute, to indicate his last fatal carouse, for this royal Dane died drunk. To prevent any doubt, the name in Saxon characters was sufficiently legible. Steeped in pickle to hasten a precocious antiquity, it was then consigned to the corner of a broker's shop, where the antiquarian eye of Gough often pored on the venerable odds and ends. It perfectly succeeded on the director of the Antiquarian Society. He purchased the relic for a trifle, and dissertations of a due size were preparing for the Archaeologia. Footnote. I have since been informed that this famous invention was originally a flim-flam of a Mr. Thomas White, a noted collector and dealer in antiquities, but it was Stephens who placed it in the broker's shop, where he was certain of catching the antiquary, when the late Mr. Pegg, a profound brother, was preparing to write a dissertation on it. The first inventor of the flam stepped forward to save any further tragical termination. The wicked wit had already succeeded too well. End of footnote. Gough never forgave himself, nor Stephens, for this flagrant act of ineptitude. On every occasion, in the Gentleman's Magazine, when compelled to notice this illustrious imposition, he always struck out his own name, and muffled himself up under his titular office of the Director. Gough never knew that this modern antique was only a piece of retaliation. In reviewing Master's Life of Baker, he found two heads, one scratched down from painted glass by George Steevens, who would have passed it off for a portrait of one of our kings. Gough, on the watch to have a fling at George Steevens, attacked his graphic performance, and reprobated a portrait which had nothing human in it. Steevens vowed that, wretched as Gough deemed his pencil to be, it should make the director ashamed of his own eyes, and be fairly taken in by something scratched much worse. Such was the origin of his adoption of this fragment of a chimney slab which I have seen, and with a better judge wondered at the injudicious antiquary who could have been duped by the slight and ill-formed scratches, and even with a false spelling of the name, which, however, succeeded in being passed off as a genuine Saxon inscription. But he had counted on his man. Footnote. The stone may be found in the British Museum. HARDCNVT is the reading on the Harthacnut stone, but the true orthography of the name is HARDACNVT. It was reported to have been discovered in Kennington Lane, where the palace of the monarch was said to have been located, and the inscription, carefully made in Anglo-Saxon characters, was to the effect that here Hardknut drank a wine horn dry, stared about him, and died. Sylvanus Urban, my once excellent and old friend, seems a trifle uncourteous on this grave occasion. He tells us, however, that the history of this wanton trick, with a facsimile of Schneebele's drawing, may be seen in the volume 40, page 217. He says that this wicked contrivance of George Steevens was to entrap this famous draughtsman. Does Sylvanus then deny that the director was not also entrapped, and that he always struck out his own name in the proof sheets of the magazine, substituting his official designation, by which the whole society itself seemed to screen the director? End of footnote. The trick is not so original as it seems. One De Grassis had engraved on marble the epitaph of a mule, which he buried in his vineyard. Some time after, having ordered a new plantation on the spot, the diggers could not fail of disinterring what lay ready for them. The inscription imported that one Publius Grassus had raised this monument to his mule. De Grassis gave it out as an odd coincidence of names, and a prophecy about his own mule. It was a simple joke. The marble was thrown by, and no more thought of. Several years after, it rose into celebrity, for with the erudite it then passed for an ancient inscription, and the antiquary Paracci inserted the epitaph in his work on burials. Thus De Grassis and his mule, equally respectable, would have come down to posterity, had not the story by some means got wind. An incident of this nature is recorded in Portuguese history, contrived with the intention to keep up the national spirit, and diffuse hopes of the new enterprise of Vasco da Gama, who had just sailed on a voyage of discovery to the Indies. 3 stones were discovered near Sintra, bearing in ancient characters a Latin inscription, a Sibylline oracle addressed prophetically to the inhabitants of the West, stating that when these 3 stones shall be found, the Ganges, the Indus, and the Tagus should exchange their commodities. This was the pious fraud of a Portuguese poet, sanctioned by the approbation of the king. When the stones had lain a sufficient time in the damp earth so as to become apparently antique, our poet invited a numerous party to a dinner at his country house. In the midst of the entertainment a peasant rushed in, announcing the sudden discovery of this treasure. The inscription was placed among the royal collections as a sacred curiosity. The prophecy was accomplished, and the oracle was long considered genuine. In such cases no mischief resulted. The annals of mankind were not confused by spurious dynasties and fabulous chronologies. But when literary forgeries are published by those whose character hardly admits of a suspicion that they are themselves the impostors, the difficulty of assigning a motive only increases that of forming a decision. To adopt or reject them may be equally dangerous. In this class we must place Annius of Viterbo, Footnote. He was a Dominican monk, his real name being Giovanni Nani, which he Latinized in conformity with the custom of his era. He was born in 1432 and died 1502. His great work Antiquitatem Rariorum professes to contain the works of Manetho, Berosus, and other authors of equal antiquity. End of footnote. Who published a pretended collection of historians of the remotest antiquity, some of whose names had descended to us in the works of ancient writers, while their works themselves had been lost. Afterwards he subjoined commentaries to confirm their authority by passages from known authors. These at first were eagerly accepted by the learned. The blunders of the presumed editor, one of which was his mistaking the right name of the historian he forged, were gradually detected, till at length the imposture was apparent. The pretended originals were more remarkable for their number than their volume, for the whole collection does not exceed 171 pages, which lessened the difficulty of the forgery, while the commentaries which were afterwards published must have been manufactured at the same time as the text. In favour of Annyiee, the high rank he occupied at the Roman court, his irreproachable conduct, and his declaration that he had recovered some of these fragments at Mantua, and that others had come from Armenia, induced many to credit these pseudo-historians. A literary war soon kindled. Niceron has discriminated between four parties engaged in this conflict. One party decried the whole of the collection as gross forgeries; another obstinately supported their authenticity; a third decided that they were forgeries before Annyiee possessed them, who was only credulous; while a fourth party considered them as partly authentic, and ascribed their blunders to the interpolations of the editor, to increase their importance. Such as they were, they scattered confusion over the whole face of history. The false Berosus opens his history before the deluge, when, according to him, the Chaldeans, through preceding ages, had faithfully preserved their historical evidences. Annyiee hints in his commentary at the archives and public libraries of the Babylonians. The days of Noah comparatively seemed modern history with this dreaming editor. Some of the fanciful writers of Italy were duped. Sansovino, to delight the Florentine nobility, accommodated them with a new title of antiquity in their ancestor Noah, Imperatore e Monarca delle Genti, visa e mori in quella parti. The Spaniards complained that in forging these fabulous origins of different nations, a new series of kings from the Ark of Noah had been introduced by some of their rhodomontade historians to pollute the sources of their history. Boden's otherwise valuable works are considerably injured by Annyies's supposititious discoveries. One historian died of grief for having raised his elaborate speculations on these fabulous originals, and their credit was at length so much reduced that Pirie and Maffei both announced to their readers that they had not referred in their works to the pretended writers of Annyiee. Yet to the present hour these presumed forgeries are not always given up. The problem remains unsolved, and the silence of the respectable Annyiee in regard to the forgery, as well as what he affirmed when alive, leave us in doubt whether he really intended to laugh at the world by these fairy tales of the giants of antiquity. Sanchoniathon, as preserved by Eusebius, may be classed among these ancient writings or forgeries, and has been equally rejected and defended. Another literary forgery, supposed to have been grafted on those of Annyiee, involved the Ingirami family. It was by digging in their grounds that they discovered a number of Etruscan antiquities, consisting of inscriptions, and also fragments of a chronicle, pretended to have been composed 60 years before the vulgar era. The characters on the marbles were the ancient Etruscan, and the historical work tended to confirm the pretended discoveries of Annyiee. They were collected and enshrined in a magnificent folio by Curtius Ingirami, who, a few years after, published a quarto volume exceeding 1,000 pages to support their authenticity. Notwithstanding the erudition of the forger, these monuments of antiquity betrayed their modern condiment. Footnote. A forgery of a similar character has been recently effected in the débris of the Chapelle Saint-Éloi, Département de l'Eure, France, where many inscriptions connected with the early history of France were exhumed, which a deputation of antiquaries convened to examine their authenticity have since pronounced to be forgeries. End of footnote. There were unsealed letters which no one knew, but these were said to be undiscovered ancient Etruscan characters. It was more difficult to defend the small italic letters, for they were not used in the age assigned to them. Besides that, there were dots on the letter I, a custom not practised till the 11th century. The style was copied from the Latin of the Psalms and the Breviary, but Inghirami discovered that there had been an intercourse between the Etruscans and the Hebrews, and that David had imitated the writings of Noah and his descendants. Of Noah, the chronicle details speeches and anecdotes. The Romans, who have preserved so much of the Etruscans, had not, however, noticed a single fact recorded in these Etruscan antiquities. Inghirami replied that the manuscript was the work of the secretary of the College of the Etrurian Augurs, who alone was permitted to draw his materials from the archives, and who, it would seem, was the only scribe who has favoured posterity with so much secret history. It was urged in favour of the authenticity of these Etruscan monuments that Inghirami was so young an antiquary at the time of the discovery that he could not even explain them, and that when fresh researches were made on the spot, other similar monuments were also disinterred, where evidently they had long lain. The whole affair, however contrived, was confined to the Inghirami family. One of them, half a century before, had been the librarian of the Vatican, and to him is ascribed the honour of the forgeries, which he buried where he was sure they would be found. This, however, is a mere conjecture. Inghirami, who published and defended their authenticity, was not concerned in their fabrication. The design was probably merely to raise the antiquity of Volaterra, the family estate of the Inghirami; and for this purpose one of its learned branches had bequeathed his posterity a collection of spurious historical monuments, which tended to overturn all received ideas on the first ages of history. Footnote. The volume of these pretended antiquities is entitled Etruscarum Antiquitatem Fragmento Faux Franc, 1637. That which Inghirami published to defend their authenticity is in Italian, Discorso sopra l'opposizioni fatte all'antichità toscane, quarto Firenze, 1645. End of footnote. It was probably such impostures, and those of false decretals of Isidore, which were forged for the maintenance of the papal supremacy, and for 800 years formed the fundamental basis of the canon law, the discipline of the church, and even the faith of Christianity, which led to the monstrous Pyrrhonism of Father Hardouin, who with immense erudition had persuaded himself that, excepting the Bible and Homer, Herodotus, Plautus, Pliny the Elder, with fragments of Cicero, Virgil, and Horace, all the remains of classical literature were forgeries of the 13th and 14th centuries. In 2 dissertations he imagined that he had proved that the Aeneid was not written by Virgil, nor the Odes of Horace by that poet. Hardouin was one of those wrong-headed men who, once having fallen into a delusion, whatever afterwards occurs to them on their favourite subject only tends to strengthen it. He died in his own faith. He seems not to have been aware that by ascribing such prodigal inventions as Plutarch, Thucydides, Livy, Tacitus, and other historians to the men he did, he was raising up an unparalleled age of learning and genius, when monks could only write meagre chronicles, while learning and genius themselves lay in an enchanted slumber with a suspension of all their vital powers. There are numerous instances of the forgeries of smaller documents. The prayer book of Columbus, presented to him by the Pope, which the great discoverer of a new world bequeathed to the Genoese Republic, has a codicil in his own writing, as one of the leaves testifies, but as volumes composed against its authenticity deny. The famous description in Petrarch's Virgil, so often quoted, of his first rencontre with Laura in the church of St. Clair on a Good Friday, 6th April 1327, it has been recently attempted to be shown is a forgery. By calculation, it appears that the 6th April 1327 fell on a Monday. The Good Friday seems to have been a blunder of the manufacturer of the note. He was entrapped by reading the second sonnet, as it appears in the printed editions. Era il giorno chalso si scolerana per la pietà del suo fattore il re. It was on the day when the rays of the sun were obscured by compassion for his Maker. The forger imagined this description alluded to Good Friday and the eclipse at the crucifixion. But how stands the passage in the manuscript in the Imperial Library of Vienna, which Abbe Costeng has found? Era il giorno chalso di colorero, parve la pietà da suo fattore e re, quand'io fu presso e non mi guardai, che ben vosti occhi dentro mi legaro. It was on the day that I was captivated, devotion for its Maker appeared in the rays of a brilliant sun, and I did not well consider that it was your eyes that enchained me. The first meeting, according to the Abbé Costeng, was not in a church, but in a meadow, as appears by the 91st sonnet. The Laura of Sade was not the Laura of Petrarch, but Laura de Beau, unmarried, and who died young, residing in the vicinity of Vaucluse. Petrarch had often viewed her from his own window, and often enjoyed her society amidst her family. Footnote. I draw this information from a little New Year's gift which my learned friend, the Rev. S. Weston, presented to his friends in 1822, entitled A Visit to Vaucluse, accompanied by a supplement. He derives his account apparently from a curious publication of l'Abbé Costeng de Pusigny d'Avignon, which I, with other inquirers, have not been able to procure, but which it is absolutely necessary to examine before we can decide on the very curious but unsatisfactory accounts we have hitherto possessed of the Laura of Petrarch. End of footnote. If the Abbé Costeng's discovery be confirmed, the good name of Petrarch is freed from the idle romantic passion for a married woman. It would be curious if the famous story of the first meeting with Laura in the church of St. Clair originated in the blunder of the forger's misconception of a passage which was incorrectly printed, as appears by existing manuscripts. Literary forgeries have been introduced into bibliography, dates have been altered, fictitious titles affixed, and books have been reprinted either to leave out or to interpolate whole passages. I forbear entering minutely into this part of the history of literary forgery, for this article has already grown voluminous. When we discover, however, that one of the most magnificent of amateurs and one of the most critical of bibliographers were concerned in a forgery of this nature, it may be useful to spread an alarm among collectors. The Duc de la Vallière and the Abbé de Saint-Léger once concerted together to supply the eager purchaser of literary rarities with a copy of De Tribus Impostoribus, a book by the date pretended to have been printed in 1598, though probably a modern forgery of 1698. The title of such a work had long existed by rumour, but never was a copy seen by a man. Works printed with this title have all been proved to be modern fabrications. A copy, however, of the introuvable original was sold at the Duc de la Vallière's sale. The history of this volume is curious. The Duke and the Abbé, having manufactured a text, had it printed in the old Gothic character, under the title De Tribus Impostoribus. They proposed to put the great bibliopolist De Bure in good humour, whose agency would sanction the imposture. They were afterwards to dole out copies at 25 louis each, which would have been a reasonable price for a book which no one ever saw. They invited De Bure to dinner, flattered and cajoled him, and, as they imagined, at a moment they had wound him up to their pitch, they exhibited their manufacture. The keen-eyed glance of the renowned cataloguer of the Bibliographie Instructive instantly shot like lightning over it, and like lightning destroyed the whole edition. He not only discovered the forgery, but reprobated it. He refused his sanction, and the forging Duke and Abbé, in confusion, suppressed the livre introuvable, but they owed a grudge to the honest bibliographer, and attempted to write down the work whence the debuters derived their fame. Among the extraordinary literary impostors of our age, if we except Lauder, who, detected by the ethereal pen of Bishop Douglas, lived to make his public recantation of his audacious forgeries, and Chatterton, who has buried his inexplicable story in his own grave, a tale which seems but half told, we must place a man well known in the literary world under the assumed name of George Psalmanazar. He composed his autobiography as the penance of contrition, not to be published till he was no more, when all human motives have ceased which might cause his veracity to be suspected. The life is tedious, but I have curiously traced the progress of the mind in an ingenious imposture, which is worth preservation. The present literary forgery consisted of personating a converted islander of Formosa, a place then little known but by the reports of the Jesuits, and constructing a language and a history of a new people and a new religion entirely of his own invention. This man was evidently a native of the south of France, educated in some provincial college of the Jesuits, where he had heard much of their discoveries of Japan. He had looked over their maps and listened to their comments. He forgot the manner in which the Japanese wrote, but supposed, like Orientalists, they wrote from the right to the left, which he found difficult to manage. He set about excogitating an alphabet, but actually forgot to give names to his letters, which afterwards baffled him before literary men. He fell into gross blunders, having inadvertently affirmed that the Formosans sacrificed 18,000 male infants annually. He persisted in not lessening the number. It was proved to be an impossibility in so small an island, without occasioning a depopulation. He had made it a principle in this imposture never to vary when he had once said a thing. All this was projected in haste, fearful of detection by those about him. He was himself surprised at this facility of invention, and the progress of his forgery. He had formed an alphabet, a considerable portion of a new language, a grammar, a new division of the year into 20 months, and a new religion. He had accustomed himself to write his language, but being an inexpert writer, with the unusual way of writing backwards, he found this so difficult that he was compelled to change the complicated forms of some of his letters. He now finally quitted his home, assuming the character of a Formosan convert, who had been educated by the Jesuits. He was then in his 15th or 16th year. To support his new character, he practised some religious mummeries. He was seen worshipping the rising and setting sun. He made a prayer book with rude drawings of the sun, moon, and stars, to which he added some gibberish, prose and verse, written in his invented character, muttering or chanting it as the humour took him. His custom of eating raw flesh seemed to assist his deception more than the sun and the moon. In a garrison at Sluys, he found a Scotch regiment in the Dutch pay. The commander had the curiosity to invite our Formosan to confer with Innes, the chaplain to his regiment. This Innes was probably the chief cause of the imposture being carried to the extent it afterwards reached. Innes was a clergyman, but a disgrace to his cloth. As soon as he fixed his eye on our Formosan, he hit on a project. It was nothing less than to make Psalmanazar the ladder of his own ambition, and the stepping place for him to climb up to a good living. Innes was a worthless character, as afterwards appeared, when by an audacious imposition Innes practised on the Bishop of London, he avowed himself to be the author of an anonymous work entitled A Modest Inquiry after Moral Virtue. For this he obtained a good living in Essex. The real author, a poor Scotch clergyman, obliged him afterwards to disclaim the work in print, and to pay him the profit of the edition which Innes had made. He lost his character, and retired to the solitude of his living, if not penitent, at least mortified. Such a character was exactly adapted to become the foster father of imposture. Innes courted the Formosan and easily won on the adventurer who had hitherto in vain sought for a patron. Meanwhile, no time was lost by Innes to inform the unsuspicious and generous Bishop of London of the prize he possessed. To convert the Formosan was his ostensible pretext; to procure preferment his concealed motive. It is curious enough to observe that the ardour of conversion died away in Innes, and the most marked neglect of his convert prevailed, while the answer of the bishop was protracted or doubtful. He had at first proposed to our Formosan impostor to procure his discharge, and convey him to England. This was eagerly consented to by our pliant adventurer. A few Dutch schellings and fair words kept him in good humour, but no letter coming from the bishop, there were fewer words, and not a stiver. This threw a new light over the character of Innes to the inexperienced youth. Psalmanazar sagaciously now turned all his attention to some Dutch ministers. Innes grew jealous lest they should pluck the bird which he had already in his net. He resolved to baptize the impostor, which only the more convinced Psalmanazar that Innes was one himself. For before this time Innes had practised a stratagem on him, which had clearly shown what sort of a man his Formosan was. This stratagem was this: he made him translate a passage in Cicero of some length into his pretended language, and give it him in writing. This was easily done, by Psalmanazar's facility of inventing characters. After Innes had made him construe it, he desired to have another version of it on another paper. The proposal and the arch manner of making it threw our impostor into the most visible confusion. He had had but a short time to invent the first paper, less to recollect it, so that in the second transcript not above half the words were to be found which existed in the first. Innes assumed a solemn air, and Psalmanazar was on the point of throwing himself on his mercy, but Innes did not wish to unmask the impostor; he was rather desirous of fitting the mask closer to his face. Psalmanazar, in this hard trial, had given evidence of uncommon facility, combined with a singular memory. Innes cleared his brow, smiled with a friendly look, and only hinted in a distant manner that he ought to be careful to be better provided for the future. An advice which Psalmanazar afterwards bore in mind, and at length produced the forgery of an entire new language, and which he remarkably observes: "By what I have tried since I came into England, I cannot say but I could have compassed it with less difficulty than can be conceived had I applied closely to it." When a version of the Catechism was made into the pretended Formosan language, which was submitted to the judgment of the first scholars, it appeared to them grammatical, and was pronounced to be a real language, from the circumstance that it resembled no other, and they could not conceive that a stripling could be the inventor of a language. If the reader is curious to examine this extraordinary imposture, I refer him to that literary curiosity, an historical and geographical description of Formosa, with accounts of the religion, customs, and manners of the inhabitants, by George Psalmanazar, a native of the said isle, 1704. With numerous plates, wretched inventions, of their dress, religious ceremonies, their tabernacle and altars to the sun, the moon, and the 10 stars, their architecture, the viceroy's castle, a temple, a city house, a countryman's house, and the Formosan alphabet. In his conferences before the Royal Society with a Jesuit just returned from China, the Jesuit had certain strong suspicions that our hero was an impostor. The good father remained obstinate in his own conviction, but could not satisfactorily communicate it to others. And Psalmanazar, after politely asking pardon for the expression, complains of the Jesuit that he lied most impudently, mentitur impudentissime. Dr. Mead absurdly insisted Psalmanazar was a Dutchman or a German. Some thought him a Jesuit in disguise, a tool of the non-jurors. The Catholics thought him bribed by the Protestants to expose their church; the Presbyterians that he was paid to explode their doctrine, and cry up episcopacy. This fabulous history of Formosa seems to have been projected by his artful prompter Innes, who put Verenius into Salmanazar's hands to assist him, trumpeted forth in the domestic and foreign papers an account of this converted Formosan, maddened the booksellers to hurry the author, who was scarcely allowed 2 months to produce this extraordinary volume, and as the former accounts which the public possessed of this island were full of monstrous absurdities and contradictions, these assisted the present imposture. Our forger resolved not to describe new and surprising things as they had done, but rather studied to clash with them, probably that he might have an opportunity of pretending to correct them. The first edition was immediately sold. The world was more divided than ever in opinion. In a second edition he prefixed a vindication. The unhappy forger got about 20 guineas for an imposture whose delusion spread far and wide. Some years afterwards Salmanazar was engaged in a minor imposture. One man had persuaded him to father a white composition called the Formosan Japan, which was to be sold at a high price. It was curious for its whiteness, but it had its faults. The project failed, and Salmanazar considered the miscarriage of the white Formosan Japan as a providential warning to repent of all his impostures of Formosa. Among these literary forgeries may be classed several ingenious ones fabricated for a political purpose. We have certainly numerous ones during our civil wars in the reign of Charles I. This is not the place to continue the controversy respecting the mysterious icon Basilicae, which has been ranked among them from the ambiguous claim of Gauden. Footnote. The question has been discussed with great critical acumen by Dr. Wordsworth. End of footnote. A recent writer, who would probably incline not to leave the monarch were he living, not only his head, but the little fame he might obtain by the verses said to be written by him at Carisbrooke Castle, would deprive him also of these. Henderson's deathbed recantation is also reckoned among them, and we have a large collection of letters of Sir Henry Martin to his Lady of Delight, which were the satirical effusions of a wit of that day, but by the price they have obtained are probably considered as genuine ones, and exhibit an amusing picture of his loose rambling life. Footnote. Since this was published, I have discovered that Harry Martin's letters are not forgeries, but I cannot immediately recover my authority. End of footnote. There is a ludicrous speech of the strange Earl of Pembroke, which was forged by the inimitable butler, Sir John Birkenhead, a great humorist and wit, had a busy pen in these spurious letters and speeches. Footnote. One of the most amusing of these tricks was perpetrated on William Prynne, the well-known puritanic hater of the stage, by some witty cavalier. Prynne's great work, Historiomastix, the Player's Scourge, or Actor's Tragedy, an immense quarto of 1100 pages, was a complete condemnation of all theatrical amusements. But in 1649 appeared a tract of 4 leaves entitled Mr. William Prynne, His Defence of Stage Plays, or a retract of a former book of his called Historiomastix. It must have astonished many readers in his own day, and would have passed for his work in more modern times, but for the accidental preservation of a single copy of a handbill Prynne published disclaiming the whole thing. His style is most amusingly imitated throughout, and his great love for quoting authorities in his margin. He is made to complain that this wicked and tyrannical army did lately in a most inhumane, cruel, rough, and barbarous manner take away the poor players from their houses, being met there to discharge the duty of their callings, as if this army were fully bent, and most traitorously and maliciously set, to put down and depress all the king's friends, not only in the Parliament, but in the very theatres. They have no care of covenant or anything else. And he is further made to declare, in spite of what the malicious, clamorous, and obstreperous people may object, that he once wrote against stage plays, that it was when I had not so clear a light as now I have. We can fancy the amusement this pamphlet must have been to many readers during the great Civil War. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. Of Literary Filchers. An honest historian at times will have to inflict severe stroke on his favorites. This has fallen to my lot, for in the course of my researches I have to record that we have both forgers and purloiners, as well as other more obvious impostors, in the Republic of Letters. The present article descends to relate anecdotes of some contrivances to possess our literary curiosities by other means than by purchase, and the only apology which can be alleged for the splendida peccata, as St. Austin calls the virtues of the heathen, of the present innocent criminals, is their excessive passion for literature, and otherwise the respectability of their names. According to Gross's Classical Dictionary of the Vulgar Tongue, we have had celebrated collectors, both in the learned and vulgar idioms. But one of them, who had some reasons to be tender on this point, distinguished this mode of completing his collections, not by book-stealing, but by book-coveting. On some occasions, in mercy, we must allow of softening names. Were not the Spartans allowed to steal from one another, and the bunglers only punished? It is said that Pinelli made occasional additions to his literary treasures, sometimes by his skill in an art which lay much more in the hand than in the head. However, as Pinelli never stirred out of his native city but once in his lifetime, when the plague drove him from home, his field of action was so restricted that we can hardly conclude that he could have been so great an enterpriser in this way. No one can have lost their character by this sort of exercise in a confined circle, and be allowed to prosper. A light-fingered Mercury would hardly haunt the same spot. However, this is as it may be. It is probable that we owe to this species of accumulation many precious manuscripts in the Cottonian collection. It appears by the manuscript notebook of Sir Nicholas Hyde, Chief Justice of the King's Bench, from the 2nd to the 7th year of Charles I, that Sir Robert Cotton had in his library records, evidences, ledger books, original letters, and other state papers belonging to the King. For the Attorney General of that time, to prove this, showed a copy of the pardon which Sir Robert had obtained from King James for embezzling records, etc. Footnote: Lansdowne, Manuscript 888, in the former printed catalogue, Article 79. End of footnote. Gough has more than insinuated that Rawlinson and his friend Umfreville, lie under very strong suspicions, and he asserts that the collector of the Wilton treasures made as free as Dr. Willis with his friend's coins. Footnote: Coins are the most dangerous things which can be exhibited to a professed collector. One of the fraternity, who died but a few years since, absolutely kept a record of his pilferings. He succeeded in improving his collection by attending sales also, and changing his own coins for others in better preservation. End of footnote. But he has also put forth a declaration relating to Bishop Moore, the famous collector, that, the bishop collected his library by plundering those of the clergy in his diocese. Some he paid with sermons or more modern books, others, less civilly, only with a quid illiterate cum libris. This plundering then consisted rather of cajoling others out of what they knew not how to value, and this is an advantage which every skilful lover of books must enjoy over those whose apprenticeship has not expired. I have myself been plundered by a very dear friend of some such literary curiosities, in the days of my innocence, and of his precocity of knowledge. However, it does appear that Bishop Moore did actually lay violent hands in his snug corner on some irresistible little charmer, which we gather from a precaution adopted by a friend of the bishop, who one day was found busy in hiding his rarest books, and locking up as many as he could. On being asked the reason of this odd occupation, the bibliopolist ingeniously replied, quote, "The Bishop of Ely dines with me today." End quote. This fact is quite clear, and here is another as indisputable. Sir Robert Saville, writing to Sir Robert Cotton, appointing an interview with the founder of the Bodleian Library, cautions Sir Robert that, quote, "if he held any book so dear as that he would be loath to lose it, he should not let Sir Thomas out of his sight, but set the book aside beforehand." End quote. A surprising detection of this nature has been revealed in a secret piece of history by Amelot de la Houssaye, which terminated in very important political consequences. He assures us that the personal dislike which Pope Innocent X bore to the French had originated in his youth, when cardinal, from having been detected in the library of an eminent French collector, of having purloined a most rare volume. The delirium of a collector's rage overcame even French politis. The Frenchman not only openly accused his illustrious culprit, but was resolved that he should not quit the library without replacing the precious volume. From accusation and denial, both resolved to try their strength. But in this literary wrestling match, the book dropped out of the cardinal's robes, and from that day he hated the French, at least their more curious collectors. Even an author on his dying bed, at those awful moments, should a collector be by his side, may not be considered secure from his too curious hands. Sir William Dugdale possessed the minutes of King James's life, written by Camden, till within a fortnight of his death, as also Camden's own life, which he had from Hacket, the author of the folio life of Bishop Williams, who, adds Aubrey, quote, "did filch it from Mr. Camden as he lay a-dying." End quote. He afterwards corrects his information by the name of Dr. Thorndyke, which, however, equally answers our purpose, to prove that even dying authors may dread such collectors. The medalists have, I suspect, been more predatory than those subtractors of our literary treasures, not only from the facility of their conveyance, but from a peculiar contrivance, which of all things which admit of being secretly purloined, can only be practised in this department. For they can steal, and no human hand can search them with any possibility of detection. They can pick a cabinet and swallow the curious things, and transport them with perfect safety, to be digested at their leisure. An adventure of this kind happened to Baron Stosh, the famous antiquary. It was in looking over the gems of the royal cabinet of medals that the keeper perceived the loss of one. His place, his pension, and his reputation were at stake, and he insisted that Baron Stosh should be most minutely examined. In this dilemma, forced to confession, this erudite collector assured the keeper of the royal cabinet that the strictest search would not avail. Quote, "Alas, sir, I have it here within," end quote, he said, pointing to his breast. An emetic was suggested by the learned practitioner himself, probably from some former experiment. This was not the first time that such a natural cabinet had been invented. The antiquary, valiant, when attacked at sea by an Algerine, zealously swallowed a whole series of Syrian kings. When he landed at Lyons, groaning with his concealed treasure, he hastened to his friend, his physician, and his brother antiquary Dufour, who at first was only anxious to inquire of his patient whether the medals were of the higher empire. Vaillant showed 2 or 3 of which nature had kindly relieved him. A collection of medals was left to the city of Exeter, and the donor accompanied the bequest by a clause in his will, that should a certain antiquary, his old friend and rival, be desirous of examining the coins, he should be watched by 2 persons, one on each side. Le Croix informs us in his life that the learned Charles Patten, who has written a work on medals, was one of the present race of collectors. Patten offered the curators of the public library at Basel to draw up a catalogue of the cabinet of amberback there preserved, containing a good number of medals, but they would have been more numerous had the catalogue writer not diminished both them and his labour by sequestering some of the most rare, which were not discovered till this plunderer of antiquity was far out of their reach. When Gough touched on this odd subject in his first edition of his British Topography, an academic in the Gentleman's Magazine for August 1772 insinuated that this charge of literary pilfering was only a jocular one, on which Gough, in his second edition, observed that this was not the case, and that, "one might point out enough light-fingered antiquaries in the present age to render such a charge extremely probable against earlier ones." The most extraordinary part of this slight history is, that our public denouncer some time after proved himself to be one of those "light-fingered antiquaries." The deed itself, however, was more singular than disgraceful. At the disinterment of the remains of Edward I., around which 30 years ago assembled our most erudite antiquaries, Gough was observed, as Steevens used to relate, in a wrapping great coat of unusual dimensions, that witty and malicious Puck, so capable himself of inventing mischief, easily suspected others, and divided his glance as much on the living piece of antiquity as on the elder. In the act of closing up the relics of royalty, there was found wanting an entire forefinger of Edward I., and as the body was perfect when opened, a murmur of dissatisfaction was spreading, when Puck directed their attention to the great antiquary in the watchman's great coat, from whence too surely was extracted Edward the First's great forefinger, so that the light-fingered antiquary was recognized 10 years after he denounced the race, when he came to try his hand. Footnote: It is probable that the story of Gough's pocketing the forefinger of Edward I. was one of the malicious inventions of George Steevens, after he discovered that the antiquary was among the few admitted to the entombing of the royal corpse. Steevens himself was not there. Sylvanus Urbane, the late respected John Nichols, who must know much more than he cares to record of Puck, has, however, given the following secret history of what he calls "ungentlemanly and unwarrantable attacks" on Gough by Steevens. It seems that Steevens was a collector of the works of Hogarth, and while engaged in forming his collection, wrote an abrupt letter to Gough to obtain from him some early impressions by purchase or exchange. Gough resented the manner of his address by a rough refusal, for it is admitted to have been a peremptory one. Thus arose the implacable vengeance of Steevens, who used to boast that all the mischievous tricks he played on the grave antiquary, who was rarely overkind to anyone, was but a pleasant kind of revenge. End of section 37. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 39 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli, of Lord Bacon at Home. The history of Lord Bacon would be that of the intellectual faculties, and a theme so worthy of the philosophical biographer remains yet to be written. The personal narrative of this master genius or inventor must for ever be separated from the scala intellectus he was perpetually ascending; and the domestic history of this creative mind must be consigned to the most humiliating chapter in the volume of human life, a chapter already sufficiently enlarged, and which has irrefutably proved how the greatest minds are not freed from the infirmities of the most vulgar. The parent of our philosophy is now to be considered in a new light, one which others do not appear to have observed. My researches into contemporary notices of Bacon have often convinced me that his philosophical works, in his own days and among his own countrymen, were not only not comprehended, but often ridiculed, and sometimes reprobated; that they were the occasion of many slights and mortifications which this depreciated man endured; but that from a very early period in his life, to that last record of his feelings which appears in his will, this servant of posterity, as he prophetically called himself, sustained his mighty spirit with the confidence of his own posthumous greatness. Bacon cast his views through the maturity of ages, and perhaps amidst the sceptics and the rejectors of his plans may have felt at times all that idolatry of fame which has now consecrated his philosophical works. At college Bacon discovered how that scrap of Grecian knowledge, the peripatetic philosophy, and the scholastic babble could not serve the ends and purposes of knowledge; that syllogisms were not things, and that a new logic might teach us to invent and judge by induction. He found that theories were to be built upon experiments. When a young man abroad, he began to make those observations on nature, which afterwards led on to the foundations of the new philosophy. At 16 he philosophized; at 26 he had framed his system into some form; and after 40 years of continued labours, unfinished to his last hour, he left behind him sufficient to found the great philosophical Reformation. On his entrance into active life, study was not, however, his prime object. With his fortune to make, his court connections, and his father's example opened a path for ambition. He chose the practice of common law as his means, while his inclinations were looking upwards to political affairs as his end. A passion for study, however, had strongly marked him. He had read much more than was required in his professional character, and this circumstance excited the mean jealousies of the minister Cecil and the attorney general Coke. Both were mere practical men of business, whose narrow conceptions and whose stubborn habits assume that whenever a man acquires much knowledge foreign to his profession, he will know less of professional knowledge than he ought. These men of strong minds, yet limited capacities, hold in contempt all studies alien to their habits. Bacon early aspired to the situation of Solicitor General. The court of Elizabeth was divided into factions. Bacon adopted the interests of the generous Essex, which were inimical to the party of Cecil. The queen, from his boyhood, was delighted by conversing with her young Lord Keeper, as she early distinguished the precocious gravity and the ingenious turn of mind of the future philosopher. It was unquestionably to attract her favour that Bacon presented to the queen his Maxims and Elements of the Common Law, not published till after his death. Elizabeth suffered her minister to form her opinions on the legal character of Bacon. It was alleged that Bacon was addicted to more general pursuits than law, and the miscellaneous books which he was known to have read confirmed the accusation. This was urged as a reason why the post of Solicitor General should not be conferred on a man of speculation, more likely to distract than to direct her affairs. Elizabeth, in the height of that political prudence which marked her character, was swayed by the vulgar notion of Cecil, and believed that Bacon, who afterwards filled the situation both of Solicitor General and Lord Chancellor, was a man rather of show than of depth. We have recently been told by a great lawyer that Bacon was a master. On the accession of James I., when Bacon still found the same party obstructing his political advancement, he appears in some momentary fit of disgust to have meditated on a retreat into a foreign country, a circumstance which has happened to several of our men of genius during a fever of solitary indignation. He was for some time thrown out of the sunshine of life, but he found its shade more fitted for contemplation, and unquestionably philosophy was benefited by his solitude at Gray's Inn. His hand was always on his work, and better thoughts will find an easy entrance into the mind of those who feed on their thoughts and live amidst their reveries. In a letter on this occasion he writes, "My ambition now I shall only put upon my pen, whereby I shall be able to maintain memory and merit of the times succeeding." And many years after, when he had finally quitted public life, he told the king, "I would live to study, and not study to live. Yet I am prepared for date obolum Belisario, and I that have borne a bag can bear a wallet." Ever were the times succeeding in his mind. In that delightful Latin letter to Father Fulgentio, where with the simplicity of true grandeur he takes a view of all his works, and in which he describes himself as one who served posterity in communicating his past and his future designs, he adds that they require some ages for the ripening of them. There, while he despairs of finishing what was intended for the sixth part of his Instauration, how nobly he despairs! Of the perfecting this I have cast away all hopes, but in future ages perhaps the design may bud again. And he concludes by avowing that the zeal and constancy of his mind in the great design, after so many years, had never become cold and indifferent. He remembers how 40 years ago he had composed a juvenile work about those things, which with confidence, but with too pompous a title, he had called Temporis Partus Maximus, the great birth of time. Besides the public dedication of his Novum Organum to James I., he accompanied it with a private letter. He wishes the king's favour to the work, which he accounts as much as 100 years' time; for he adds, "I am persuaded the work will gain upon men's minds in ages." In his last will appears his remarkable legacy of fame: "My name and memory I leave to foreign nations, and to mine own countrymen after some time be passed over." Time seemed always personated in the imagination of our philosopher, and with time he wrestled with a consciousness of triumph. I shall now bring forward sufficient evidence to prove how little Bacon was understood, and how much he was even despised in his philosophical character. In those prescient views by which the genius of Verulam has often anticipated the institutions and the discoveries of succeeding times, there was one important object which even his foresight does not appear to have contemplated. Lord Bacon did not foresee that the English language would one day be capable of embalming all that philosophy can discover, or poetry can invent; that his country would at length possess a national literature of its own, and that it would exult in classical compositions which might be appreciated with the finest models of antiquity. His taste was far unequal to his invention. So little did he esteem the language of his country, that his favourite works are composed in Latin; and he was anxious to have what he had written in English preserved in that universal language, which may last as long as books last. It would have surprised Bacon to have been told that the most learned men in Europe have studied English authors to learn to think and to write. Our philosopher was surely somewhat mortified when in his dedication of the Essays he observed that Of all my other works, my essays have been the most current, for that, as it seems, they come home to men's business and bosoms. It is too much to hope to find in a vast and profound inventor a writer also who bestows immortality on his language. The English language is the only object in his great survey of art and of nature which owes nothing of its excellence to the genius of Bacon. He had reason, indeed, to be mortified at the reception of his philosophical works, and Dr. Rawley, even some years after the death of his illustrious master, had occasion to observe that his fame is greater and sounds louder in foreign parts abroad than at home in his own nation; thereby verifying that divine sentence, a prophet is not without honour, save in his own country and in his own house. Even the men of genius, who ought to have comprehended this new source of knowledge thus open to them, reluctantly entered into it, so repugnant are we suddenly to give up ancient errors which time and habit have made a part of ourselves. Harvey, who himself experienced the sluggish obstinacy of the learned, which repelled a great but a novel discovery, could, however, in his turn deride the amazing novelty of Bacon's Novum Organum. Harvey said to Aubrey that Bacon was no great philosopher; he writes philosophy like a Lord Chancellor. It has been suggested to me that Bacon's philosophical writings have been much overrated. His experimental philosophy from the era in which they were produced must be necessarily defective. The time he gave to them could only have been had at spare hours; but like the great prophet on the Mount, Bacon was doomed to view the land afar, which he himself could never enter. Bacon found but small encouragement for his new learning among the most eminent scholars, to whom he had submitted his early discoveries. A very copious letter by Sir Thomas Bodley, on Bacon's desiring him to return the manuscript of the Cogitata et Visa, some portion of the Novum Organum, has come down to us. It is replete with objections to the new philosophy. "I am one of that crew," says Sir Thomas, "that say we possess a far greater holdfast of certainty in the sciences than you will seem to acknowledge." He gives a hint, too, that Solomon complained of the infinite making of books in his time; that all Bacon delivers is only by averment, without other force of argument, to disclaim all our axioms, maxims, &c., left by tradition from our elders unto us, which have passed all probations of the sharpest wits that ever were. And he concludes that the end of all Bacon's philosophy, by afresh creating new principles of sciences, would be to be dispossessed of the learning we have; and he fears that it would require as many ages as have marched before us that knowledge should be perfectly achieved. Bodley truly compares himself to the carrier's horse, which cannot blanch the beaten way in which I was trained. Bacon did not lose heart by the timidity of the carrier's horse. A smart vivacious note in return shows his quick apprehension. "As I am going to my house in the country, I shall want my papers, which I beg you therefore to return. You are slothful, and you help me nothing; so that I am half in conceit, you affect not the argument. For myself, I know well you love and affect. I can say no more, but non canimus surdis respondent omnia sylvi. If you be not of the lodgings chalked up, whereof I speak in my preface, I am but to pass by your door. But if I had you a fortnight at Gorhambury, I would make you tell another tale, or else I would add a cogitation against libraries, and be revenged on you that way." A keen but playful retort of a great author, too conscious of his own views to be angry with his critic. The singular phrase of the lodgings chalked up is a sarcasm explained by this passage in the advancement of learning. As Alexander Borgia was wont to say of the expedition of the French for Naples, that they came with chalk in their hands to mark up their lodgings, and not with weapons to fight; so I like better that entry of truth that cometh peaceably with chalk to mark up those minds which are capable to lodge and harbour it, than that which cometh with pugnacity and contention. Footnote. I have been favored with this apt illustration by an anonymous communicator who dates from the London University. I request him to accept my grateful acknowledgments. End of footnote. The threatened agitation against libraries must have caused Bodley's cheek to tingle. Let us now turn from the scholastic to the men of the world, and we shall see what sort of notion these critics entertained of the philosophy of Bacon. Chamberlain writes, "This week the Lord Chancellor hath set forth his new work, called Instauratio Magna, or a kind of Novum Organum of all philosophy. In sending it to the king, he wrote that he wished his majesty might be so long in reading it as he hath been in composing and polishing it, which is well near 30 years. I have read no more than the bare title, and am not greatly encouraged by Mr. Cuff's judgment." Footnote. Henry Cuff, secretary to Robert Earl of Essex, and executed, being concerned in his treason, a man noted for his classical acquirements and his genius, who perished early in life. End of footnote. Who, having long since perused it, gave this censure, that a fool could not have written such a work, and a wise man would not. A month or two afterwards, we find that the king cannot forbear sometimes in reading the Lord Chancellor's last book to say that it is like the peace of God that surpasseth all understanding. 2 years afterwards, the same letter writer proceeds with another literary paragraph about Bacon. "This lord busies himself altogether about books, and hath set out 2 lately, Historia Ventorum and De Vita et Morte, with promise of more. I have yet seen neither of them, because I have not leisure. But if the Life of Henry VIII, the 7th, which they say he is about, might come out after his own manner, meaning his moral essays, I should find time and means enough to read it." When this history made its appearance, the same writer observes, "My Lord Verulam's History of Henry VII is come forth. I have not read much of it, but they say it is a very pretty book." Footnote. Chamberlain adds the price of this moderate sized folio, which was 6s. It would be worth the while of some literary student to note the prices of our earlier books, which are often found written upon them by their original possessor. A rare tract, first purchased for 2d., has often realized 4 guineas or more in modern days. End of footnote. Bacon, in his vast survey of human knowledge, included even its humbler provinces, and condescended to form a collection of apothegms. His lordship regretted the loss of a collection made by Julius Caesar, while Plutarch indiscriminately drew much of the dregs. The wits, who could not always comprehend his plans, ridiculed the sage. I shall now quote a contemporary poet, whose works, for by their size they may assume that distinction, were never published. A Dr. Andrews wasted a sportive pen on fugitive events; but though not always deficient in humour and wit, such is the freedom of his writings, that they will not often admit of quotation. The following is indeed but a strange pun on Bacon's title, derived from the town of St. Albans and his collection of apothegms. On Lord Bacon publishing apothegms. When learned Bacon wrote essays, he did deserve and hath the praise; but now he writes his apothegms, surely he dozes or he dreams. One said St. Albans now is grown unable, and is in the high road way to Dunstable, that is, Dunce table. To the close of his days were Lord Bacon's philosophical pursuits still disregarded and depreciated by ignorance and envy, in the forms of friendship or rivalry. I shall now give a remarkable example. Sir Edward Coke was a mere great lawyer, and, like all such, had a mind so walled in by law knowledge, that in its bounded views it shut out the horizon of the intellectual faculties, and the whole of his philosophy lay in the statutes. In the library at Holkham there will be found a presentation copy of Lord Bacon's Novum Organum, the Instauratio Magna, 1620. It was given to Coke, for it bears the following note on the title page in the writing of Coke: "Edward Coke, ex dono authoris auctori concilium instaurare paris veterum documentus sophorum stare legis justitiamque prius. The verses not only reprove Bacon for going out of his profession, but must have alluded to his character as a prerogative lawyer, and his corrupt administration of the Chancery. The book was published in October 1620, a few months before his impeachment; and so far one may easily excuse the causticity of Coke. But how he really valued the philosophy of Bacon appears by this: in this first edition there is a device of a ship passing between Hercules's pillars, the plus ultra, the proud exultation of our philosopher. Over this device Coke has written a miserable distich in English, which marks his utter contempt of the philosophical pursuits of his illustrious rival. This ship, passing beyond the columns of Hercules, he sarcastically conceits as the ship of fools, the famous satire of the German Sebastian Brandt, translated by Alexander Barclay. It deserveth not to be read in schools, but to be freighted in the ship of fools. Such, then, was the fate of Lord Bacon, a history not written by his biographers, but which may serve as a comment on that obscure passage dropped from the pen of his chaplain, and already quoted, that he was more valued abroad than at home. End of Section 39.
Section 40 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. Secret History of the Death of Queen Elizabeth. It is an extraordinary circumstance in our history that the succession to the English dominion, in two remarkable cases, was never settled by the possessors of the throne themselves during their lifetime, and that there is every reason to believe that this mighty transfer of three kingdoms became the sole act of their ministers, who considered the succession merely as a state expedient. Two of our most able sovereigns found themselves in this predicament, Queen Elizabeth and the Protector Cromwell. Cromwell probably had his reasons not to name his successor. His positive election would have dissatisfied the opposite parties of his government, whom he only ruled while he was able to cajole them. He must have been aware that latterly he had need of conciliating all parties to his usurpation, and was probably as doubtful on his deathbed whom to appoint his successor as at any other period of his reign. Ludlow suspects that Cromwell was so discomposed in body or mind that he could not attend to that matter, and whether he named anyone is to me uncertain. All that we know is the report of the Secretary Thurlow and his chaplains, who, when the Protector lay in his last agonies, suggested to him the propriety of choosing his eldest son, and they tell us that he agreed to this choice. Had Cromwell been in his senses, he would have probably fixed on Henry, the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, rather than on Richard, or possibly had not chosen either of his sons. Elizabeth, from womanish infirmity or from state reasons, could not endure the thoughts of her successor, and long threw into jeopardy the politics of all the cabinets of Europe, each of which had its favourite candidate to support. The legitimate heir to the throne of England was to be the creature of her breath, yet Elizabeth would not speak him into existence. This had, however, often raised the discontents of the nation, and we shall see how it harassed the Queen in her dying hours. It is even suspected that the Queen still retained so much of the woman that she could never overcome her perverse dislike to name a successor, so that, according to this opinion, she died and left the crown to the mercy of a party. This would have been acting unworthy of the magnanimity of her great character. And as it is ascertained that the Queen was very sensible when she lay in a dying state several days before the natural catastrophe occurred, it is difficult to believe that she totally disregarded so important a circumstance. It is, therefore, reasoning a priori, most natural to conclude that the choice of a successor must have occupied her thoughts, as well as the anxieties of her ministers, and that she would not have left the throne in the same unsettled state at her death as she had persevered in during her whole life. How did she express herself when bequeathing the crown to James I, or did she bequeath it at all? In the popular pages of her female historian, Miss Aiken, it is observed that the closing scene of the long and eventful life of Queen Elizabeth was marked by that peculiarity of character and destiny which attended her from the cradle and pursued her to the grave. The last days of Elizabeth were indeed most melancholy. She died a victim of the higher passions, and perhaps as much of grief as of age, refusing all remedies and even nourishment. But in all the published accounts I can nowhere discover how she conducted herself respecting the circumstance of our present inquiry. The most detailed narrative, or as Gray the poet calls it, the Earl of Monmouth's odd account of Queen Elizabeth's death, is the one most deserving notice, and there we find the circumstance of this inquiry introduced. The Queen at that moment was reduced to so sad a state that it is doubtful whether Her Majesty was at all sensible of the inquiries put to her by her ministers respecting the succession. The Earl of Monmouth says, "On Wednesday, the 23rd of March, she grew speechless. That afternoon, by signs, she called for her council, and by putting her hand to her head, when the King of Scots was named to succeed her, they all knew he was the man she desired should reign after her." Such a sign as that of a dying woman putting her hand to her head was, to say the least, a very ambiguous acknowledgment of the right of the Scottish monarch to the English throne. The odd but very naive account of Robert Carey, afterwards Earl of Monmouth, is not furnished with dates nor with the exactness of a diary. Something might have occurred on a preceding day which had not reached him. Camden describes the deathbed scene of Elizabeth. By this authentic writer it appears that she had confided her state secret of the succession to the Lord Admiral, the Earl of Nottingham, and when the Earl found the Queen almost at her extremity, he communicated Her Majesty's secret to the Council, who commissioned the Lord Admiral, the Lord Keeper, and the Secretary to wait on Her Majesty, and acquaint her that they came in the name of the rest to learn her pleasure in reference to the succession. The Queen was then very weak, and answered them with a faint voice that she had already declared that as she held a regal sceptre, so she desired no other than a royal successor. When the secretary requested her to explain herself, the Queen said, "I would have a king succeed me, and who should that be but my nearest kinsman, the King of Scots?" Here this state conversation was put an end to by the interference of the Archbishop, advising Her Majesty to turn her thoughts to God. "Never," she replied, "has my mind wandered from him." An historian of Camden's high integrity would hardly have forged a fiction to please the new monarch, yet Camden has not been referred to on this occasion by the exact Birch, who draws his information from the letters of the French ambassador, Villeroy, information which it appears the English ministers had confided to this ambassador. Nor do we get any distinct ideas from Elizabeth's more recent popular historian, who could only transcribe the account of Carey. He had told us a fact which he could not be mistaken in, that the Queen fell speechless on Wednesday, 23rd of March, on which day, however, she called her council and made that sign with her hand, which, as the lords choose to understand, for ever united the two kingdoms. But the noble editor of Carey's memoirs, the Earl of Cork and Orrery, has observed that the speeches made for Elizabeth on her deathbed are all forged. Echard, Rapin, and a long string of historians make her say faintly, so faintly indeed that it could not possibly be heard, I will that a king succeed me, and who should that be but my nearest kinsman, the King of Scots? A different account of this matter will be found in the following memoirs. She was speechless and almost expiring when the chief councillors of state were called into her bedchamber. As soon as they were perfectly convinced that she could not utter an articulate word, and scarce could hear or understand one, they named the King of Scots to her, a liberty they dared not to have taken if she had been able to speak. She put her hand to her head, which was probably at that time in agonizing pain. The lords, who interpreted her signs just as they pleased, were immediately convinced that the motion of her hand to her head was a declaration of James VI as her successor. What was this but the unanimous interpretation of persons who were adoring the rising sun? This is lively and plausible, but the noble editor did not recollect that the speeches made by Elizabeth on her deathbed, which he deems forgeries, in consequence of the circumstance he had found in Cary's memoirs, originate with Camden, and were only repeated by Rapin and Etchard, etc. I am now to confirm the narrative of the elder historian, as well as the circumstance related by Cary, describing the sign of the Queen a little differently, which happened on Wednesday the 23rd. A hitherto unnoticed document pretends to give a fuller and more circumstantial account of this affair, which commenced on the preceding day, when the Queen retained the power of speech, and it will be confessed that the language here used has all that loftiness and brevity which was the natural style of this Queen. I have discovered a curious document in a manuscript volume formerly in the possession of Pettit, and seemingly in his own handwriting. I do not doubt its authenticity, and it could only have come from some of the illustrious personages who were the actors in that solemn scene, probably from Cecil. This memorandum is entitled, Account of the Last Words of Queen Elizabeth about her Successor. On the Tuesday before her death, being the 23rd of March, the Admiral being on the right side of her bed, the Lord Keeper on the left, and Mr. Secretary Cecil, afterwards Earl of Salisbury, at the bed's feet, all standing, the Lord Admiral put her in mind of her speech concerning the succession had at Whitehall, and that they, in the name of all the rest of her council, came unto her to know her pleasure who should succeed, whereunto she thus replied, I told you my seat had been the seat of kings, and I will have no rascal to succeed me, and who should succeed me but a king? The lords not understanding this dark speech, and looking one on the other, at length Mr. Secretary boldly asked her what she meant by those words that no rascal should succeed her. Whereto she replied that her meaning was that a king should succeed, and who, quoth she, should that be but our cousin of Scotland? They asked her whether that were her absolute resolution, whereto she answered, I pray you trouble me no more, for I will have none but him. With which answer they departed. Notwithstanding, after again, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, being Wednesday, after the Archbishop of Canterbury and other divines had been with her, and left her in a manner speechless, the 3 lords aforesaid repaired unto her again, asking her if she remained in her former resolution, and who should succeed her, but not being able to speak, was asked by Mr. Secretary in this sort, We beseech your Majesty, if you remain in your former resolution, and that you would have the King of Scots to succeed you in your kingdom, show some sign unto us. Whereat, suddenly heaving herself upwards in her bed, and putting her arms out of bed, she held her hands jointly over her head in manner of a crown, whence, as they guessed, she signified that she did not only wish him the kingdom, but desire continuance of his estate. After which they departed, and the next morning she died. Immediately after her death, all the lords, as well of the council as other noblemen that were at the court, came from Richmond to Whitehall by 6 o'clock in the morning, where other noblemen that were in London met them. Touching the succession, after some speeches of divers competitors and matters of state, at length the admiral rehearsed all the aforesaid premises which the late queen had spoken to him, and to the Lord Keeper and Mr. Secretary Cecil, with the manner thereof, which they, being asked, did affirm to be true upon their honour. Such is this singular document of secret history. I cannot but value it as authentic, because the one part is evidently alluded to by Camden, and the other is fully confirmed by Carey, and besides this, the remarkable expression of rascal is found in the letter of the French ambassador. There were 2 interviews with the Queen, and Carey appears only to have noticed the last, on Wednesday, when the Queen lay speechless. Elizabeth all her life had persevered in an obstinate mysteriousness respecting the succession, and it harassed her latest moments. The second interview of her ministers may seem to us quite supernumerary, but Carey's putting her hand to her head too meanly describes the joining her hands in manner of a crown. End of section 40. Section 41 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. James I as a Father and a Husband. Calumnies and sarcasms have reduced the character of James I to contempt among general readers, while the narrative of historians, who have related facts in spite of themselves, is in perpetual contradiction with their own opinions. Perhaps no sovereign has suffered more by that art, which is described by an old Irish proverb of killing a man by lies. The surmises and the insinuations of one party, dissatisfied with the established government in church and state, the misconceptions of more modern writers who have not possessed the requisite knowledge, and the anonymous libels sent forth at a particular period to vilify the Stuarts, all these cannot be treasured up by the philosopher as the authorities of history. It is at least more honorable to resist popular prejudice than to yield to it a passive obedience, and what we can ascertain, it would be a dereliction of truth to conceal. Much can be substantiated in favor of the domestic affections and habits of this pacific monarch, and those who are more intimately acquainted with the secret history of the times will perceive how erroneously the personal character of this sovereign is exhibited in our popular historians, and often even among the few who, with better information, have re-echoed their preconceived opinions. Confining myself here to his domestic character, I shall not touch on the many admirable public projects of this monarch, which have extorted the praise and even the admiration of some who have not spared their pens in his disparagement. James I has been taxed with pusillanimity and foolishness. This monarch cannot, however, be reproached with having engendered them. All his children, in whose education their father was so deeply concerned, sustained through life a dignified character and a high spirit. The short life of Henry was passed in a school of prowess and amidst an academy of literature. Of the king's paternal solicitude, even to the hand and the letter writing of Prince Henry when young, I have preserved a proof in the article of the History of Writing Masters. Charles I, in his youth more particularly designed for a studious life, with a serious character, was, however, never deficient in active bravery and magnanimous fortitude. Of Elizabeth, the Queen of Bohemia, tried as she was by such vicissitudes of fortune, It is much to be regretted that the interesting story remains untold. Her buoyant spirits rose always above the perpetual changes of a princely to a private state, a queen to an exile. The father of such children derives some distinction for capacity in having reared such a noble offspring, and the king's marked attention to the formation of his children's minds was such as to have been pointed out by Ben Jonson, who, in his Gypsies Metamorphosed, rightly said of James, using his native term, "You are an honest, good man, and have care of your bairns." Among the flouts and jibes so freely bespattering the personal character of James I is one of his coldness and neglect of his queen. It would, however, be difficult to prove by any known fact that James was not as indulgent a husband as he was a father. Yet even a writer so well informed as Daines Barrington, who as a lawyer could not refrain from lauding the royal sage during his visit to Denmark on his marriage, for having borrowed 3 statutes from the Danish code, found the king's name so provocative of sarcasm that he could not forbear observing that James spent more time in those courts of judicature than in attending upon his destined consort. "Men of all sorts have taken a pride to gird at me," might this monarch have exclaimed. But everything has 2 handles, saith the ancient adage. Had an austere Puritan chosen to observe that James I, when abroad, had lived jovially, and had this historian then dropped silently the interesting circumstance of the king's spending his time in the Danish courts of judicature, the fact would have borne him out in his reproof. And Francis Osborne, indeed, has censured James for giving marks of his uxoriousness. There was no deficient gallantry in the conduct of James I to his queen. The very circumstance that when the Princess of Denmark was driven by a storm back to Norway, the king resolved to hasten to her and consummate his marriage in Denmark, was itself as romantic an expedition as afterwards was that of his sons into Spain, and betrays no mark of that tame pusillanimity with which he stands overcharged. The character of the Queen of James I is somewhat obscure in our public history, for in it she makes no prominent figure, while in secret history she is more apparent. Anne of Denmark was a spirited and enterprising woman, and it appears from a passage in Sully, whose authority should weigh with us, although we ought to recollect that it is the French minister who writes, that she seems to have raised a court faction against James, and inclined to favor the Spanish and Catholic interests. Yet it may be alleged as a strong proof of James's political wisdom that the Queen was never suffered to head a formidable party, though she latterly might have engaged Prince Henry in that court opposition. The bonhomie of the king on this subject, expressed with a simplicity of style which, though it may not be royal, is something better, appears in a letter to the Queen, which has been preserved in the appendix to Sir David Dalrymple's collections. It is without date, but written when in Scotland, to quiet the Queen's suspicions that the Earl of Mar, who had the care of Prince Henry, and whom she wished to take out of his hands, had insinuated to the king that her Majesty was strongly disposed to any popish or Spanish course. This letter confirms the representation of Sully, but the extract is remarkable for the manly simplicity of style which the king used. I say over again, leave these froward womanly apprehensions, for I thank God I carry that love and respect unto you, which, by the law of God and nature, I ought to do to my wife and mother of my children. But not for that ye are a king's daughter, for whether ye were a king's daughter or a cook's daughter, ye must be all alike to me, since my wife. For the respect of your honourable birth and descent I married you, but the love and respect I now bear you is because that ye are my married wife, and so partaker of my honour, as of my other fortunes. I beseech you, excuse my plainness in this, for casting up of your birth is a needless impertinent, that is, not pertinent, argument to me. God is my witness, I ever preferred you to my bairns, much more than to a subject. In an ingenious historical dissertation, but one perfectly theoretical, respecting that mysterious transaction, the Gowrie conspiracy, Pinkerton has attempted to show that Anne of Denmark was a lady somewhat inclined to intrigue, and that the king had cause to be jealous. He confesses that he cannot discover any positive charge of adultery against Anne of Denmark, but merely of coquetry. Footnote. The historical dissertation is appended to the first volume of Mr. Malcolm Lang's History of Scotland, who thinks that it has placed that obscure transaction in its genuine light. End of footnote. To what these accusations amount, it would be difficult to say. The progeny of James I sufficiently bespeak their family resemblance. If it be true that the king had ever reason to be jealous, and yet that no single criminal act of the queen's has been recorded, it must be confessed that one or both of the parties were singularly discreet and decent, for the king never complained, and the queen was never accused, if we accept this burthen of an old Scottish ballad, "O the bonny Earl of Murray, he was the queen's love." Whatever may have happened in Scotland, in England the queen appears to have lived occupied chiefly by the amusements of the court, and not to have interfered with the arcana of state. She appears to have indulged a passion for the elegancies and splendors of the age, as they were shown in those gorgeous court masks with which the taste of James harmonized, either from his gallantry for the queen or his own poetic sympathy. But this taste for court masks could not escape the slur and scandal of the Puritanic, and these high-flying fancies are thus recorded by honest Arthur Wilson, whom we summon into court as an indubitable witness of the mutual cordiality of this royal couple. In the spirit of his party, and like Milton, he censures the taste, but likes it. He says, "The court being a continued mascarado, where she, the queen, and her ladies, like so many sea-nymphs or Nereides, appeared often in various dresses, to the ravishment of the beholders. The king himself not being a little delighted with such fluent elegancies as made the night more glorious than the day." Footnote. See the article on court masks in the early pages of the present volume for notices of the elaborate splendor and costliness of these favorite displays. End of footnote. This is a direct proof that James was by no means cold or negligent in his attentions to his queen, and the letter which has been given is the picture of his mind. That James I was fondly indulgent to his queen, and could perform an act of chivalric gallantry with all the generosity of passion and the ingenuity of an elegant mind, a pleasing anecdote, which I have discovered in an unpublished letter of the day, will show. I give it in the words of the writer. August, 1613. At their last being at Tybalt's, about a fortnight ago, the queen, shooting at a deer, mistook her mark, and killed Jewel, the king's most principal and special hound, at which he stormed exceedingly a while, but after he knew who did it, he was soon pacified, and with much kindness wished her not to be troubled with it, for he should love her never the worse, and the next day sent her a diamond worth £2,000 as a legacy from his dead dog. Love and kindness increased daily between them. Such is the history of a contemporary living at court, very opposite to that representation of coldness and neglect with which the king's temper has been so freely aspersed. And such, too, is the true portrait of James I in domestic life. His first sensations were thoughtless and impetuous, and he would ungracefully thunder out an oath, which a Puritan would set down in his tables, while he omitted to note that this king's forgiveness and forgetfulness of personal injuries were sure to follow the feeling they had excited. End of section 41. Section 42 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. The Man of One Book. Mr. Morris, in his animated memoirs, has recently acquainted us with a fact which may be deemed important in the life of a literary man. He tells us, "We have been just informed that Sir William Jones invariably read through, every year, the works of Cicero, whose life indeed was the great exemplar of his own." The same passion for the works of Cicero has been participated by others. When the best means of forming a good style were inquired of the learned Arnauld, he advised the daily study of Cicero. But it was observed that the object was not to form a Latin, but a French style. "In that case," replied Arnauld, "you must still read Cicero." A predilection for some great author, among the vast number which must transiently occupy our attention, seems to be the happiest preservative for our taste. Accustomed to that excellent author whom we have chosen for our favorite, we may, in this intimacy, possibly resemble him. It is to be feared that, if we do not form such a permanent attachment, we may be acquiring knowledge while our enervated taste becomes less and less lively. Taste embalms the knowledge which otherwise cannot preserve itself. He who has long been intimate with one great author will always be found to be a formidable antagonist. He has saturated his mind with the excellences of genius. He has shaped his faculties insensibly to himself by his model, and he is like a man who ever sleeps in armor, ready at a moment. The old Latin proverb reminds us of this fact, "Cave ab homine unius libri," be cautious of the man of one book. Pliny and Seneca gave very safe advice on reading, that we should read much, but not many books. But they had no monthly list of new publications. Since their days, others have favored us with methods of study and catalogues of books to be read. Vain attempts to circumscribe that invisible circle of human knowledge which is perpetually enlarging itself. The multiplicity of books is an evil for the many, for we now find an helluo librorum not only among the learned, but, with their pardon, among the unlearned. For those who, even to the prejudice of their health, persist only in reading the incessant book novelties of our own time, will after many years acquire a sort of learned ignorance. We are now in want of an art to teach how books are to be read, rather than not to read them. Such an art is practicable. But amidst this vast multitude, still let us be the man of one book, and preserve an uninterrupted intercourse with that great author with whose mode of thinking we sympathize, and whose charms of composition we can habitually retain. It is remarkable that every great writer appears to have a predilection for some favorite author, and, with Alexander, had they possessed a golden casket, would have enshrined the works they so constantly turned over. Demosthenes felt such delight in the history of Thucydides that, to obtain a familiar and perfect mastery of his style, he recopied his history 8 times, while Brutus not only was constantly perusing Polybius, even amidst the most busy periods of his life, but was abridging a copy of that author on the last awful night of his existence, when on the following day he was to try his fate against Antony and Octavius. Selim II had the commentaries of Caesar translated for his use, and it is recorded that his military ardor was heightened by the perusal. We are told that Scipio Africanus was made a hero by the writings of Xenophon. When Clarendon was employed in writing his history, he was in a constant study of Livy and Tacitus to acquire the full and flowing style of the one and the portrait painting of the other. He records this circumstance in a letter. Voltaire had usually on his table the Athalie of Racine and a Petit Carême of Massillon. The tragedies of the one were the finest model of French verse, the sermons of the other of French prose. "Were I obliged to sell my library," exclaimed Diderot, "I would keep back Moses, Homer, and Richardson." And by the éloge which this enthusiastic writer composed on our English novelist, it is doubtful, had the Frenchman been obliged to have lost two of them, whether Richardson had not been the elected favourite. Monsieur Thomas, a French writer who at times displays high eloquence and profound thinking, Hérault de Seychelles tells us, studied chiefly one author, but that author was Cicero, and never went into the country unaccompanied by some of his works. Fénelon was constantly employed on his Homer. He left a translation of the greater part of the Odyssey, without any design of publication, but merely as an exercise for style. Montesquieu was a constant student of Tacitus, of whom he must be considered a forcible imitator. He has, in the manner of Tacitus, characterized Tacitus. That historian, he says, who abridged everything because he saw everything. The famous Bourdaloue reperused every year St. Paul, St. Chrysostom, and Cicero. These, says a French critic, were the sources of his masculine and solid eloquence. Grotius had such a taste for Lucan that he always carried a pocket edition about him, and has been seen to kiss his handbook with the rapture of a true votary. If this anecdote be true, the elevated sentiments of the stern Roman were probably the attraction with the Batavian Republican. The diversified reading of Leibniz is well known, but he still attached himself to one or two favorites. Virgil was always in his hand when at leisure, and Leibniz had read Virgil so often that even in his old age he could repeat whole books by heart. Barclay's Argenis was his model for prose. When he was found dead in his chair, the Argenis had fallen from his hands. Rabelais and Marot were the perpetual favorites of La Fontaine. From one he borrowed his humor, and from the other his style. Quevedo was so passionately fond of the Don Quixote of Cervantes that often in reading that unrivaled work he felt an impulse to burn his own inferior compositions. To be a sincere admirer and a hopeless rival is a case of authorship the hardest imaginable. Few writers can venture to anticipate the award of posterity. Yet perhaps Quevedo had not even been what he was without the perpetual excitement he received from his great master. Horace was the friend of his heart to Malherbe. He laid the Roman poet on his pillow, took him in the fields, and called his Horace his breviary. Plutarch, Montaigne, and Locke were the three authors constantly in the hands of Rousseau, and he has drawn from them the groundwork of his ideas in his Émile. The favourite author of the great Earl of Chatham was Barrow, and on his style he had formed his eloquence, and had read his great master so constantly as to be able to repeat his elaborate sermons from memory. The great Lord Burleigh always carried Tully's offices in his pocket. Charles V and Bonaparte had Machiavel frequently in their hands, and Davila was the perpetual study of Hampden. He seemed to have discovered in that historian of civil wars those which he anticipated in the land of his fathers. These facts sufficiently illustrate the recorded circumstance of Sir William Jones's invariable habit of reading his Cicero through every year, and exemplify the happy result for him who, amidst the multiplicity of his authors, still continues in this way to be the man of one book. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3 by Isaac Disraeli. A Bibliognoste. A startling literary prophecy recently sent forth from our oracular literature threatens the annihilation of public libraries, which are one day to moulder away. Listen to the vaticinator. As conservatories of mental treasures, their value in times of darkness and barbarity was incalculable, and even in these happier days when men are incited to explore new regions of thought, they command respect as depots of methodical and well-ordered references for the researches of the curious. But what in one state of society is invaluable may at another be worthless, and the progress which the world has made within a very few centuries has considerably reduced the estimation which is due to such establishments. We will say more, but enough. This idea of striking into dust the god of his idolatry, the Dagon of his devotion, is sufficient to terrify the bibliographer, who views only a blind Samson pulling down the pillars of his temple. This future universal inundation of books, this superfluity of knowledge in billions and trillions, overwhelms the imagination. It is now about 400 years since the art of multiplying books has been discovered, and an arithmetician has attempted to calculate the incalculable of these 4 ages of typography, which he discovers have actually produced 3,641,960 works. Taking each work at 3 volumes, and reckoning only each impression to consist of 300 copies, which is too little, the actual amount from the presses of Europe will give to 1816 3,277,764,000 volumes, each of which, being an inch thick, if placed on a line, would cover 6,069 leagues. Leibnitz facetiously maintained that such would be the increase of literature, that future generations would find whole cities insufficient to contain their libraries. We are, however, indebted to the patriotic endeavours of our grocers and trunk makers, alchemists of literature. They annihilate the gross bodies without injuring the finer spirits. We are still more indebted to that neglected race, the bibliographers. The science of books, for so bibliography is sometimes dignified, may deserve the gratitude of a public who are yet insensible of the useful zeal of those book practitioners, the nature of whose labours is yet so imperfectly comprehended. Who is this vaticinator of the uselessness of public libraries? Is he a bibliognoste, or a bibliograph, or a bibliomane, or a bibliophile, or a bibliotaph? A bibliothecaire or a bibliopole the prophet cannot be, for the bibliothecaire is too delightfully busied among his shelves, and the bibliopole is too profitably concerned in furnishing perpetual editions to admit of this hyperbolical terror of annihilation. Footnote. Will this writer pardon me for ranking him for a moment among those generalizers of the age who excel in what a critical friend has happily discriminated as ambitious writing, that is, writing on any topic, and not least strikingly on that of which they know least, men otherwise of fine taste, and who excel in every charm of composition. End of footnote. Unawares, we have dropped into that professional jargon which was chiefly forged by one who, though seated in the scorner's chair, was the thaumaturgus of books and manuscripts. The Abbé Rive had acquired a singular taste and curiosity, not without a fermenting dash of singular charlatanerie in bibliography. The little volumes he occasionally put forth are things which but few hands have touched. He knew well that for some books to be noised about, they should not be read. This was one of those recondite mysteries of his, which we may have occasion farther to reveal. This bibliographical hero was librarian to the most magnificent of book collectors, the Duc de la Vallière. The Abbé Rive was a strong but ungovernable brute, rabid, surly, but très mordant. His master, whom I have discovered to have been the partner of the cur's tricks, would often pat him, and when the Bibliognoste and the Bibliomanes were in the heat of contest, let his bulldog loose among them, as the Duke affectionately called his librarian. The bulldog of bibliography appears, too, to have had the taste and appetite of the tiger of politics, but he hardly lived to join the festival of the guillotine. I judge of this by an expression he used to one complaining of his parish priest, whom he advised to give une messe dans son ventre. He had tried to exhaust his genius in La chasse aux bibliographes et aux antiquaires mal avisés, and acted Cain with his brothers. All Europe was to receive from him new ideas concerning books and manuscripts. Yet all his mighty promises fumed away in projects, and though he appeared for ever correcting the blunders of others, this French Ritson left enough of his own to afford them a choice of revenge. His style of criticism was perfectly Ritsonian. He describes one of his rivals as l'insolent et très insensé auteur de l'almanach de Gotha, on the simple subject of the origin of playing cards. The Abbé Rive was one of those men of letters of whom there are not a few who pass all their lives in preparations. Dr. Dibdin, since the above was written, has witnessed the confusion of the mind and the gigantic industry of our Bibliognoste, which consisted of many trunks full of memoranda. The description will show the reader to what hard hunting these book hunters voluntarily doom themselves, with little hope of obtaining fame. In one trunk were about 6,000 notices of manuscripts of all ages. In another were wedged about 12,000 descriptions of books in all languages, except those of French and Italian, sometimes with critical notes. In a third trunk was a bundle of papers relating to the history of the troubadours. In a fourth was a collection of memoranda and literary sketches connected with the invention of arts and sciences, with pieces exclusively bibliographical. A fifth trunk contained between 2,000 and 3,000 cards, written upon each side, respecting a collection of prints. In a sixth trunk were contained his papers respecting earthquakes, volcanoes, and geographical subjects. Footnote: the late William Upcott possessed in a large degree a similar taste for miscellaneous collections. He never threw an old hat away, but used it as a receptacle for certain cuttings from books and periodicals on some peculiar subjects. He had filled a room with hats and trunks thus crammed, but they were sacrificed at his death for want of necessary arrangement. End of footnote. This Ajax Phalagellifer of the bibliographical tribe, who was, as Dr. Dibdin observes, the terror of his acquaintance and the pride of his patron, is said to have been in private a very different man from his public character, all which may be true without altering a shade of that public character. The French Revolution showed how men, mild and even kind in domestic life, were sanguinary and ferocious in their public. The rabid Abbé Rive glorified and terrifying without enlightening his rivals. He exulted that he was devoting to the rods of criticism and the laughter of Europe the bibliopoles, or dealers in books, who would not get by heart his catechism of 1,001 questions and answers. It broke the slumbers of honest De Bure, who had found life was already too short for his own Bibliographie instructive. The Abbé Rive had contrived to catch the shades of the appellatives necessary to discriminate book amateurs, and of the first term he is acknowledged to be the inventor. A Bibliognoste, from the Greek, is one knowing in title pages and colophons, and in editions, the place and year when printed, the presses whence issued, and all the minutiae of a book. A bibliographe is a describer of books and other literary arrangements. A bibliomane is an indiscriminate accumulator who blunders faster than he buys, cock-brained and purse-heavy. A bibliophile, the lover of books, is the only one in the class who appears to read them for his own pleasure. A bibliotaphe buries his books by keeping them under lock or framing them in glass cases. I shall catch our Bibliognoste in the hour of book rapture. It will produce a collection of bibliographical writers, and show to the second-sighted Edinburgher what human contrivances have been raised by the art of more painful writers than himself, either to postpone the day of universal annihilation, or to preserve for our posterity 3 centuries hence the knowledge which now so busily occupies us, and transmit to them something more than what Bacon calls inventories of our literary treasures. Histories and literary bibliothèques or bibliothecas will always present to us, says La Rive, an immense harvest of errors, till the authors of such catalogues shall be fully impressed by the importance of their art, and, as it were, reading in the most distant ages of the future, the literary good and evil which they may produce, force a triumph from the pure devotion to truth, in spite of all the disgusts which their professional tasks involve, still patiently enduring the heavy chains which bind down those who give themselves up to this pursuit with a passion which resembles heroism. The catalogues of bibliothèques fixes, or critical, historical, and classified accounts of writers, have engendered that enormous swarm of bibliographical errors which have spread their roots, in greater or less quantities, in all our bibliographers. He has here furnished a long list, which I shall preserve in the note. Footnote: Gesner, Simler, Bellarmine, L'Abbé, Mabillon, Montfaucon, Moriaille, Bayle, Baillet, Nisseron, Dupin, Carway, Wharton, Casimir Oudin, Lalande, Gouget, Wolfers, John Albert Fabricius, Argelati, Tirabaschi, Nicholas Antonio, Walkius, Struvius, Brucker, Schnauzler, Linnaeus, Séguier, Hallé, Adamson, Manger, Kestner, Eloy, Douglas, Weidler, Heilbronner, Montucla, Lalande, Bailly, Quadrio, Morhalf, Stroliou, Foncius, Gerdesius, Botes, Freytag, David Clement, Chevillier, Mater, Orlandi, Prosper Marchand, Chaplin, Debose, Abbé Sallier, et de Saint-Léger. End of footnote. The list, though curious, is by no means complete. Such are the men of whom the Abbé Rive speaks with more respect than his accustomed courtesy. If such, says he, cannot escape from errors, who shall? I have only marked them out to prove the importance of bibliographical history. A writer of this sort must occupy himself with more regard for his reputation than his own profit, and yield himself up entirely to the study of books. The mere knowledge of books, which has been called an erudition of title pages, may be sufficient to occupy the life of some, and while the wits and the million are ridiculing these hunters of editions, who force their passage through secluded spots as well as course in the open fields, it would be found that this art of book knowledge may turn out to be a very philosophical pursuit, and that men of great name have devoted themselves to labours more frequently contemned than comprehended. Apostolo Zeno, a poet, a critic, and a true man of letters, considered it as no small portion of his glory to have annotated Fontanini, who himself, an eminent prelate, had passed his life in forming his Bibliotheca Italiana. Zeno did not consider that to correct errors and to enrich by information this catalogue of Italian writers was a mean task. The enthusiasm of the Abbé Rive considered bibliography as a sublime pursuit, exclaiming on Zeno's commentary on Fontanini, "He chained together the knowledge of whole generations for posterity, and he read in future ages." There are few things by which we can so well trace the history of the human mind as by a classed catalogue, with dates of the first publication of books. Even the relative prices of books at different periods, their decline, and then their rise, and again their fall, form a chapter in this history of the human mind. We become critics even by this literary chronology and this appraisement of auctioneers. The favourite book of every age is a certain picture of the people. The gradual depreciation of a great author marks a change in knowledge or in taste. But it is imagined that we are not interested in the history of indifferent writers, and scarcely in that of the secondary ones. If none but great originals should claim our attention in the course of 2000 years, we should not count 20 authors. Every book, whatever be its character, may be considered as a new experiment made by the human understanding, and as a book is a sort of individual representation, not a solitary volume exists, but may be personified and described as a human being. Hence start discoveries. They are usually found in very different authors who could go no further, and the historian of obscure books is often preserving for men of genius indications of knowledge which, without his intervention, we should not possess. Many secrets we discover in bibliography. Great writers, unskilled in this science of books, have frequently used defective editions, as Hume did the castrated Whitelocke, or, like Robertson, they are ignorant of even the sources of the knowledge they would give the public, or they compose on a subject which too late they discover had been anticipated. Bibliography will show what has been done, and suggest to our invention what is wanted. Many have often protracted their journey in a road which had already been worn out by the wheels which had traversed it. Bibliography unrolls the whole map of the country we propose travelling over, the post roads and the by paths. Every half century, indeed, the obstructions multiply, and the Edinburgh prediction, should it approximate to the event it has foreseen, may more reasonably terrify a far distant posterity. Mazzucchelli declared, after his laborious researches in Italian literature, that one of his more recent predecessors, who had commenced a similar work, had collected notices of 40,000 writers, and yet, he adds, my work must increase that number to 10,000 more. Mazzucchelli said this in 1753, and the amount of nearly a century must now be added, for the presses of Italy have not been inactive. But the literature of Germany, of France, and of England has exceeded the multiplicity of the productions of Italy, and an appalling population of authors swarm before the imagination. Footnote. The British Museum Library now numbers more than 500,000 volumes. The catalogue alone forms a small library. End of footnote. Hail then the peaceful spirit of the literary historian, which, sitting amidst the night of time by the monuments of genius, trims the sepulchral lamps of the human mind. Hail to the literary roamer, who, by the clearness of his glasses, makes even the minute interesting, and reveals to us the world of insects. These are guardian spirits who, at the close of every century, standing on its ascent, trace out the old roads we had pursued, and with a lighter line indicate the new ones which are opening from the imperfect attempts and even the errors of our predecessors. End of section 43. Section 44 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3 by Isaac Disraeli. Secret History of an Elective Monarchy, a Political Sketch. Poland, once a potent and magnificent kingdom, when it sunk into an elective monarchy, became venal thrice an age. That country must have exhibited many a diplomatic scene of intricate intrigue, which, although they could not appear in its public, have no doubt been often consigned to its secret history. With us, the corruption of a rotten borough has sometimes exposed the guarded proffer of one party and the dexterous chaffering of the other; but a masterpiece of diplomatic finesse and political invention, electioneering viewed on the most magnificent scale, with a kingdom to be canvassed and a crown to be won and lost, or lost and won in the course of a single day, exhibits a political drama, which, for the honour and happiness of mankind, is of rare and strange occurrence. There was one scene in this drama which might appear somewhat too large for an ordinary theatre. The actors apparently were not less than 50 to 100,000. 12 vast tents were raised on an extensive plain. 100,000 horses were in the environs, and palatines and castellans, the ecclesiastical orders with the ambassadors of the royal competitors, all agitated by the ceaseless motion of different factions during the 6 weeks of the election, and of many preceding months of preconcerted measures and vacillating opinions, now were all solemnly assembled at the Diet. Once the poet, amidst his gigantic conception of a scene, resolved to leave it out. So vast a throng the stage can ne'er contain, then build a new, or act it in a plain, exclaimed La Mancha's knight, kindling at a scene so novel and so vast. Such an electioneering negotiation, the only one I am acquainted with, is opened in the Discours of Choisin, the secretary of Montluc, Bishop of Valence, the confidential agent of Catherine de' Medici, and who was sent to intrigue at the Polish Diet to obtain the crown of Poland for her son, the Duke of Anjou, afterwards Henry III. This bold enterprise at first seemed hopeless, and in its progress encountered growing obstructions; but Montluc was one of the most finished diplomatists that the genius of the Gallic cabinet ever sent forth. He was nicknamed in all the courts of Europe, from the circumstance of his limping, Le Boiteux. Our political bishop was in cabinet intrigues, the Talleyrand of his age, and 16 embassies to Italy, Germany, England, Scotland, and Turkey had made this connoisseur en homme an extraordinary politician. Catherine de' Medici was infatuated with the dreams of judicial astrology. Her pensioned oracles had declared that she should live to see each of her sons crowned, by which prediction probably they had only purposed to flatter her pride and her love of dominion. They, however, ended in terrifying the credulous queen, and she, dreading to witness a throne in France, disputed perhaps by fratricides, anxiously sought a separate crown for each of her 3 sons. She had been trifled with in her earnest negotiations with our Elizabeth. Twice had she seen herself baffled in her views in the Dukes of Alençon and of Anjou. Catherine then projected a new empire for Anjou by incorporating into one kingdom Algiers, Corsica, and Sardinia. But the other despot, he of Constantinople, Selim II, dissipated the brilliant speculation of our female Machiavel. Charles IX was sickly, jealous, and desirous of removing from the court the Duke of Anjou, whom 2 victories had made popular, though he afterwards sunk into a Sardanapalus. Montluc penetrated into the secret wishes of Catherine and Charles, and suggested to them the possibility of encircling the brows of Anjou with the diadem of Poland, the Polish monarch then being in a state of visible decline. The project was approved, and like a profound politician, the bishop prepared for an event which might be remote and always problematical, by sending into Poland a natural son of his, Annyiee, as a disguised agent. His youth, his humble rank, and his love of pleasure would not create any alarm among the neighbouring powers, who were alike on the watch to snatch the expected spoil. But as it was necessary to have a more dexterous politician behind the curtain, he recommended his secretary Choisin as a travelling tutor to a youth who appeared to want one. Annyiee proceeded to Poland, where, under the veil of dissipation and in the midst of splendid festivities with his trusty adjutant, this hare-brained boy of revelry began to weave those intrigues which were afterwards to be knotted or untied by Montluc himself. He had contrived to be so little suspected that the agent of the emperor had often disclosed important secrets to his young and amiable friend. On the death of Sigismund Augustus, Annyiee, leaving Choisin behind to trumpet forth the virtues of Anjou, hastened to Paris to give an account of all which he had seen or heard. But poor Choisin found himself in a dilemma among those who had so long listened to his panegyrics on the humanity and meek character of the Duke of Anjou, for the news of St. Bartholomew's massacre had travelled faster than the post, and Choisin complains that he was now treated as an impudent liar, and the French prince as a monster. In vain he assured them that the whole was an exaggerated account, a mere insurrection of the people, or the effects of a few private enmities, praying the indignant Poles to suspend their decision till the bishop came. "Attendez le boiteau," cried he in agony. Meanwhile, at Paris, the choice of a proper person for this embassy had been difficult to settle. It was a business of intrigue more than of form, and required an orator to make speeches and addresses in a sort of popular assembly; for though the people indeed had no concern in the diet, yet the greater and the lesser nobles and gentlemen, all electors, were reckoned at 100,000. It was supposed that a lawyer who could negotiate in good Latin, and one, as the French proverb runs, who could aller et parler, would more effectually puzzle their heads and satisfy their consciences to vote for his client. Catherine at last fixed on Montluc himself, from the superstitious prejudice, which, however, in this case accorded with philosophical experience, that Montluc had ever been lucky in his negotiations. Montluc hastened his departure from Paris, and it appears that our political bishop had, by his skilful penetration into the French cabinet, foreseen the horrible catastrophe which occurred very shortly after he had left it; for he had warned the Count de Rochefoucault to absent himself, but this lord, like so many others, had no suspicions of the perfidious projects of Catherine and her cabinet. Montluc, however, had not long been on his journey ere the news reached him, and it occasioned innumerable obstacles in his progress, which even his sagacity had not calculated on. At Strasburg he had appointed to meet some able coadjutors, among whom was the famous Joseph Scaliger; but they were so terrified by Les Matinées Parisiennes that Scaliger flew to Geneva, and would not budge out of that safe corner, and the others ran home, not imagining that Montluc would venture to pass through Germany, where the Protestant indignation had made the roads too hot for a Catholic bishop. But Montluc had set his cast on the die. He had already passed through several hairbreadth escapes from the stratagems of the Guise faction, who more than once attempted to hang or drown the bishop, who, they cried out, was a Calvinist. The fears and jealousies of the Guises had been roused by this political mission. Among all these troubles and delays, Montluc was most affected by the rumour that the election was on the point of being made, and that the plague was universal throughout Poland, so that he must have felt that he might be too late for the one and too early for the other. At last Montluc arrived, and found that the whole weight of this negotiation was to fall on his single shoulders, and further, that he was to sleep every night on a pillow of thorns. Our bishop had not only to allay the ferment of the popular spirit of the evangelicals, as the Protestants were then called, but even of the more rational Catholics of Poland. He had also to face those haughty and feudal lords, of whom each considered himself the equal of the sovereign whom he created, and whose avowed principle was, and many were incorrupt, that their choice of a sovereign should be regulated solely by the public interest. And it was hardly to be expected that the Emperor, the Czar, and the King of Sweden would prove unsuccessful rivals to the cruel and voluptuous and bigoted Duke of Anjou, whose political interests were too remote and novel to have raised any faction among these independent Poles. The crafty politician had the art of dressing himself up in all the winning charms of candour and loyalty. A sweet flow of honeyed words melted on his lips, while his heart, cold and immovable as a rock, stood unchanged amidst the most unforeseen difficulties. The Emperor had set to work the Abbé Cyre in a sort of ambiguous character, an envoy for the nonce, to be acknowledged or disavowed as was convenient, and by his activity he obtained considerable influence among the Lithuanians, the Wallachians, and nearly all Prussia in favour of the Archduke Ernest. Two Bohemians, who had the advantage of speaking the Polish language, had arrived with a state and magnificence becoming kings rather than ambassadors. The Muscovite had written letters full of golden promises to the nobility, and was supported by a Palatine of high character. A perpetual peace between two such great neighbours was too inviting a project not to find advocates. And this party, Choisnin observes, appeared at first the most to be feared. The King of Sweden was a close neighbour, who had married the sister of their late sovereign, and his son urged his family claims as superior to those of foreigners. Among these parties was a patriotic one, who were desirous of a Pole for their monarch, a king of their fatherland, speaking their mother tongue, one who would not strike at the independence of his country, but preserve its integrity from the stranger. This popular party was even agreeable to several of the foreign powers themselves, who did not like to see a rival power strengthening itself by so strict a union with Poland, but in this choice of a sovereign from among themselves there were at least 30 lords who equally thought that they were the proper wood of which kings should be carved out. The Poles therefore could not agree on the Pole, who deserved to be a Piasta, an endearing title for a native monarch, which originated in the name of the family of the Piastis, who had reigned happily over the Polish people for the space of 5 centuries. The remembrance of their virtues existed in the minds of the honest Poles in this affectionate title, and their party were called the Piastis. Montluc had been deprived of the assistance he had depended on from many able persons, whom the massacre of St. Bartholomew had frightened away from every French political connection. He found that he had himself only to depend on. We are told that he was not provided with the usual means which are considered most efficient in elections, nor possessed the interest nor the splendor of his powerful competitors. He was to derive all his resources from diplomatic finesse. The various ambassadors had fixed on distant residences, that they might not hold too close an intercourse with the Polish nobles. Of all things he was desirous to obtain an easy access to these chiefs, that he might observe, and that they might listen. He who would seduce by his own ingenuity must come in contact with the object he would corrupt. Yet Montluc persisted in not approaching them without being sought after, which answered his purpose in the end. One favourite argument which our Talleyrand had set afloat was to show that all the benefits which the different competitors had promised to the Poles were accompanied by other circumstances which could not fail to be ruinous to the country, while the offer of his master, whose interests were remote, could not be adverse to those of the Polish nation, so that much good might be expected from him without any fear of accompanying evil. Montluc procured a clever Frenchman to be the bearer of his first dispatch in Latin to the Diet, which had hardly assembled ere suspicions and jealousies were already breaking out. The emperor's ambassadors had offended the pride of the Polish nobles by travelling about the country without leave and resorting to the Infanta, and besides, in some intercepted letters, the Polish nation was designated as gens barbares et gens ineptes. I do not think that the said letter was really written by the said ambassadors, who were statesmen too politic to employ such unguarded language. Very ingeniously writes the secretary of Montluc. However, it was a blow levelled at the imperial ambassadors, while the letter of the French bishop, composed in a humble and modest style, began to melt their proud spirits, and 2,000 copies of the French bishop's letter were eagerly spread. But this good fortune did not last more than 24 hours, mournfully writes our honest secretary, for suddenly the news of the fatal day of St. Bartholomew arrived, and every Frenchman was detested. Montluc, in this distress, published an apology for Les Matinées Parisiennes, which he reduced to some excesses of the people, the result of a conspiracy plotted by the Protestants; and he adroitly introduced as a personage his master Anjou, declaring that he scorned to oppress a party whom he had so often conquered with sword in hand. This pamphlet, which still exists, must have cost the good bishop some invention, but in elections the lie of the moment serves a purpose, and although Montluc was in due time bitterly recriminated on, still the apology served to divide public opinion. Montluc was a whole cabinet to himself. He dispersed another tract in the character of a Polish gentleman, in which the French interests were urged by such arguments that the leading chiefs never met without disputing, and Montluc now found that he had succeeded in creating a French party. The Austrian then employed a real Polish gentleman to write for his party, but this was too genuine a production, for the writer wrote too much in earnest, and in politics we must not be in a passion. The mutual jealousies of each party assisted the views of our negotiator. They would side with him against each other. The Archduke and the Czar opposed the Turk. The Muscovite could not endure that Sweden should be aggrandized by this new crown, and Denmark was still more uneasy. Montluc had discovered how every party had its vulnerable point by which it could be managed. The cards had now got fairly shuffled, and he depended on his usual good play. Our bishop got hold of a Palatine to write for the French cause in the vernacular tongue, and appears to have held a more mysterious intercourse with another Palatine, Albert Lasky. Mutual accusations were made in the open Diet. The Poles accused some Lithuanian lords of having contracted certain engagements with the Czar. These in return accused the Poles, and particularly this Lasky, with being corrupted by the gold of France. Another circumstance afterwards arose. The Spanish ambassador had 40,000 thalers sent to him, but which never passed the frontiers, as this fresh supply arrived too late for the election. "I believe," writes our secretary with great simplicity, "that this money was only designed to distribute among the trumpeters and the tambourines." The usual expedient in contested elections was now evidently introduced, our secretary acknowledging that Montluc daily acquired new supporters, because he did not attempt to gain them over merely by promises, resting his whole cause on this argument, that the interest of the nation was concerned in the French election. Still would ill fortune cross our crafty politician when everything was proceeding smoothly. The massacre was refreshed with more damning particulars. Some letters were forged, and others were but too true. All parties, with rival intrepidity, were carrying on a complete scene of deception. A rumour spread that the French king disavowed his accredited agent, and apologized to the emperor for having yielded to the importunities of a political speculator, whom he was now resolved to recall. This somewhat paralyzed the exertions of those Palatines who had involved themselves in the intrigues of Montluc, who was now forced patiently to wait for the arrival of a courier with renewed testimonials of his diplomatic character from the French court. A great odium was cast on the French in the course of this negotiation by a distribution of prints, which exposed the most inventive cruelties practised by the Catholics on the Reformed, such as women cleaved in half in the act of attempting to snatch their children from their butchers, while Charles the Ninth and the Duke of Anjou were hideously represented in their persons, and as spectators of such horrid tragedies, with words written in labels complaining that the executioners were not zealous enough in this holy work. These prints, accompanied by libels and by horrid narratives, inflamed the popular indignation, and more particularly the women, who were affected to tears, as if these horrid scenes had been passing before their eyes. Montluc replied to the libels as fast as they appeared, while he skilfully introduced the most elaborate panegyrics on the Duke of Anjou, and in return for the caricatures he distributed 2 portraits of the king and the duke, to show the ladies, if not the Diet, that neither of these princes had such ferocious and inhuman faces. Such are the small means by which the politician condescends to work his great designs, and the very means by which his enemies thought they should ruin his cause, Montluc adroitly turned to his own advantage. Anything of instant occurrence serves electioneering purposes, and Montluc eagerly seized this favourable occasion to exhaust his imagination on an ideal sovereign, and to hazard, with address, anecdotes whose authenticity he could never have proved, till he perplexed even unwilling minds to be uncertain whether that intolerant and inhuman duke was not the most heroic and most merciful of princes. It is probable that the Frenchman abused even the licence of the French éloge, for a noble Pole told Montluc that he was always amplifying his duke with such ideal greatness, and attributing to him such immaculate purity of sentiment, that it was inferred there was no man in Poland who could possibly equal him, and that his declaration that the duke was not desirous of reigning over Poland to possess the wealth and grandeur of the kingdom, and that he was solely ambitious of the honour to be the head of such a great and virtuous nobility, had offended many lords who did not believe that the duke sought the Polish crown merely to be the sovereign of a virtuous people. These Polish statesmen appear indeed to have been more enlightened than the subtle politician perhaps calculated on, for when Montluc was over anxious to exculpate the Duke of Anjou from having been an actor in the Parisian massacre, a noble Pole observed that he need not lose his time at framing any apologies, for if he could prove that it was the interest of the country that the Duke ought to be elected their king, it was all that was required. His cruelty, were it true, would be no reason to prevent his election, for we have nothing to dread from it. Once in our kingdom, he will have more reason to fear us than we him, should he ever attempt our lives, our property, or our liberty. Another Polish lord, whose scruples were as pious as his patriotism was suspicious, however, observed that in his conferences with the French bishop, the bishop had never once mentioned God, whom all parties ought to implore to touch the hearts of the electors in the choice of God's anointed. Montluc might have felt himself unexpectedly embarrassed at the religious scruples of this lord, but the politician was never at a fault. Speaking to a man of letters, as his lordship was, replied the French bishop, it was not for him to remind his lordship what he so well knew; but since he had touched on the subject, he would, however, say, that were a sick man desirous of having a physician, the friend who undertook to procure one would not do his duty should he say it was necessary to call in one whom God had chosen to restore his health, but another who should say that the most learned and skilful is he whom God has chosen, would be doing the best for the patient, and evince most judgment. By a parity of reason, we must believe that God will not send an angel to point out the man whom he would have his anointed. Sufficient for us that God has given us a knowledge of the requisites of a good king, and if the Polish gentlemen choose such a sovereign, it will be him who God has chosen. This shrewd argument delighted the Polish lord, who repeated the story in different companies to the honour of the bishop. And in this manner, adds the secretary, with great naïveté did the Sieur, strengthened by good arguments, divulge his opinions, which were received by many, and run from hand to hand. Montluc had his inferior manoeuvres. He had to equipoise the opposite interests of the Catholics and the Evangelists, or the Reformed. It was mingling fire and water without suffering them to hiss, or to extinguish one another. When the imperial ambassadors gave fêtes to the higher nobility only, they consequently offended the lesser. The Frenchman gave no banquets, but his house was open to all, at all times, who were equally welcome. You will see that the fêtes of the imperialists will do them more harm than good, observed Montluc to his secretary. Having gained over by every possible contrivance a number of the Polish nobles, and showered his courtesies on those of the inferior orders, at length the critical moment approached, and the finishing hand was to be put to the work. Poland, with the appearance of a popular government, was a singular aristocracy of 100,000 electors, consisting of the higher and the lower nobility and the gentry. The people had no concern with the government, yet still it was to be treated by the politician as a popular government, where those who possessed the greatest influence over such large assemblies were orators, and he who delivered himself with the most fluency and the most pertinent arguments would infallibly bend every heart to the point he wished. The French bishop depended greatly on the effect which his oration was to produce when the ambassadors were respectively to be heard before the assembled diet. The great and concluding act of so many tedious and difficult negotiations, which had cost my master, writes the ingenious secretary, 6 months' daily and nightly labours. He had never been assisted or comforted by any but his poor servants, and in the course of these 6 months had written 10 reams of paper, a thing which for 40 years he had not used himself to. Every ambassador was now to deliver an oration before the assembled electors, and 32 copies were to be printed, to present one to each palatine, who in his turn was to communicate it to his lords. But a fresh difficulty occurred to the French negotiator, as he trusted greatly to his address influencing the multitude and creating a popular opinion in his favour. He regretted to find that the imperial ambassador would deliver his speech in the Bohemian language, so that he would be understood by the greater part of the assembly. A considerable advantage over Montluc, who could only address them in Latin. The inventive genius of the French bishop resolved on 2 things which had never before been practised. First, to have his Latin translated into the vernacular idiom; and secondly, to print an edition of 1,500 copies in both languages, and thus to obtain a vast advantage over the other ambassadors, with their 32 manuscript copies, of which each copy was used to be read to 1,200 persons. The great difficulty was to get it secretly translated and printed. This fell to the management of Choisnin, the secretary. He set off to the castle of the Palatine Solikotsky, who was deep in the French interest. Solikotsky dispatched the version in 6 days. Hastening with the precious manuscript to Cracow, Choisnin flew to a trusty printer with whom he was connected. The sheets were deposited every night at Choisnin's lodgings, and at the end of a fortnight the diligent secretary conducted the 1,500 copies in secret triumph to Warsaw. Yet this glorious labour was not ended. Montluc was in no haste to deliver his wonder-working oration, on which the fate of a crown seemed to depend. When his turn came to be heard, he suddenly fell sick. The fact was that he wished to speak last, which would give him the advantage of replying to any objection raised by his rivals, and admit also of an attack on their weak points. He contrived to obtain copies of their harangues, and discovered 5 points which struck at the French interest. Our poor bishop had now to sit up through the night to rewrite 5 leaves of his printed oration, and cancel 5 which had been printed, and worse, he had to get them by heart, and to have them translated and inserted by employing 20 scribes day and night. It is scarcely credible what my master went through about this time, saith the historian of his jests. The council or diet was held in a vast plain. 12 pavilions were raised to receive the Polish nobility and the ambassadors. One of a circular form was supported by a single mast, and was large enough to contain 6,000 persons, without any one approaching the mast nearer than by 20 steps, leaving this space void to preserve silence. The different orders were placed around the archbishop and the bishops, the palatines, the castellans, each according to their rank. During the 6 weeks of the sittings of the Diet, 100,000 horses were in the environs, yet forage and every sort of provisions abounded. There were no disturbances, not a single quarrel occurred, although there wanted not in that meeting for enmities of long standing. It was strange and even awful to view such a mighty assembly preserving the greatest order, and every one seriously intent on this solemn occasion. At length the elaborate oration was delivered. It lasted 3 hours, and Choisnin assures us not a single auditor felt weary. A cry of joy broke out from the tent, and was re-echoed through the plain when Montluc ceased. It was a public acclamation, and had the election been fixed for that moment, when all hearts were warm, surely the Duke had been chosen without a dissenting voice. Thus writes in rapture the ingenuous secretary, and in the spirit of the times communicates a delightful augury attending this speech, by which evidently was foreseen its happy termination. Those who disdain all things will take this to be a mere invention of mine, says honest Choisnin, but true it is that while the said Sieur delivered his harangue, a lark was seen all the while upon the mast of the pavilion, singing and warbling, which was remarked by a great number of lords, because the lark is accustomed only to rest itself on the earth. The most impartial confess this to be a good augury. Footnote. Our honest secretary reminds me of a passage in Geoffrey of Monmouth, who says, "At this place an eagle spoke while the wall of the town was building, and indeed I should not have failed transmitting the speech to posterity, had I thought it true as the rest of the history." End of footnote. Also, it was observed that when the other ambassadors were speaking, a hare, and at another time a hog, ran through the tent, and when the Swedish ambassador spoke, the great tent fell halfway down. This lark, singing all the while, did no little good to our cause, for many of the nobles and gentry noticed this curious particularity, because when a thing which does not commonly happen occurs in a public affair, such appearances give rise to hopes either of good or of evil. The singing of this lark in favour of the Duke of Anjou is not so evident as the cunning trick of the other French agent, the political Bishop of Valence, who now reaped the full advantage of his 1,500 copies over the 32 of his rivals. Every one had the French one in hand, or read it to his friends, while the others, in manuscript, were confined to a very narrow circle. The period from the 10th of April to the 6th of May, when they proceeded to the election, proved to be an interval of infinite perplexities, troubles, and activity. It is probable that the secret history of this period of the negotiations was never written. The other ambassadors were for protracting the election, perceiving the French interest prevalent. But delay would not serve the purpose of Montluc, he not being so well provided with friends and means on the spot as the others were. The public opinion, which he had succeeded in creating by some unforeseen circumstance, might change. During this interval, the bishop had to put several agents of the other parties hors de combat. He got rid of a formidable adversary in the Cardinal Commandant, an agent of the Pope's, whom he proved ought not to be present at the election, and the cardinal was ordered to take his departure. A bullying colonel was set upon the French negotiator, and went about from tent to tent with a list of the debts of the Duke of Anjou, to show that the nation could expect nothing profitable from a ruined spendthrift. The page of a Polish count flew to Montluc for protection, entreating permission to accompany the bishop on his return to Paris. The servants of the count pursued the page, but this young gentleman had so insinuated himself into the favour of the bishop that he was suffered to remain. The next day the page desired Montluc would grant him the full liberty of his religion, being an evangelical, that he might communicate this to his friends, and thus fix them to the French party. Montluc was too penetrating for this young political agent, whom he discovered to be a spy, and the pursuit of his fellows to have been a farce. He sent the page back to his master, the evangelical count, observing that such tricks were too gross to be played on one who had managed affairs in all the courts of Europe before he came into Poland. Another alarm was raised by a letter from the Grand Vizier of Selim II, addressed to the Diet, in which he requested that they would either choose a king from among themselves, or elect the brother of the King of France. Some zealous Frenchmen at the Sublime Porte had officiously procured this recommendation from the enemy of Christianity, but an alliance with Mahometanism did no service to Montluc, either with the Catholics or the evangelicals. The bishop was in despair, and thought that his handiwork of 6 months' toil and trouble was to be shook into pieces in an hour. Montluc, being shown the letter, instantly insisted that it was a forgery designed to injure his master the duke. The letter was attended by some suspicious circumstances, and the French bishop, quick at expedients, snatched at an advantage which the politician knows how to lay hold of in the chapter of accidents. The letter was not sealed with the golden seal, nor enclosed in a silken purse or cloth of gold, and farther, if they examined the translation, he said, they would find that it was not written on Turkish paper. This was a piece of the Sireur's good fortune, for the letter was not forged, but owing to the circumstance that the Boyar of Wallachia had taken out the letter to send a translation with it, which the vizier had omitted, it arrived without its usual accompaniments, and the courier, when inquired after, was kept out of the way, so that in a few days nothing more was heard of the great vizier's letter. Such was our fortunate escape, says the secretary, from the friendly but fatal interference of the Sultan, than which the Sieur dreaded nothing so much. Many secret agents of the different powers were spinning their dark intrigues, and often, when discovered or disconcerted, the creatures were again at their dirty work. These agents were conveniently disavowed or acknowledged by their employers. The Abbé Sieur was an active agent of the emperor's, and though not publicly accredited, was still hovering about. In Lithuania he had contrived matters so well as to have gained over that important province for the Archduke, and was passing through Prussia to hasten to communicate with the emperor, but some honest men, quelques bons personnages, says the French secretary, and no doubt some good friends of his master, took him by surprise and laid him up safely in the castle of Marienburg, where truly he was a little uncivilly used by the soldiers, who rifled his portmanteau and sent us his papers, when we discovered all his foul practices. The emperor, it seems, was angry at the arrest of his secret agent, but as no one had the power of releasing the Abbé Sieur at that moment, what with receiving remonstrances and furnishing replies, the time passed away, and a very troublesome adversary was in safe custody during the election. The dissensions between the Catholics and the evangelicals were always on the point of breaking out, but Montluc succeeded in quieting these inveterate parties by terrifying their imaginations with sanguinary civil wars and invasions of the Turks and the Tartars. He satisfied the Catholics with the hope that time would put an end to heresy, and the evangelicals were glad to obtain a truce from persecution. The day before the election, Montluc found himself so confident that he dispatched a courier to the French court, and expressed himself in the true style of a speculative politician, that des 12 tables du damier nous en avons les 9 assurés. There were preludes to the election, and the first was probably in acquiescence with a Saturnalian humour prevalent in some countries, where the lower orders are only allowed to indulge their taste for the mockery of the great at stated times and on fixed occasions. A droll scene of a mock election, as well as combat, took place between the numerous Polish pages, who, saith the grave secretary, are still more mischievous than our own. These elected among themselves 4 competitors, made a senate to burlesque the diet, and went to loggerheads. Those who represented the Archduke were well beaten, the Swede was hunted down, and for the Piastis they seized on a cart belonging to a gentleman, laden with provisions, broke it into pieces, and burnt the axle-tree, which in that country is called a piasti, and cried out, "The piasti is burnt!" Nor could the senators at the diet that day command any order or silence. The French party wore white handkerchiefs in their hats, and they were so numerous as to defeat the others. The next day, however, opened a different scene. The nobles prepared to deliberate, and each palatine in his quarters was with his companions on their knees, and many with tears in their eyes, chanting a hymn to the Holy Ghost. It must be confessed that this looked like a work of God, says our secretary, who probably understood the manoeuvring of the mock combat, or the mock prayers, much better than we may. Everything tells at an election, burlesque or solemnity. The election took place, and the Duke of Anjou was proclaimed King of Poland. But the troubles of Montluc did not terminate. When they presented certain articles for his signature, the bishop discovered that these had undergone material alterations from the proposals submitted to him before the proclamation. These alterations referred to a disavowal of the Parisian massacre, the punishment of its authors, and toleration in religion. Montluc refused to sign, and cross-examined his Polish friends about the original proposals. One party agreed that some things had been changed, but that they were too trivial to lose a crown for. Others declared that the alterations were necessary to allay the fears or secure the safety of the people. Our Gallic diplomatist was outwitted, and after all his intrigues and cunning, he found that the crown of Poland was only to be delivered on conditional terms. In this dilemma, with a crown depending on a stroke of his pen, remonstrating, entreating, arguing, and still delaying, like ancient Pistol swallowing his leek, he witnessed with alarm some preparations for a new election, and his rivals on the watch with their protests. Montluc, in despair, signed the conditions, assured, however, says the secretary, who groans over this finale, that when the elected monarch should arrive, the states would easily be induced to correct them, and place things in statu quo, as before the proclamation. I was not a witness, being then dispatched to Paris with the joyful news, but I heard that the Sieur Evesque, it was thought, would have died in this agony of being reduced to the hard necessity either to sign or to lose the fruits of his labours. The conditions were afterwards for a long while disputed in France. De Thou informs us in Liber 57 of his history that Montluc, after signing these conditions, wrote to his master that he was not bound by them because they did not concern Poland in general, and that they had compelled him to sign what at the same time he had informed them his instructions did not authorize. Such was the true Jesuitic conduct of a grey-haired politician, who at length found that honest plain sense could embarrass and finally entrap the creature of the cabinet, the artificial genius of diplomatic finesse. The secretary, however, views nothing but his master's glory in the issue of this most difficult negotiation, and the triumph of Anjou over the youthful Archduke, whom the Poles might have moulded to their will, and over the King of Sweden, who claimed the crown by his queen's side, and had offered to unite his part of Livonia with that which the Poles possessed. He labours hard to prove that the Palatines and the Castellans were not pratique, that is, had their votes brought up by Montluc, as was reported. From their number and their opposite interests, he confesses that the Sieur Evesque slept little while in Poland, and that he only gained over the hearts of men by that natural gift of God which acquired him the title of the Happy Ambassador. He rather seems to regret that France was not prodigal of her purchase money than to affirm that all Palatines were alike scrupulous of their honour. One more fact may close this political sketch, a lesson of the nature of court gratitude. The French court affected to receive Choisnin with favour, but their suppressed discontent was reserved for the happy ambassador. Affairs had changed. Charles IX. Was dying, and Catherine de' Medici in despair for a son to whom she had sacrificed all; while Anjou, already immersed in the wantonness of youth and pleasure, considered his elevation to the throne of Poland as an exile which separated him from his depraved enjoyments. Montluc was rewarded only by incurring disgrace. Catherine de' Medici and the Duke of Anjou now looked coldly on him, and expressed their dislike of his successful mission. The mother of kings, as Choisnin designates Catherine de' Medici, to whom he addresses his memoirs with the hope of awakening her recollections of the zeal, the genius, and the success of his old master, had no longer any use for her favourite; and Montluc found, as the commentator of Choisnin expresses in a few words, an important truth in political morality, that at court the interest of the moment is the measure of its affections and its hatreds. I have drawn up this article, for the curiosity of its subject and its details, from the Discours aux frais de tout ce qui s'est fait et passé pour l'entière négociation de l'excision du roi de Pologne, divisé en 3 livres par Johann Choisnin du Châtellerault, naguère secrétaire de Monsieur l'Évêque de Valence, 1574. End of section 44. Section 45 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. Buildings in the Metropolis and Residence in the Country. Recently, more than one of our learned judges from the bench have perhaps astonished their auditors by impressing them with an old-fashioned notion of residing more on their estates than the fashionable modes of life and the esprit de société, now overpowering all other esprits, will ever admit. These opinions excited my attention to a curious circumstance in the history of our manners. The great anxiety of our government, from the days of Elizabeth till much later than those of Charles II, to preserve the kingdom from the evils of an overgrown metropolis. The people themselves indeed participated in the same alarm at the growth of the city, while, however, they themselves were perpetuating the grievance which they complained of. It is amusing to observe that although the government was frequently employing even their most forcible acts to restrict the limits of the metropolis, the suburbs were gradually incorporating with the city, and Westminster at length united itself to London. Since that happy marriage, their fertile progenies have so blended together that little Londons are no longer distinguishable from the ancient parent. We have succeeded in spreading the capital into a county, and have verified the prediction of James I. that England will shortly be London, and London England. I think it a great object, said Justice Best in delivering his sentiments in favour of the game laws, that gentlemen should have a temptation to reside in the country amongst their neighbours and tenantry, whose interests must be materially advanced by such a circumstance. The links of society are thereby better preserved, and the mutual advantages and dependence of the higher and lower classes on one another are better maintained. The baneful effects of our present system we have lately seen in a neighbouring country, and an ingenious French writer has lately shown the ill consequences of it on the continent. These sentiments of a living luminary of the law afford some reason of policy for the dread which our government long entertained on account of the perpetual growth of the metropolis. The nation, like a hypochondriac, was ludicrously terrified that their head was too monstrous for their body, and that it drew all the moisture of life from the middle and the extremities. Proclamations warned and exhorted, but the very interference of a royal prohibition seemed to render the crowded city more charming. In vain the statute against new buildings was passed by Elizabeth. In vain during the reigns of James I and both the Charleses we find proclamations continually issuing to forbid new erections. James was apt to throw out his opinions in these frequent addresses to the people, who never attended to them. His Majesty notices those swarms of gentry who, through the instigation of their wives, or to new model and fashion their daughters, who, if they were unmarried, marred their reputations, and if married, lost them, did neglect their country hospitality, and cumber the city, a general nuisance to the kingdom. He addressed the Star Chamber to regulate the exorbitancy of the new buildings about the city, which were but a shelter for those who, when they had spent their estates in coaches, lackeys, and fine clothes like Frenchmen, lived miserably in their houses like Italians. But the honour of the English nobility and gentry is to be hospitable among their tenants. Once, conversing on this subject, the monarch threw out that happy illustration which has been more than once noticed, that gentlemen resident on their estates were like ships in port; their value and magnitude were felt and acknowledged, but when at a distance, as their size seemed insignificant, so their worth and importance were not duly estimated. A proclamation was issued in the first year of King James, commanding gentlemen to depart the court and city, because it hinders hospitality and endangers the people near their own residences, who had from such houses much comfort and ease toward their living. The king graciously says, he took no small contentment in the resort of gentlemen and other our subjects coming to visit us, holding their affectionate desire to see our person to be a certain testimony of their inward love. But he says he must not give way to so great a mischief as the continual resort may breed, and that therefore all that have no special cause of attendance must at once go back until the time of his coronation, when they may return until the solemnity be past, but only for that time, for if the proclamation be slighted, he shall make them an example of contempt, if we shall find any making stay here contrary to this direction. Such proclamations were from time to time issued, and though sometimes evaded, were frequently enforced by fines, so that living in London was a risk and danger to country gentlemen of fortune. A manuscript writer of the times complains of the breaking up of old family establishments, all crowding to upstart London. Every one strives to be a Diogenes in his house, and an emperor in the streets, not caring if they sleep in a tub, so they may be hurried in a coach, giving that allowance to horses and mares that formerly maintained houses full of men, pinching many a belly to paint a few backs, and bearing all the treasures of the kingdom into a few citizens' coffers. their woods into wardrobes, their leases into laces, and their goods and chattels into guarded coats and gaudy toys. Such is the representation of an eloquent contemporary. And however contracted might have been his knowledge of the principles of political economy and of that prosperity which a wealthy nation is said to derive from its consumption of articles of luxury, the moral effects have not altered, nor has the scene in reality greatly changed. The government not only frequently forbade new buildings within 10 miles of London, but sometimes ordered them to be pulled down, after they had been erected, for several years. Every 6 or 7 years proclamations were issued. In Charles I.'s reign, offenders were sharply prosecuted by a combined operation not only against houses, but against persons. Many of the nobility and gentry in 1632 were informed against for having resided in the city contrary to the late proclamation, and the Attorney General was then fully occupied in filing bills of indictment against them, as well as ladies, for staying in town. The following curious information in the Star Chamber will serve our purpose. The Attorney General informs His Majesty that both Elizabeth and James, by several proclamations, had commanded that persons of livelihood and means should reside in their counties, and not abide or sojourn in the city of London, so that counties remain unserved. These proclamations were renewed by Charles I., who had observed a greater number of nobility and gentry, and abler sort of people with their families had resorted to the cities of London and Westminster, residing there, contrary to the ancient usage of the English nation, by their abiding in their several counties, where their means arise. They would not only have served his Majesty according to their ranks, but by their housekeeping in those parts the meaner sort of people formerly were guided, directed, and relieved. He accuses them of wasting their estates in the metropolis, which would employ and relieve the common people in their several counties. The loose and disorderly people that follow them, living in and about the cities, are so numerous that they are not easily governed by the ordinary magistrates. Mendicants increase in great numbers. The prices of all commodities are highly raised, etc. The king had formerly proclaimed that all ranks who were not connected with public offices, at the close of 40 days' notice, should resort to their several counties, and with their families continue their residence there. And his Majesty further warned them not to put themselves to unnecessary charge in providing themselves to return in winter to the said cities, as it was the king's firm resolution to withstand such great and growing evil. The information concludes with a most copious list of offenders, among whom are a great number of nobility, and ladies and gentlemen who were accused of having lived in London for several months after the given warning of 40 days. It appears that most of them, to elude the grasp of the law, had contrived to make a show of quitting the metropolis, and after a short absence had again returned. And thus the service of your Majesty and your people in the several counties have been neglected and undone. Such is the substance of this curious information, which enables us at least to collect the ostensible motives of this singular prohibition. Proclamations had hitherto been considered little more than the news of the morning, and 3 days afterwards were as much read as the last week's newspapers. They were now, however, resolved to stretch forth the strong arm of law, and to terrify by an example. The constables were commanded to bring in a list of the names of strangers, and the time they proposed to fix their residence in their parishes. A remarkable victim on this occasion was a Mr. Palmer, a Sussex gentleman, who was brought ore tenus into the Star Chamber for disobeying the proclamation for living in the country. Palmer was a squire of £1,000 per annum, then a considerable income. He appears to have been some rich bachelor, for in his defence he alleged that he had never been married, never was a housekeeper, and had no house fitting for a man of his birth to reside in, as his mansion in the country had been burnt down within 2 years. These reasons appeared to his judges to aggravate rather than extenuate his offence, and after a long reprimand for having deserted his tenants and neighbours, they heavily fined him in £1,000. The condemnation of this Sussex gentleman struck a terror through a wide circle of sojourners in the metropolis. I find accounts pathetic enough of their packing away on all sides for fear of the worst, and gentlemen grumbling that they should be confined to their houses. And this was sometimes backed too by a second proclamation respecting their wives and families, and also widows, which was duris sermo to the women. It is nothing pleasing to all, says the letter writer, but least of all to the women, to encourage gentlemen to live more willingly in the country, says another letter writer. All game fowl, as pheasants, partridges, ducks, as also hares, are this day by proclamation forbidden to be dressed or eaten in any inn. Here we find realized the argument of Mr. Justice Best in favour of the game laws. It is evident that this severe restriction must have produced great inconvenience to certain persons who found a residence in London necessary for their pursuits. This appears from the manuscript diary of an honest antiquary, Sir Symonds D'Ewes. He has preserved an opinion, which no doubt was spreading fast, that such prosecutions of the Attorney General were a violation of the liberty of the subject. Most men wondered at Mr. Noy, the Attorney General, being accounted a great lawyer, that so strictly took away men's liberties at one blow, confining them to reside at their own houses, and not permitting them freedom to live where they pleased within the king's dominions. I was myself a little startled upon the first coming out of the proclamation, but having first spoken with the Lord Coventry, Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, at Islington, when I visited him, and afterwards with Sir William Jones, one of the King's Justices of the Bench, about my condition and residence at the said town of Islington, and they both agreeing that I was not within the letter of the proclamation, nor the intention of it neither, I rested satisfied, and thought myself secure. Laying in all my provisions for housekeeping for the year ensuing, and never imagined myself to be in danger till this unexpected censure of Mr. Palmer passed in the Star Chamber. So, having advised with my friends, I resolved for a remove, being much troubled, not only with my separation from records, but with my wife, being great with child, fearing a winter journey might be dangerous to her. He left Islington and the records in the Tower to return to his country seat, to the great disturbance of his studies. It is perhaps difficult to assign the cause of this marked anxiety of the government for the severe restriction of the limits of the metropolis, and the prosecution of the nobility and gentry to compel a residence on their estates. Whatever were the motives, they were not peculiar to the existing sovereign, but remained transmitted from cabinet to cabinet, and were even renewed under Charles II. At a time when the plague often broke out, a close and growing metropolis might have been considered to be a great evil. A terror expressed by the manuscript writer before quoted, complaining of this deluge of building, that we shall be all poisoned with breathing in one another's faces. The police of the metropolis was long imbecile, notwithstanding their strong watches and guards, set at times, and bodies of the idle and the refractory often assumed some mysterious title, and were with difficulty governed. We may conceive the state of the police when London apprentices, growing in number and insolence, frequently made attempts on Bridewell, or pulled down houses. One day the citizens, improving some ordinance, terrified the whole court of James I. with a panic that there was a rising in the city. It is possible that the government might have been induced to pursue this singular conduct, for I do not know that it can be paralleled, of pulling down new-built houses, by some principle of political economy which remains to be explained or ridiculed by our modern adepts. It would hardly be supposed that the present subject may be enlivened by a poem, the elegance and freedom of which may even now be admired. It is a great literary curiosity, and its length may be excused for several remarkable points. An Ode by Sir Richard Fanshawe, upon occasion of his Majesty's proclamation in the year 1630, commanding the gentry to reside upon their estates in the country. Now war is all the world about, and everywhere Annyiee reigns, or of the torch so late put out, the stench remains. Holland for many years hath been of Christian tragedies the stage, yet seldom hath she played a scene of bloodier rage. And France, that was not long composed, with civil drums again resounds, and ere the old are fully closed, receives the wounds. The great Gustavus in the west plucks the imperial eagle's wing, than whom the earth did ne'er invest a fiercer king. Only the island which we sow, a world without the world so far, from present wounds it cannot show an ancient scar. White peace, the beautifullest of things, seems here her everlasting rest, to fix and spread the downy wings over the nest. As when great Jove, usurping reign, from the plagued world did her exile, and tied her with a golden chain to one blest isle, which in a sea of plenty swam, and turtles sang on every bough, a safe retreat to all that came, as ours is now. Yet we, as if some foe were here, leave the despised fields to clowns, and come to save ourselves, as 'twere, in walled towns. Hither we bring wives, babes, rich clothes, and gems, till now my sovereign the growing evil doth oppose. Counting in vain his care preserves us from annoy of enemies his realms to invade, unless he force us to enjoy the peace he made, to roll themselves in envied leisure. He therefore sends the landed heirs, whilst he proclaims not his own pleasure, so much was theirs. The sap and blood of the land, which fled into the root and choked the heart, are bid their quickening power to spread through every part. Oh, 'twas an act not for my muse to celebrate, nor the dull age until the country air infuse a purer rage. And if the fields, as thankful, prove for benefits received as seed, they will to quite so great a love a Virgil breed. Nor let the gentry grudge to go into those places whence they grew, but think them blest they may do so. Who would pursue the smoky glory of the town, that may go till his native earth, and by the shining fire sit down of his own hearth? Free from the griping scriveners' bands, and the more biting mercers' books, free from the bait of oiled hands and painted looks. The country too even chops for rain. You that exhale it by your power, let the fat drops fall down again in a full shower. And you bright beauties of the time, that waste yourselves here in a blaze, fix to your orb and proper clime your wandering rays. Let no dark corner of the land be unembellished with one gem, and those which here too thick to stand, sprinkle on them. Believe me, ladies, you will find in that sweet light more solid joys, more true contentment to the mind, than all town toys. Nor Cupid there less blood doth spill, but heads his shafts with chaster love, not feathered with a sparrow's quill, but of a dove. There you shall hear the nightingale, the harmless siren of the wood, how prettily she tells a tale of rape and blood. The lyric lark, with all beside of nature's feathered choir, and all the commonwealth of flowers, inst pride behold you shall. The lily queen, the royal rose, the gilly flower, prince of the blood, the courtier tulip, gay enclosed, the regal bud, the violet purple senator, how they do mock the pomp of state, and all that at the surly door of great ones wait. Plant trees you may, and see them shoot up with your children, to be served to your clean boards, and the fairest fruit to be preserved. And learn to use their several gums. 'Tis innocence in the sweet blood of cherry, apricots, and plums, to be imbrued. End of section 45. Section 46 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3 by Isaac Disraeli. Royal Proclamations. The satires and the comedies of the age have been consulted by the historian of our manners, and the features of the times have been traced from those amusing records of folly. Daines Barrington enlarged this field of domestic history in his very entertaining Observations on the Statutes. Another source, which to me seems not to have been explored, is the proclamations which have frequently issued from our sovereigns, and were produced by the exigencies of the times. These proclamations, or royal edicts, in our country were never armed with the force of laws, only as they enforced the execution of laws already established; and the proclamation of a British monarch may become even an illegal act, if it be in opposition to the law of the land. Once, indeed, it was enacted under the arbitrary government of Henry VIII, by the sanction of a pusillanimous parliament, that the force of acts of parliament should be given to the king's proclamations. And at a much later period, the Chancellor, Lord Ellesmere, was willing to have advanced the king's proclamations into laws, on the sophistical maxim that all precedents had a time when they began. But this Chancellor argued ill, as he was told with spirit by Lord Coke, in the presence of James the First. Footnote. The whole story is in 12 Coke 746. I owe this curious fact to the author of Eunomus to 116. End of footnote. Who probably did not think so ill of the Chancellor's logic. Blackstone, to whom on this occasion I could not fail to turn, observes on the statute under Henry VIII that it would have introduced the most despotic tyranny, and must have proved fatal to the liberties of this kingdom, had it not been luckily repealed in the minority of his successor, whom he elsewhere calls an amiable prince. All our young princes, we discover, were amiable. Blackstone has not recorded the subsequent attempt of the Lord Chancellor under James the First, which tended to raise proclamations to the nature of a ukase of the autograph of both the Russias. It seems that our national freedom, notwithstanding our ancient constitution, has had several narrow escapes. Royal proclamations, however, in their own nature are innocent enough, for since the manner, time, and circumstances of putting laws in execution must frequently be left to the discretion of the executive magistrate, a proclamation that is not adverse to existing laws need not create any alarm. The only danger they incur is that they seem never to have been attended to, and rather testified the wishes of the government than the compliance of the subjects. They were not laws, and were therefore considered as sermons or pamphlets, or anything forgotten in a week's time. These proclamations are frequently alluded to by the letter writers of the times among the news of the day, but usually their royal virtue hardly kept them alive beyond the week. Some on important subjects are indeed noticed in our history. Many indications of the situation of affairs, the feelings of the people, and the domestic history of our nation may be drawn from these singular records. I have never found them to exist in any collected form, and they have been probably only accidentally preserved. Footnote: a quarto volume was published by Barker, the king's printer, and is entitled A Book of Proclamations, published since the beginning of his Majesty's most happy reign over England, until this present month of February 1609. It contains 110 in all. The Society of Antiquaries of London possesses at the present time the largest and most perfect collection of royal proclamations in existence. Brought together since the above was written, they are on separate broadsheets as issued. End of footnote. The proclamations of every sovereign would characterize his reign, and open to us some of the interior operations of the cabinet. The despotic will, yet vacillating conduct of Henry VIII towards the close of his reign may be traced in a proclamation to abolish the translations of the Scriptures, and even the reading of Bibles by the people, commanding all printers of English books and pamphlets to affix their names to them, and forbidding the sale of any English books printed abroad. Footnote: in 1529 the king had issued a proclamation for resisting and withstanding of most damnable heresies sown within the realm of the disciples of Luther and other heretics, perverters of Christ's religion. In June 1530 this was followed by the proclamation for damning or condemning of erroneous books and heresies, and prohibiting the having of Holy Scripture translated into the vulgar tongues of English, French, or Dutch. He notes many books printed beyond the sea, which he will not allow, that is to say, the book called the Wicked Mammona, the book named The Obedience of a Christian Man, the Supplication of Beggars, and the book called The Revelation of Antichrist, the Summary of Scripture, and divers other books made in the English tongue, in fact, all books in the vernacular not issued by native printers. And that having respect to the malignity of this present time, with the inclination of people to erroneous opinions, the translation of the New Testament and the Old into the vulgar tongue of English should rather be the occasion of continuance or increase of errors among the said people, than any benefit or commodity toward the weal of their souls. And he determines, therefore, that the Scriptures shall only be expounded to the people as heretofore, and that these books be clearly exterminate and exiled out of this realm of England for ever. End of footnote. When the people were not suffered to publish their opinions at home, all the opposition flew to foreign presses, and their writings were then smuggled into the country in which they ought to have been printed. Hence many volumes printed in a foreign type at this period are found in our collections. The king shrunk in dismay from that spirit of reformation which had only been a party business with him, and making himself a pope, decided that nothing should be learnt but what he himself deigned to teach. The antipathies and jealousies which our populace too long indulged by their incivilities to all foreigners are characterized by a proclamation issued by Mary, commanding her subjects to behave themselves peaceably towards the strangers coming with King Philip. that noblemen and gentlemen should warn their servants to refrain from strife and contention, either by outward deeds, taunting words, unseemly countenance, by mimicking them, etc. The punishment not only her Grace's displeasure, but to be committed to prison without bail or main prize. The proclamations of Edward VI curiously exhibit the unsettled state of the Reformation, where the rites and ceremonies of Catholicism were still practised by the new religionists, while an opposite party, resolutely bent on an eternal separation from Rome, were avowing doctrines which afterwards consolidated themselves into Puritanism. And while others were hatching up that demoralizing fanaticism which subsequently shocked the nation with those monstrous sects, the indelible disgrace of our country. In one proclamation the king denounces to the people those who despise the sacrament by calling it idol, or such other vile name. Another is against such as innovate any ceremony, and who are described as certain private preachers and other laymen, who rashly attempt of their own and singular wit and mind not only to persuade the people from the old and accustomed rites and ceremonies, but also themselves bring in new and strange orders according to their fantasies. The which, as it is an evident token of pride and arrogancy, so it tendeth both to confusion and disorder. Another proclamation to press a godly conformity throughout his realm, where we learn the following curious fact of divers unlearned and indiscreet priests of a devilish mind and intent, teaching that a man may forsake his wife and marry another, his first wife yet living; likewise that the wife may do the same to the husband. Others, that a man may have 2 wives or more at once, for that these things are not prohibited by God's law, but by the Bishop of Rome's law, so that by such evil and fantastical opinions some have not been afraid indeed to marry and keep 2 wives. Here, as in the bud, we may unfold those subsequent scenes of our story which spread out in the following century, the branching out of the nonconformists into their various sects, and the indecent haste of our reformed priesthood, who, in their zeal to cast off the yoke of Rome, desperately submitted to the liberty of having 2 wives or more. There is a proclamation to abstain from flesh on Fridays and Saturdays, exhorted on the principle not only that men should abstain on those days, and forbear their pleasures and the meats wherein they have more delight, to the intent to subdue their bodies to the soul and spirit, but also for worldly policy, to use fish for the benefit of the commonwealth, and profit of many who be fishers, and men using that trade, unto the which this realm in every part environed with the seas, and so plentiful of fresh waters, be increased the nourishment of the land by saving flesh. It did not seem to occur to the king and council that the butchers might have had cause to petition against this monopoly of 2 days in the week granted to the fishmongers, and much less that it was better to let the people eat flesh or fish as suited their conveniency. In respect to the religious rite itself, it was evidently not considered as an essential point of faith, since the king enforces it on the principle for the profit and commodity of his realm. Burnet has made a just observation on religious fasts. A proclamation against excess of apparel in the reign of Elizabeth, and renewed many years after, shows the luxury of dress, which was indeed excessive. In June 1574 the Queen issued from her manor of Greenwich this proclamation against excess of apparel, and the superfluity of unnecessary foreign wares thereto belonging, which is declared to have grown by sufferance to such an extremity, that the manifest decay, not only of a great part of the wealth of the whole realm generally, is like to follow, by bringing into the realm such superfluities of silks, clothes of gold, gold, silver, and other most vain devices, of so great cost for the quantity thereof, as of necessity the moneys and treasure of the realm is, and must be, yearly conveyed out of the same. This is followed by 3 folio leaves minutely describing what may be worn on the dresses of every grade of persons, descending to such minutiae as to note what classes are not to be allowed to put lace, or fringes, or borders of velvet upon their gowns and petticoats, under pain of fine or punishment, because improper for their station, and above their means. The order appears to have been evaded, for it was followed by another in February 1580, which recapitulates these prohibitions and renders them more stringent. End of footnote. There is a curious one against the iconoclasts, or image breakers and picture destroyers, for which the antiquary will hold her in high reverence. Her Majesty informs us that several persons, ignorant, malicious, or covetous, of late years have spoiled and broken ancient monuments, erected only to show a memory to posterity, and not to nourish any kind of superstition. The Queen laments that what is broken and spoiled would be now hard to recover, but advises her good people to repair them, and commands them in future to desist from committing such injuries. A more extraordinary circumstance than the proclamation itself was the manifestation of her Majesty's zeal in subscribing her name with her own hand to every proclamation dispersed throughout England. These image breakers first appeared in Elizabeth's reign. It was afterwards that they flourished in all the perfection of their handicraft, and have contrived that these monuments of art shall carry down to posterity the memory of their shame and of their age. These image breakers, so famous in our history, had already appeared under Henry VIII, and continued their practical zeal, in spite of proclamations and remonstrances, till they had accomplished their work. In 1641 an order was published by the Commons that they should take away all scandalous pictures out of churches. But more was intended than was expressed, and we are told that the people did not at first carry their barbarous practice against all art to the lengths which they afterwards did, till they were instructed by private information. Dowsing's journal has been published, and shows what the order meant. He was their giant destroyer. Such are the Machiavellian secrets of revolutionary governments. They give a public order in moderate words, but the secret one for the deeds is that of extermination. It was this sort of men who discharged their prisoners by giving a secret sign to lead them to their execution. The proclamations of James I, by their number, are said to have sunk their value with the people. Footnote. The list of a very few of those issued at the early part of his reign may illustrate this. In 1604 was published a proclamation for the true winding or folding of wools, as well as one for the due regulation of prices of victuals within the verge of Kent. In 1605, against certain calumnious surmises concerning the church government of Scotland. In 1608, a proclamation against making starch. In 1612, that none buy or sell any bullion of gold and silver at higher prices than is appointed to be paid for the same. Another against dyeing silk with slip or any corrupt stuff. In 1613, for prohibiting the untimely bringing in of wines, as well as for prohibiting the publishing of any reports or writings of duels, and also the importation of felt hats or caps. In 1615, prohibiting the making of glass with timber or wood, because of late years the waste of wood in timber hath been exceeding great and intolerable by the glass houses and glass works of late in divers parts erected, and which his Majesty fears may have the effect of depriving England of timber to construct her navy. End of footnote. He was fond of giving them gentle advice, and it is said by Wilson that there was an intention to have this king's printed proclamations bound up in a volume, that better notice might be taken of the matters contained in them. There is more than one to warn the people against speaking too freely of matters above their reach, prohibiting all undutiful speeches. I suspect that many of these proclamations are the composition of the king's own hand. He was often his own secretary. There is an admirable one against private duels and challenges. The curious one respecting Cowell's interpreter is a sort of royal review of some of the arcana of state. I refer to the quotation. I will preserve a passage of a proclamation against excess of lavish and licentious speech. James was a king of words. Although the commixture of nations, confluence of ambassadors, and the relation which the affairs of our kingdoms have had towards the business and interests of foreign states have caused, during our government, a greater openness and liberty of discourse, even concerning matters of state, which are no themes or subjects fit for vulgar persons or common meetings, than hath been in former times used or permitted. And although in our own nature and judgment we do well allow of convenient freedom of speech, esteeming any over-curious or restrained hands carried in that kind rather as a weakness, or else over much severity of government, than otherwise, yet for as much as it is come to our ears by common report that there is at this time a more licentious passage of lavish discourse, and bold censure in matters of state, than is fit to be suffered. We give this warning, etc., to take heed how they intermeddle by pen or speech with causes of state and secrets of empire, either at home or abroad, but contain themselves within that modest and reverent regard of matters above their reach and calling, or to give any manner of applause to such discourse, without acquainting one of our privy council within the space of 24 hours. It seems that the bold speakers, as certain persons were then denominated, practised an old artifice of lauding his majesty, while they severely arraigned the councils of the cabinet. On this James observes, "Neither let any man mistake us so much as to think that by giving fair and specious attributes to our person, they cover the scandals which they otherwise lay upon our government; but conceive that we make no other construction of them, but as fine and artificial glosses, the better to give passage to the rest of their imputations and scandals." This was a proclamation in the 18th year of his reign. He repeated it in the 19th, and he might have proceeded to the crack of doom with the same effect. Rushworth, in his second volume of Historical Collections, has preserved a considerable number of the proclamations of Charles the First, of which many are remarkable, but latterly they mark the feverish state of his reign. One regulates access for cure of the king's evil, by which his majesty, it appears, hath had good success therein; but though ready and willing as any king or queen of this realm ever was to relieve the distresses of his good subjects, his majesty commands to change the seasons for his sacred touch from Easter and Whitsuntide to Easter and Michaelmas, as times more convenient for the temperature of the season, etc. Another against departure out of the realm without license; one to erect an office for the suppression of cursing and swearing, to receive the forfeitures; against libellous and seditious pamphlets and discourses from Scotland, framed by factious spirits and republished in London. This was in 1640. And Charles, at the crisis of that great insurrection in which he was to be at once the actor and the spectator, fondly imagined that the possessors of these scandalous pamphlets would bring them, as he proclaimed, to one of his majesty's justices of peace, to be by him sent to one of his principal secretaries of state. On the Restoration, Charles II had to court his people by his domestic regulations. He early issued a remarkable proclamation, which one would think reflected on his favourite companions, and which strongly marks the moral disorders of those depraved and wretched times. It is against vicious, debauched, and profane persons, who are thus described: a sort of men of whom we have heard much, and are sufficiently ashamed, who spend their time in taverns, tippling houses, and debauches, giving no other evidence of their affection to us but in drinking our health, and inveighing against all others who are not of their own dissolute temper, and who in truth have more discredited our cause by the license of their manners and lives, than they could ever advance it by their affection or courage. We hope all persons of honour, or in place and authority, will so far assist us in discountenancing such men, that their discretion and shame will persuade them to reform what their conscience would not, and that the displeasure of good men towards them may supply what the laws have not, and it may be cannot well provide against. There being, by the licence and corruption of the times, and the depraved nature of man, many enormities, scandals, and impieties in practice and manners, which laws cannot well describe, and consequently not enough provide against, which may by the example and severity of virtuous men be easily discountenanced, and by degrees suppressed. Surely the gravity and moral severity of Clarendon dictated this proclamation, which must have afforded some mirth to the gay debauched circle, the loose cronies of royalty. It is curious that in 1660 Charles II issued a long proclamation for the strict observance of Lent, and alleges for it the same reason as we found in Edward VI's proclamation for the good it produces in the employment of fishermen. No ordinaries, taverns, etc., to make any supper on Friday nights, either in Lent or out of Lent. Charles II issues proclamations to repress the excess of gilding of coaches and chariots, to restrain the waste of gold, which, as they supposed, by the excessive use of gilding, had grown scarce; against the exportation and the buying and selling of gold and silver at higher rates than in our mint, alluding to a statute made in the 9th year of Edward III, called the Statute of Money; against building in and about London and Westminster in 1661. The inconveniences daily growing by increase of new buildings are, that the people increasing in such great numbers are not well to be governed by the wanted officers. The prices of victuals are enhanced, the health of the subject inhabiting the cities much endangered, and many good towns and boroughs unpeopled, and in their trades much decayed, frequent fires occasioned by timber buildings. It orders to build with brick and stone, which would beautify and make an uniformity in the buildings, and which are not only more durable and safe against fire, but by experience are found to be of little more, if not less charge than the building with timber. We must infer that by the general use of timber it had considerably risen in price, while brick and stone, not then being generally used, became as cheap as wood. Lilly, the astrologer, in his Memoirs, notes that Thomas Howard, Earl of Arundel, the famous collector of the Arundelian marbles, now at Oxford, brought over the new way of building with brick in the city, greatly to the safety of the city and preservation of the wood of this nation. The most remarkable proclamations of Charles II are those which concern the regulations of coffee houses, and one for putting them down. This proclamation for the suppression of coffee houses bears date December 20, 1675, and is dated to have been issued because the multitude of coffee houses lately set up and kept within this kingdom, and the great resort of idle and dissipated persons to them, have produced very evil and dangerous effects, particularly in spreading of rumours, and inducing tradesmen to neglect their calling, tending to the danger of the commonweal by the idle waste of time and money. It therefore orders all coffee house keepers, that they, or any of them, do not presume from and after the 10th day of January next ensuing, to keep any public coffee house, or utter or sell by retail in his, her, or their house or houses, to be spent or consumed within the same any coffee, chocolate, sherbet, or tea, as they will answer it at their utmost peril. End of footnote. To restrain the spreading of false news and licentious talking of state and government, the speakers and the hearers were made alike punishable. This was highly resented as an illegal act by the friends of civil freedom, who, however, succeeded in obtaining the freedom of the coffee houses under the promise of not sanctioning treasonable speeches. It was urged by the court lawyers, as the high Tory Roger North tells us, that the retailing coffee might be an innocent trade when not used in the nature of a common assembly to discourse of matters of state news and great persons as a means to discontent the people. On the other side, Kennett asserted that the discontents existed before they met at the coffee houses, and that the proclamation was only intended to suppress an evil which was not to be prevented. At this day we know which of those two historians exercised the truest judgment. It was not the coffee houses which produced political feeling, but the reverse. Whenever government ascribes effects to a cause quite inadequate to produce them, they are only seeking means to hide the evil which they are too weak to suppress. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annyiee. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. True Sources of Secret History. This is a subject which has been hitherto but imperfectly comprehended even by some historians themselves, and has too often incurred the satire, and even the contempt, of those volatile spirits who play about the superficies of truth, wanting the industry to view it on more than one side, and those superficial readers who imagine that every tale is told when it is written. Secret history is the supplement of history itself, and is its great corrector, and the combination of secret with public history has in itself a perfection, which each taken separately has not. The popular historian composes a plausible rather than an accurate tale. Researches too fully detailed would injure the just proportions, or crowd the bold design of the elegant narrative, and facts, presented as they occur, would not adapt themselves to those theoretical writers of history who arrange events not in a natural, but in a systematic order. But in secret history we are more busied in observing what passes than in being told of it. We are transformed into the contemporaries of the writers, while we are standing on the vantage ground of their posterity, and thus what to them appeared ambiguous, to us has become unquestionable. What was secret to them has been confided to us. They mark the beginnings, and we the ends. From the fullness of their accounts we recover much which had been lost to us in the general views of history, and it is by this more intimate acquaintance with persons and circumstances that we are enabled to correct the less distinct and sometimes the fallacious appearances in the page of the popular historian. He who only views things in masses will have no distinct notion of any one particular. He may be a fanciful or a passionate historian, but he is not the historian who will enlighten while he charms. But as secret history appears to deal in minute things, its connection with great results is not usually suspected. The circumstantiality of its story, the changeable shadows of its character, the redundance of its conversations, and the many careless superfluities which egotism or vanity may throw out, seem usually confounded with that small talk familiarity termed gossiping. But the gossiping of a profound politician or a vivacious observer, in one of their letters or in their memoirs, often by a spontaneous stroke reveals the individual, or by a simple incident unriddles a mysterious event. We may discover the value of these pictures of human nature, with which secret history abounds, by an observation which occurred between two statesmen in office. Lord Raby, our ambassador, apologised to Lord Bolingbroke, then Secretary of State, for troubling him with the minuter circumstances which occurred in his conferences. In reply, the minister requests the ambassador to continue the same manner of writing, and alleges an excellent reason. Those minute circumstances give very great light to the general scope and design of the persons negotiated with, and I own that nothing pleases me more in that valuable collection of the Cardinal d'Ossat's letters than the naïve descriptions which he gives of the looks, gestures, and even tones of voice of the persons he conferred with. I regret to have to record the opinions of another noble author, who has recently thrown out some degrading notions of secret history, and particularly of the historians. I would have silently passed by a vulgar writer, superficial, prejudiced, and uninformed, but as so many are yet deficient in correct notions of secret history, it is but justice that their representatives should be heard before they are condemned. His lordship says that of late the appetite for remains of all kinds has surprisingly increased. A story repeated by the Duchess of Portsmouth's waiting woman to Lord Rochester's valet forms the subject of investigation for a philosophical historian; and you may hear of an assembly of scholars and authors discussing the validity of a piece of scandal invented by a maid of honour more than 2 centuries ago, and repeated to an obscure writer by Queen Elizabeth's housekeeper. It is a matter of the greatest interest to see the letters of every busy trifler. Yet who does not laugh at such men? This is the attack, but as if some half-truths, like light through the cranny in a dark room, had just darted in a stream of atoms over this scoffer at secret history, he suddenly views his object with a very different appearance. For his lordship justly concludes that it must be confessed, however, that knowledge of this kind is very entertaining, and here and there among the rubbish we find hints that may give the philosopher a clue to important facts, and afford to the moralist a better analysis of the human mind than a whole library of metaphysics. The philosopher may well abhor all intercourse with wits, because the faculty of judgment is usually quiescent with them, and in their orgasm they furiously decry what in their sober senses they as eagerly laud. Let me inform his lordship that the waiting woman and the valet of eminent persons are sometimes no unimportant personages in history. By the Memoirs de Mont de la Porte, premier valet de chambre de Louis XIV, we learn what before the valet wrote had not been known, the shameful arts which Mazarin allowed to be practised, to give a bad education to the prince, and to manage him by depraving his tastes. Madame de Motteville, in her Memoirs, the waiting lady of our Henrietta, has preserved for our own English history some facts which have been found so essential to the narrative, that they are referred to by our historians. In Guy Joly, the humble dependent of Cardinal de Retz, we discover an unconscious but a useful commentator on the memoirs of his master; and the most affecting personal anecdotes of Charles I. have been preserved by Thomas Herbert, his gentleman in waiting. Clary, the valet of Louis XVI., with pathetic faithfulness, has shown us the man in the monarch whom he served. Of secret history there are obviously 2 species. It is positive, or it is relative. It is positive when the facts are first given to the world, a sort of knowledge which can only be drawn from our own personal experience, or from contemporary documents preserved in their manuscript state in public or private collections. Or it is relative, in proportion to the knowledge of those to whom it is communicated, and will be more or less valued according to the acquisitions of the reader. And this inferior species of secret history is drawn from rare and obscure books and other published authorities, often as scarce as manuscripts. Some experience I have had in those literary researches were curiosity, ever wakeful and vigilant, discoverers among contemporary manuscripts new facts, illustrations of old ones, and sometimes detect, not merely by conjecture, the concealed causes of many events, often opens a scene in which some well-known personage is exhibited in a new character, and thus penetrates beyond those generalizing representations which satisfy the superficial, and often cover the page of history with delusion and fiction. It is only since the latter institution of natural libraries that these immense collections of manuscripts have been formed. With us they are an undescribable variety, usually classed under the vague title of State Papers. Footnote 252. The large mass of important documents in the National State Paper Office has recently been made available to the use of the historic student, with the best results, and cannot fail to have important influence on the future historic literature of the country. End of footnote. Instructions of ambassadors, but more particularly their own dispatches, charters, and chronicles, brown with antiquity, which preserve a world which had been else lost for us, like the one before the deluge. Series upon series of private correspondence, among which we discover the most confidential communications, designed by the writers to have been destroyed by the hand which received them. Memoirs of individuals by themselves, or by their friends, such as now are published by the pomp of vanity, or the faithlessness of their possessors, and the miscellaneous collections formed by all kinds of persons, characteristic of all countries and of all eras, materials for the history of man, records of the force or of the feebleness of the human understanding, and still the monuments of their passions. The original collectors of these dispersed manuscripts were a race of ingenious men, silent benefactors of mankind, to whom justice has not yet been fully awarded, but in their fervour of accumulation, everything in a manuscript state bore its spell. Acquisition was the sole point aimed at by our early collectors, and to this these searching spirits sacrificed their fortunes, their ease, and their days, but life would have been too short to have decided on the intrinsic value of the manuscripts flowing in a stream to the collectors, and suppression even of the disjointed reveries of madmen, or the sensible madness of projectors, might have been indulging a capricious state, or what has proved more injurious to historical pursuits, that party feeling which has frequently annihilated the memorials of their adversaries. These manuscripts now assume a formidable appearance. A toilsome march over these Alps rising over Alps, a voyage in a sea without a shore, has turned away most historians from their severer duties. Those who have grasped at early celebrity have been satisfied to have given a new form to, rather than contributed to, the new matter of history. The very sight of these masses of history has terrified some modern historians. When Père Daniel undertook a history of France, the learned Boivin, the king's librarian, opened for his inspection an immense treasure of charters, and another of royal autograph letters, and another of private correspondence, treasures reposing in 1400 folios. The modern historian passed 2 hours impatiently looking over them, but frightened at another plunge into the gulf. This Curtius of history would not immolate himself for his country. He wrote a civil letter to the librarian for his supernumerary kindness, but insinuated that he could write a very readable history without any further aid of such paper asses or paper rubbish. Père Daniel therefore quietly sat down to his history, copying others, a compliment which was never returned by any one. But there was this striking novelty in his readable history, that according to the accurate computation of Count Boulainvilliers, Père Daniel's history of France contains 10,000 blunders. The same circumstance has been told me by a living historian of the late Gilbert Stuart, who, on some manuscript volumes of letters being pointed out to him when composing his History of Scotland, confessed that what was already printed was more than he was able to read, and thus much for his theoretical history, written to run counter to another theoretical history, being Stuart versus Robertson, they equally depend on the simplicity of their readers, and the charms of style. Another historian, Anquetil, the author of L'Esprit de la Ligue, has described his embarrassment at an inspection of the contemporary manuscripts of that period. After 13 years of research to glean whatever secret history printed books afforded, the author, residing in the country, resolved to visit the Royal Library at Paris. Monsieur Melot received him with that kindness which is one of the official duties of the public librarian towards the studious, opened the cabinets in which were deposited the treasures of French history. "This is what you require. Come here at all times, and you shall be attended," said the librarian to the young historian, who stood by with a sort of shudder, while he opened cabinet after cabinet. The intrepid investigator repeated his visits, looking over the mass as chance directed, attacking one side, and then flying to another. The historian, who had felt no weariness during 13 years among printed books, discovered that he was now engaged in a task apparently always beginning and never ending. The Esprit de la Ligue was, however, enriched by labours which at the moment appeared so barren. The study of these paperasses is not perhaps so disgusting as the impatient Père Daniel imagined. There is a literary fascination in looking over the same papers which the great characters of history once held and wrote on, catching from themselves their secret sentiments, and often detecting so many of their unrecorded actions. By habit the toil becomes light, and with a keen inquisitive spirit even delightful. For what is more delightful to the curious than to make fresh discoveries every day? Addison has a true and pleasing observation on such pursuits. Our employments are converted into amusements, so that even in those objects which were indifferent or even displeasing to us, the mind not only gradually loses its aversion, but conceives a certain fondness and affection for them. Addison illustrates this case by one of the greatest geniuses of the age, who by habit took incredible pleasure in searching into rolls and records, till he preferred them to Virgil and Cicero. The faculty of curiosity is as fervid and even as refined in its search after truth, as that of taste in the object of imagination, and the more it is indulged, the more exquisitely it is enjoyed. The popular historians of England and of France have, in truth, made little use of manuscript researches. Life is very short for long histories, and those who rage with an avidity of fame or profit will gladly taste the fruit which they cannot mature. Researches too remotely sought after, or too slowly acquired, or too fully detailed, would be so many obstructions in the smooth texture of a narrative. Our theoretical historians write from some particular and preconceived result, unlike Livy and De Thou and Machiavel, who described events in their natural order. These cluster them together by the fanciful threads of some political or moral theory, by which facts are distorted, displaced, and sometimes altogether omitted. One single original document has sometimes shaken into the dust their Palladian edifice of history. At the moment Hume was sending some sheets of his history to press, Murden's State Papers appeared, and we are highly amused and instructed by a letter of our historian to his rival, Robertson, who probably found himself often in the same forlorn situation. Our historian discovered in that collection what compelled him to retract his preconceived system. He hurries to stop the press, and paints his confusion and his anxiety with all the ingenious simplicity of his nature. "We are all in the wrong," he exclaims. Of Hume, I have heard that certain manuscripts at the State Paper Office had been prepared for his inspection during a fortnight, but he never could muster courage to pay his promised visit. Satisfied with the common accounts and the most obvious sources of history, When librarian at the Advocates' Library, where yet may be examined the books he used, marked by his hand, he spread the volumes about the sofa, from which he rarely rose to pursue obscure inquiries, or delay by fresh difficulties the page which every day was growing under his charming pen; and striking proof of his careless happiness I discovered in his never referring to the perfect edition of Whitelocke's Memorials of 1732, but to the old truncated and faithless ones of 1682. Dr. Birch was a writer with no genius for composition, but one to whom British history stands more indebted than to any superior author. His incredible love of labour in transcribing with his own hand a large library of manuscripts from originals dispersed in public and in private repositories, has enriched the British Museum by thousands of the most authentic documents of genuine secret history. He once projected a collection of original historical letters, for which he had prepared a preface, where I find the following passage: "It is a more important service to the public to contribute something not before known to the general fund of history, than to give new form and colour to what we are already possessed of, by superadding refinement and ornament, which too often tend to disguise the real state of the facts; a fault not to be atoned for by the pomp of style, or even the fine eloquence of the historian." This was an oblique stroke aimed at Robertson, to whom Birch had generously opened the stores of history, for the Scotch historian had needed all his charity; but Robertson's attractive inventions and highly finished composition seduce the public taste, and we may forgive the latent spark of envy in the honest feelings of the man who was profoundly skilled in delving in the native beds of ore, but not in fashioning it, and whose own neglected historical works, constructed on the true principles of secret history, we may often turn over to correct the erroneous, the prejudiced, and the artful accounts of those who have covered their faults by the pomp of style and the eloquence of the historian. The large manuscript collections of original documents, from whence may be drawn what I have called positive secret history, are, as I observed, comparatively of modern existence. Formerly they were widely dispersed in private hands, and the nature of such sources of historic discovery but rarely occurred to our writers. Even had they sought them, their access must have been partial and accidental. Lord Hardwicke has observed that there are still many untouched manuscript collections within these kingdoms, which, through the ignorance or inattention of their owners, are condemned to dust and obscurity. But how valuable and essential they may be to the interests of authentic history and of sacred truth, cannot be more strikingly demonstrated than in the recent publications of the Marlborough and the Shrewsbury papers by Archdeacon Coxe. Footnote 254. The editor was fully authorised to observe, "It is singular that those transactions should either have passed over in silence, or imperfectly represented by most of our national historians. Our modern history would have been a mere political romance, without the astonishing picture of William and his ministers, exhibited in those unquestionable documents." Burnet was among the first in our modern historians who showed the world the preciousness of such materials, in his History of the Reformation, which he largely drew from the Cottonian collection. Our early historians only repeated a tale 10 times told. Milton, who wanted not for literary diligence, had no fresh stores to open for his History of England, while Hume despatches, comparatively in a few pages, a subject which has afforded to the fervent diligence of my learned friend Sharon Turner volumes precious to the antiquary, the lawyer, and the philosopher. To illustrate my idea of the usefulness and of the absolute necessity of secret history, I fix first on a public event, and secondly on a public character, both remarkable in our own modern history, and both serving to expose the fallacious appearances of popular history by authorities indisputably genuine. The event is the restoration of Charles II., and the character is that of Mary, the queen of William III. In history, the restoration of Charles appears in all its splendour. The king is joyfully received at Dover, and the shore is covered by his subjects on their knees. Crowds of the great hurry to Canterbury. The army is drawn up in number and with a splendour that had never been equalled. His enthusiastic reception is on his birthday, for that was the lucky day fixed on for his entrance into the metropolis. In a word, all that is told in history describes a monarch the most powerful and the most happy. One of the tracts of the day, entitled England's Triumph, in the mean quaintness of the style of the times, tells us that the soldiery who had hitherto made clubs trump, resolved now to enthrone the King of Hearts. Turn to the faithful memorialist, who so well knew the secrets of the king's heart, and who was himself an actor behind the curtain, turned to Clarendon in his own life, and we shall find that the power of the king was then as dubious as when he was an exile, and his feelings were so much racked that he had nearly resolved on a last flight. Clarendon, in noticing the temper and spirit of that time, observes, "Whoever reflects upon all this composition of contradictory wishes and expectations, must confess that the king was not yet the master of the kingdom, nor his authority and security such as the general noise and acclamation, the bells and the bonfires proclaimed it to be. The first mortification the king met with as soon as he arrived at Canterbury, within 3 hours after he landed at Dover, Clarendon then relates how many the king found there, who, while they waited with joy to kiss his hand, also came with importunate solicitations for themselves, forced him to give them present audience, in which they reckoned up the insupportable losses undergone by themselves or their fathers, demanding some grant or promise of such or such offices, some even for more, pressing for 2 or 3 with such confidence and importunity, and with such tedious discourses, that the king was extremely nauseated with their suits, though his modesty knew not how to break from them, that he no sooner got into his chamber, which for some hours he was not able to do, than he lamented the condition to which he found he must be subject, and did, in truth, from that minute contract such a prejudice against some of those persons. But a greater mortification was to follow, and one which had nearly thrown the king into despair. General Monk had from the beginning to this instant acted very mysteriously, never corresponding with nor answering a letter of the king's, so that his majesty was frequently doubtful whether the general designed to act for himself or for the king, an ambiguous conduct which I attribute to the power his wife had over him, who was in the opposite interest. The general, in his rough way, presented him a large paper, with about 70 names for his privy council, of which not more than 2 were acceptable. The king, says Clarendon, was in more than ordinary confusion, for he knew not well what to think of the general, in whose absolute power he was, so that at this moment his majesty was almost alarmed at the demand and appearance of things. The general afterwards undid this unfavourable appearance by acknowledging that the list was drawn up by his wife, who had made him promise to present it, but he permitted his majesty to act as he thought proper. At that moment General Monk was more king than Charles. We have not yet concluded. When Charles met the army at Blackheath, 50,000 strong, he knew well the ill constitution of the army, the distemper and murmuring that was in it, and how many diseases and convulsions their infant loyalty was subject to, that how united soever their inclinations and acclamations seemed to be at Blackheath, their affections were not the same, and the very countenances there of many officers as well as soldiers did sufficiently manifest that they were drawn thither to a service they were not delighted in. The old soldiers had little regard for their new officers, and it quickly appeared, by the select and affected mixtures of sullen and melancholic parties of officers and soldiers. And then the Chancellor of Human Nature adds, and in this melancholic and perplexed condition the king and all his hopes stood. When he appeared most gay and exalted, and wore a pleasantness in his face that became him, and looked like as full an assurance of his security as was possible to put on, it is imagined that Louis XVIII would be the ablest commentator on this piece of secret history, and add another twin to Pierre de Saint Julien's Gemelles ou Parellis, an old French treatise of histories which resemble one another, a volume so scarce that I have never met with it. Burnet informs us that when Queen Mary held the administration of government during the absence of William, it was imagined by some that as every woman of sense loved to be meddling, they concluded that she had but a small portion of it, because she lived so abstracted from all affairs. He praised her exemplary behaviour, regular in her devotions, much in her closet, read a great deal, was often busy at work, and seemed to employ her time and thoughts in anything rather than matters of state. Her conversation was lively and obliging, everything in her was easy and natural. The king told the Earl of Shrewsbury that though he could not hit on the right way of pleasing England, he was confident she would, and that we should all be very happy under her. Such is the miniature of the Queen which Burnet offers. We see nothing but her tranquillity, her simplicity, her carelessness, amidst the important transactions passing under her eye. But I lift the curtain from a larger picture. The distracted state amidst which the Queen lived, the vexations, the secret sorrows, the agonies and the despair of Mary in the absence of William, nowhere appear in history, and, as we see, escaped the ken of the Scotch bishop. They were reserved for the curiosity and instruction of posterity, and were found by Dalrymple in the letters of Mary to her husband, in King William's cabinet. It will be well to place under the eye of the reader the suppressed cries of this afflicted queen at the time when everything in her was so easy and natural, employing her time and thoughts in anything rather than matters of state, often busy at work. I shall not dwell on the pangs of the queen for the fate of William, or her deadly suspicions that many were unfaithful about her. A battle lost might have been fatal. A conspiracy might have undone what even a victory had obtained. The continual terrors she endured were such that we might be at a loss to determine who suffered most, those who had been expelled from, or those who had ascended to the throne. So far was the queen from not employing her thoughts on matters of state, that every letter, usually written towards evening, chronicles the conflict of the day. She records not only events, but even dialogues and personal characteristics, hints her suspicions, and multiplies her fears. Her attention was incessant. I never write but what I think others do not, and her terrors were as ceaseless. I pray God send you back quickly, for I see all breaking out into flames. The Queen's difficulties were not eased by a single confidential intercourse. On one occasion she observes, "As I do not know what I ought to speak, and when not, I am as silent as can be. I ever fear not doing well, and trust to what nobody says but you. It seems to me that every one is afraid of themselves. I am very uneasy in one thing, which is want of somebody to speak my mind freely to, for it's a great constraint to think and be silent. And there is so much matter, that I am one of Solomon's fools, who am ready to burst. I must tell you again how Lord Monmouth endeavours to frighten me, and indeed things have but a melancholy prospect." She had indeed reasons to fear Lord Monmouth, who, it appears, divulged all the secrets of the royal councils to Major Wildman, who was one of our old republicans, and to spread alarm in the privy council, conveyed in lemon juice all their secrets to France, often on the very day they had passed in council. They discovered the fact, and every one suspected the others as a traitor. Lord Lincoln even once assured her that the Lord President and all in general, who are in trust, were rogues. Her council was composed of factions, and the queen's suspicions were rather general than particular, for she observes on them, "Till now I thought you had given me wrong characters of men, but now I see they answer my expectation of being as little of a mind as of a body." For a final extract, take this full picture of royal misery. "I must see company on my set days. I must play twice a week. Nay, I must laugh and talk, though never so much against my will. I believe I dissemble very ill to those who know me, at least. It is a great constraint to myself, yet I must endure it. All my motions are so watched, and all I do so observed, that if I eat less, or speak less, or look more grave, all is lost in the opinion of the world, so that I have this misery added to that of your absence, that I must grin when my heart is ready to break, and talk when my heart is so oppressed that I can scarce breathe. I go to Kensington as often as I can for air, but then I can never be quite alone, neither can I complain. That would be some ease, but I have nobody whose humour and circumstances agree with mine enough to speak my mind freely to. Besides, I must hear of business, which being a thing I am so new in, and so unfit for, does but break my brains the more, and not ease my heart." Thus different from the representation of Burnet was the actual state of Queen Mary, and I suspect that our warm and vehement bishop had but little personal knowledge of her majesty, notwithstanding the elaborate character of the queen which he has given in her funeral eulogium. He must have known that she did not always sympathise with his party feelings, for the queen writes, "The Bishop of Salisbury has made a long thundering sermon this morning, which he has been with me to desire to print, which I could not refuse, though I should not have ordered it, for reasons which I told him. Burnet, who I am very far from calling what an inveterate Tory, Edward Earl of Oxford does in one of his manuscript notes, that lying Scot, unquestionably has told many truths in his garrulous page, but the cause in which he stood so deeply engaged, coupled to his warm sanguine temper, may have sometimes dimmed his sagacity, so as to have caused him to have mistaken, as in the present case, a mask for a face, particularly at a time when almost every individual appears to have worn one." Both these cases of Charles II. And Queen Mary show the absolute necessity of researches into secret history, to correct the appearances and the fallacies which so often deceive us in public history. The appetite for remains, as the noble author whom I have already alluded to calls it, may then be a very wholesome one, if it provide the only materials by which our popular histories can be corrected; and since it often infuses a freshness into a story which, after having been copied from book to book, inspires another to tell it for the 10th time, thus are the sources of secret history unsuspected by the idler and the superficial among those masses of untouched manuscripts, that subterraneous history which indeed may terrify the indolent, bewilder the inexperienced, and confound the injudicious, if they have not acquired the knowledge which not only decides on facts and opinions, but on the authorities which have furnished them. Popular historians have written to their readers, each with different views, but all alike form the open documents of history. Like feed advocates they declaim, or like special pleaders they keep only on one side of their case. They are seldom zealous to push on their cross-examination, for they come to gain their cause, and not to hazard it. Time will make the present age as obsolete as the last, for our sons will cast a new light over the ambiguous scenes which distract their fathers. They will know how some things happened for which we cannot account. They will bear witness to how many characters we have mistaken. They will be told many of those secrets which our contemporaries hide from us. They will pause at the ends of our beginnings. They will read the perfect story of man, which can never be told while it is proceeding. All this is the possession of posterity, because they will judge without our passions, and all this we ourselves have been enabled to possess by the secret history of the last 2 ages. Footnote 255. Since this article has been sent to press, I rise from reading one in the Edinburgh Review on Lord Orford's and Lord Waldegrave's memoirs. This is one of the very rare articles which could only come from the hand of a master long exercised in the studies he criticises. The critic, or rather the historian, observes that of a period remarkable for the establishment of our present system of government, no authentic materials had yet appeared. Events of public notoriety are to be found, though often inaccurately told, in our common histories, but the secret springs of action, their private views and motives of individuals and sea, are as little known to us as if the events to which they relate had taken place in China or Japan. The clear, connected, dispassionate, and circumstantial narrative with which he has enriched the stores of English history is drawn from the sources of secret history, from published memoirs and contemporary correspondence. End of footnotes. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. Literary Residences. Men of genius have usually been condemned to compose their finest works, which are usually their earliest ones, under the roof of a garret, and few literary characters have lived, like Pliny and Voltaire, in a villa or chateau of their own. It has not therefore often happened that a man of genius could raise local emotions by his own intellectual suggestions. Ariosto, who built a palace in his verse, lodged himself in a small house, and found that stanzas and stones were not put together at the same rate. Old Montaigne has left a description of his library. Over the entrance of my house, where I view my courtyards and garden, and at once survey all the operations of my family. There is, however, a feeling among literary men of building up their own elegant fancies, and giving a permanency to their own tastes. We dwell on their favourite scenes as a sort of portraits, and we eagerly collect those few prints which are their only vestiges. A collection might be formed of such literary residences, chosen for their amenity and their retirement, and adorned by the objects of their studies. From that of the younger Pliny, who called his villa of literary leisure by the endearing term of Villela, to that of Cassiodorus, the prime minister of Theodoric, who has left so magnificent a description of his literary retreat, where all the elegancies of life were at hand, where the gardeners and the agriculturists labored on scientific principles, and where, amidst gardens and parks, stood his extensive library, with scribes to multiply his manuscripts. From Tycho Brahes, who built a magnificent astronomical house on an island, which he named after the sole objects of his musings, Uranienburgh, or the Castle of the Heavens. To that of Evelyn, who first began to adorn Wotton by building a little study, till many years after he dedicated the ancient house to contemplation, among the delicious streams and venerable woods, the gardens, the fountains, and the groves, most tempting for a great person and a wanton purse, and indeed gave one of the first examples to that elegancy since so much in vogue. From Pope, whose little garden seemed to multiply its scenes by a glorious union of nobility and literary men conversing in groups, down to lonely Shenstone, whose rural elegance, as he entitles one of his odes, compelled him to mourn over his hard fate, when Expense had lavished 1,000 ornaments, and taught convenience to perplex him, art to pall, pomp to deject, and beauty to displease. We have all by heart the true and delightful reflection of Johnson on local associations, when the scene we tread suggests to us the men or the deeds which have left their celebrity to the spot. We are in the presence of their fame and feel its influence. A literary friend whom a hint of mine had induced to visit the old tower in the garden of Buffon, where the sage retired every morning to compose, passed so long a time in that lonely apartment as to have raised some solicitude among the honest folks of Montbard, who, having seen the Englishman enter but not return during a heavy thunderstorm which had occurred in the interval, informed the good mayor, who came in due form to notify the ambiguous state of the stranger. My friend is, as is well known, a genius of that cast who could pass 2 hours in the Tower of Buffon without being aware that he had been all that time occupied by suggestions of ideas and reveries which in some minds such a locality may excite. He was also busied with his pencil, for he has favoured me with 2 drawings of the interior and the exterior of this old tower in the garden. The nakedness within can only be compared to the solitude without. Such was the studying room of Buffon, where his eye, resting on no object, never interrupted the unity of his meditations on nature. In return for my friend's kindness, it has cost me, I think, 2 hours in attempting to translate the beautiful picture of this literary retreat, which Vic Dazir has finished with all the warmth of a votary. At Montbard, in the midst of an ornamented garden, is seen an antique tower. It was there that Buffon wrote the history of nature, and from that spot his fame spread through the universe. There he came at sunrise, and no one, however importunate, was suffered to trouble him. The calm of the morning hour, the first warbling of the birds, the varied aspect of the country, all at that moment which touched the senses, recalled him to his model. Free, independent, he wandered in his walks. There was he seen with quickened or with slow steps, or standing wrapped in thought, sometimes with his eyes fixed on the heavens in the moment of inspiration, as if satisfied with the thought that so profoundly occupied his soul. Sometimes, collected within himself, he sought what would not always be found, or at the moments of producing, he wrote, he effaced, and rewrote, to efface once more. Thus he harmonized in silence all the parts of his composition, which he frequently repeated to himself, till, satisfied with his corrections, he seemed to repay himself for the pains of his beautiful prose by the pleasure he found in declaiming it aloud. Thus he engraved it in his memory, and would recite it to his friends, or induce some to read it to him. At those moments he was himself a severe judge, and would again recompose it, desirous of attaining to that perfection which is denied to the impatient writer. A curious circumstance, connected with local associations, occurred to that extraordinary Oriental student, Fourmont. Originally he belonged to a religious community, and never failed in performing his offices. But he was expelled by the superior for an irregularity of conduct, not likely to have become contagious through the brotherhood. He frequently prolonged his studies far into the night, and it was possible that the house might be burnt by such superfluity of learning. Fourmont retreated to the College of Montaigne, where he occupied the very chambers which had formerly been those of Erasmus, a circumstance which contributed to excite his emulation and to hasten his studies. He who smiles at the force of such emotions only proves that he has not experienced what are real and substantial as the scene itself, for those who are concerned in them. Pope, who had far more enthusiasm in his poetical disposition than is generally understood, was extremely susceptible of the literary associations with localities. One of the volumes of his Homer was begun and finished in an old tower over the chapel of Stanton Harcourt. Footnote: the room is a small wainscoted apartment in the second floor, commanding a pleasant view. End of footnote. And he has perpetuated the event, if not consecrated the place, by scratching with a diamond on a pane of stained glass this inscription: "In the year 1718, Alexander Pope finished here the fifth volume of Homer." Footnote: the above inscription is a facsimile of that upon the glass. The word fifth in the third line has been erased by Pope for want of room to complete it properly. It is scratched on a small pane of red glass and has been removed to Newnham Courtney, the seat of the Harcourt family on the banks of the Thames, a few miles from Oxford. End of footnote. It was the same feeling which induced him one day, when taking his usual walk with Hart in the Haymarket, to desire Hart to enter a little shop where, going up 3 pair of stairs into a small room, Pope said, "In this garret Addison wrote his campaign." Nothing less than a strong feeling impelled the poet to ascend this garret. It was a consecrated spot to his eye, and certainly a curious instance of the power of genius contrasted with its miserable locality. Addison, whose mind had fought through a campaign in a garret, could he have called about him the pleasures of imagination, had probably planned a house of literary repose, where all parts would have been in harmony with his mind. Such residences of men of genius have been enjoyed by some, and the vivid descriptions which they have left us convey something of the delightfulness which charmed their studious repose. The Italian Paul Jovius has composed more than 300 concise eulogies of statesmen, warriors, and literary men of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. But the occasion which induced him to compose them is perhaps more interesting than the compositions. Jovius had a villa situated on a peninsula bordered by the Lake of Como. It was built on the ruins of the Villa of Pliny, and in his time the foundations were still visible. When the surrounding lake was calm, the sculptured marbles, the trunks of columns, and the fragments of those pyramids which had once adorned the residence of the friend of Trajan were still viewed in its lucid bosom. Jovius was the enthusiast of literature and the leisure which it loves. He was an historian with the imagination of a poet, and, though a Christian prelate, almost a worshipper of the sweet fictions of pagan mythology. And when his pen was kept pure from satire or adulation, to which it was too much accustomed, it became a pencil. He paints with rapture his gardens bathed by the waters of the lake, the shade and freshness of his woods, his green slopes, his sparkling fountains, the deep silence and calm of his solitude. A statue was raised in his gardens to nature. In his hall stood a fine statue of Apollo and the Muses around with their attributes. His library was guarded by a Mercury, and there was an apartment adorned with Doric columns and with pictures of the most pleasing subjects dedicated to the Graces. Such was the interior. Without, the transparent lake here spread its broad mirror, and there was seen luminously winding by banks covered with olives and laurels. In the distance, towns, promontories, hills rising in an amphitheatre, blushing with vines, and the first elevation of the Alps, covered with woods and pasture, and sprinkled with herds and flocks. It was in a central spot of this enchanting habitation that a cabinet or gallery was erected, where Jovius had collected, with prodigal cost, the portraits of celebrated men, and it was to explain and to describe the characteristics of these illustrious names that he had composed his eulogies. This collection became so remarkable that the great men his contemporaries presented our literary collector with their own portraits, among whom the renowned Fernandez Cortez sent Jovius his before he died, and probably others who were less entitled to enlarge the collection. But it is equally probable that our caustic Jovius would throw them aside. Our historian had often to describe men more famous than virtuous, sovereigns, politicians, poets, and philosophers. Men of all ranks, countries, and ages formed a crowded scene of men of genius or of celebrity. Sometimes a few lines compress their character, and sometimes a few pages excite his fondness. If he sometimes adulates the living, we may pardon the illusions of a contemporary, but he has the honor of satirizing some by the honest freedom of a pen which occasionally broke out into premature truths. Such was the inspiration of literature and leisure which had embellished the abode of Jovius, and had raised in the midst of the Lake of Como a cabinet of portraits, a noble tribute to those who are the salt of the earth. We possess prints of Rubens's house at Antwerp. That princely artist perhaps first contrived for his studio the circular apartment with a dome, like the rotunda of the Pantheon, where the light, descending from an aperture or window at the top, sent down a single equal light, that perfection of light which distributes its magical effects on the objects beneath. Footnote: Harrowins published in 1684 a series of interesting views of the house and some of the apartments, including this domed one. The series are upon one folio sheet, now very rare. End of footnote. Bellori describes it. Una stanza rotonda, con un solo occhio in cima. The solo occhio is what the French term œil de bœuf. We ourselves want this single eye in our technical language of art. This was his precious museum, where he had collected a vast number of books, which were intermixed with his marbles, statues, cameos, intaglios, and all that variety of the riches of art which he had drawn from Rome. But the walls did not yield in value, for they were covered by pictures of his own composition, or copies by his own hand, made at Venice and Madrid, of Titian and Paul Veronese. Footnote: Rubens was an ardent collector, and lost no chance of increasing his stores. In the appendix to Carpenter's pictorial notices of Van Dyck is printed the correspondence between himself and Sir D. Carleton, offering to exchange some of his own pictures for antiques in possession of the latter, who was ambassador from England to Holland, and who collected also for the Earl of Arundel. End of footnote. No foreigners, men of letters or lovers of the arts, or even princes, would pass through Antwerp without visiting the house of Rubens to witness the animated residence of genius, and the great man who had conceived the idea. Yet, great as was his mind, and splendid as were the habits of his life, he could not resist the entreaties of the 100,000 florins of our Duke of Buckingham to dispose of this studio. The great artist could not, however, abandon forever the delightful contemplations he was depriving himself of, and as substitutes for the miracles of art he had lost, he solicited and obtained leave to replace them by casts, which were scrupulously deposited in the places where the originals had stood. Of this feeling of the local residences of genius, the Italians appear to have been not perhaps more susceptible than other people, but more energetic in their enthusiasm. Florence exhibits many monuments of this sort. In the neighborhood of Santa Maria Novella, Zimmermann has noticed a house of the celebrated Viviani, which is a singular monument of gratitude to his illustrious master, Galileo. The front is adorned with the bust of this father of science, and between the windows are engraven accounts of the discoveries of Galileo. It is the most beautiful biography of genius. Yet another still more eloquently excites our emotions, The house of Michelangelo. His pupils, in perpetual testimony of their admiration and gratitude, have ornamented it with all the leading features of his life, the very soul of this vast genius put in action. This is more than biography. It is living as with a contemporary. End of section 48. Section 49 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. Whether allowable to ruin oneself? The political economist replies that it is. One of our old dramatic writers who witnessed the singular extravagance of dress among the modelers of fashion, our nobility, condemns their superfluous bravery, echoing the popular cry. There are a sort of men whose coining heads are mints of all new fashions, that have done more hurt to the kingdom by superfluous bravery, which the foolish gentry imitate, than a war or a long famine. All the treasure by this foul excess is got into the merchants, embroiderers, silkmen's, jewelers, tailors' hands, and the third part of the land too, the nobility engrossing titles only. Our poet might have been startled at the reply of our political economist. If the nobility, in follies such as these, only preserved their titles, while their lands were dispersed among the industrious classes, the people were not sufferers. The silly victims ruining themselves by their excessive luxury or their costly dress, as it appears some did, was an evil which, left to its own course, must check itself. If the rich did not spend, the poor would starve. Luxury is the cure of that unavoidable evil in society, great inequality of fortune. Political economists therefore tell us that any regulations would be ridiculous which, as Lord Bacon expresses it, should serve for the repressing of waste and excess by sumptuary laws. Adam Smith is not only indignant at sumptuary laws, but asserts, with a democratic insolence of style, that it is the highest impertinence and presumption in kings and ministers to pretend to watch over the economy of private people, and to restrain their expense by sumptuary laws. They are themselves always the greatest spendthrifts in the society. Let them look well after their own expense, and they may safely trust private people with theirs. If their own extravagance does not ruin the state, that of their subjects never will. We must therefore infer that governments by extravagance may ruin a state, but that individuals enjoy the remarkable privilege of ruining themselves without injuring society. Adam Smith afterwards distinguishes two sorts of luxury. The one, exhausting itself in durable commodities, as in buildings, furniture, books, statues, pictures, will increase the opulence of a nation. But of the other, wasting itself in dress and equipages, in frivolous ornaments, jewels, baubles, trinkets, etc., he acknowledges no trace or vestige would remain, and the effects of 10 or 20 years' profusion would be as completely annihilated as if they had never existed. There is, therefore, a greater and a lesser evil in this important subject of the opulent, unrestricted by any law, ruining his whole generation. Where the wealth of nations is made the solitary standard of their prosperity, it becomes a fertile source of errors in the science of morals, and the happiness of the individual is then too frequently sacrificed to what is called the prosperity of the state. If an individual, in the pride of luxury and selfism, annihilates the fortunes of his whole generation, untouched by the laws as a criminal, he leaves behind him a race of the discontented and the seditious, who, having sunk in the scale of society, have to reascend from their degradation by industry and by humiliation. But for the work of industry, their habits have made them inexpert, and to humiliation their very rank presents a perpetual obstacle. Sumptuary laws, so often enacted and so often repealed, and always eluded, were the perpetual but ineffectual attempts of all governments to restrain what perhaps cannot be restrained, criminal folly. And to punish a man for having ruined himself would usually be to punish a most contrite penitent. It is not surprising that before private vices were considered as public benefits, the governors of nations instituted sumptuary laws, for the passion for pageantry and an incredible prodigality in dress were continually impoverishing great families. More equality of wealth has now rather subdued the form of private ruin than laid this evil domestic spirit. The incalculable expenditure and the blaze of splendor of our ancestors may startle the incredulity of our élégant. We find men of rank exhausting their wealth and pawning their castles, and then desperately issuing from them heroes for a crusade or brigands for their neighborhood, and this frequently from the simple circumstance of having for a short time maintained some gorgeous chivalric festival on their own estates, or from having melted thousands of acres into cloth of gold. Their sons were left to beg their bread on the estates which they were to have inherited. It was when chivalry still charmed the world by the remains of its seductive splendors, towards the close of the 15th century, that I find an instance of this kind occurring in the Pas de Sandricourt, which was held in the neighborhood of the Sieur of that name. It is a memorable affair, not only for us curious inquirers after manners and morals, but for the whole family of the Sandricourts. For though the said Sieur is now receiving the immortality we bestow on him, and la dame who presided in that magnificent piece of chivalry was infinitely gratified, yet for ever after was the Lord of Sandricourt ruined, and all for a short romantic 3 months. This story of the chivalric period may amuse. A pas d'armes, though consisting of military exercises and deeds of gallantry, was a sort of festival distinct from a tournament. It signified a pas, or passage, to be contested by one or more knights against all comers. It was necessary that the road should be such that it could not be passed without encountering some guardian knight. The chevaliers who disputed the pas hung their blazoned shields on trees, pales, or posts raised for this purpose. The aspirants after chivalric honors would strike with their lance one of these shields, and when it rung, it instantly summoned the owner to the challenge. A bridge or a road would sometimes serve for this military sport, for such it was intended to be, whenever the heat of the rivals proved not too earnest. The Sieur of Sandricourt was a fine dreamer of feats of chivalry, and in the neighborhood of his castle he fancied that he saw a very spot adapted for every game. There was one admirably fitted for the barrier of a tilting match, another embellished by a solitary pine tree, another which was called the Meadow of the Thorn. There was a carrefour, where in 4 roads 4 knights might meet, and above all, there was a forest called du Voyable, having no path, so favorable for errant knights who might there enter for strange adventures, and, as chance directed, encounter others as bewildered as themselves. Our chivalric Sandricourt found 9 young seigneurs of the court of Charles VIII of France, who answered all his wishes. To sanction this glorious feat, it was necessary to obtain leave from the king, and a herald of the Duke of Orléans to distribute the cartel, or challenge, all over France, announcing that from such a day 10 young lords would stand ready to combat in those different places in the neighborhood of Sandricourt's château. The names of this flower of chivalry have been faithfully registered, and they were such as instantly to throw a spark into the heart of every lover of arms. The world of fashion, that is, the chivalric world, were set in motion. 4 bodies of assailants soon collected, each consisting of 10 combatants. The Herald of Orleans, having examined the arms of these gentlemen, and satisfied himself of their ancient lineage and their military renown, admitted their claims to the proffered honour. Sandricourt now saw with rapture the numerous shields of the assailants placed on the sides of his portals, and corresponding with those of the challengers which hung above them. Ancient lords were elected judges of the feats of the knights, accompanied by the ladies, for whose honour only the combatants declared they engaged. The Herald of Orleans tells the history in no very intelligible verse, but the burthen of his stanza is still du pas d'armes du chasteau Sandricourt. He sings, or says, Ancre, depuis le temps du roi Arthur, ne furent tant les armes exaucées, mais chevaliers et preux entreprenants, princes plusieurs en terre déplacés, pour y venir donner coups et pousser, qui ont été là tenus si de court que par force n'ont pris et passé les barrières, entré et passé du pas des armes du chasteau Sandricourt. Doubtless there many a Roland met with his Oliver, and could not pass the barriers. Cased as they were in steel, de pied en cap, we presume that they could not materially injure themselves, yet when on foot, the ancient judges discovered such symptoms of peril that on the following day they advised our knights to satisfy themselves by fighting on horseback. Against this prudential counsel for some time they protested, as an inferior sort of glory. However, on the next day the horse combat was appointed in the Carrefour by the pine tree. On the following day they tried their lances in the meadow of the thorn, but though on horseback, the judges deemed their attacks were so fierce that this assault was likewise not without peril. For some horses were killed, and some knights were thrown and lay bruised by their own mail. But the barbed horses, wearing only des chanfreins, headpieces magnificently caparisoned, found no protection in their ornaments. The last days were passed in combats of 2 to 2, or in a single encounter afoot, in the Forêt Devoyable. These jousts passed without any accident, and the prizes were awarded in a manner equally gratifying to the claimants. The last day of the festival was concluded with a most sumptuous banquet. 2 noble knights had undertaken the humble office of maître d'hôtel, and while the knights were parading in the Forêt Devoyable seeking adventures, 100 servants were seen at all points, carrying white and red hypocras, and juleps, and sirop de violard, sweetmeats, and other spiceries, to comfort these wanderers, who, on returning to the chasteau, found a grand and plenteous banquet. The tables were crowded in the court apartment, where some held 112 gentlemen, not including the dames and the demoiselles. In the halls and outside of the chasteau were other tables. At that festival, more than 2,000 persons were magnificently entertained, free of every expense. Their attendants, their armourers, their plumassiers, and others were also present. La Dame de Sandricourt fut multreuse d'avoir donné dans son chasteau si belle, si magnifique et gorgeous fête. Historians are apt to describe their personages as they appear, not as they are. If the lady of the Sieur Sandricourt really was multreuse during these gorgeous days, one cannot but sympathize with the lady when her loyal knight and spouse confessed to her, after the departure of the mob of 2,000 visitors, neighbours, soldiers, and courtiers, the knight's challengers and the knight's assailants, and the fine scenes at the pine tree, the barrier in the meadow of the thorn, and the horse combat at the Carrefour, and the jousts in the Forêt Devoyable, the carousals in the castle halls, the jollity of the banquet tables, the Morescos danced till they were reminded how the waning night grew old. In a word, when the costly dream had vanished, that he was a ruined man forever, by immortalizing his name in one grand chivalric festival. The Sieur de Sandricourt, like a great torch, had consumed himself in his own brightness, and the very land on which the famous Pas de Sandricourt was held had passed away with it. Thus one man sinks generations by that wastefulness, which a political economist would assure us was committing no injury to society. The moral evil goes for nothing in financial statements. Similar instances of ruinous luxury we may find in the prodigal costliness of dress through the reigns of Elizabeth, James I, and Charles I. Not only in their massy grandeur they outweighed us, but the accumulation and variety of their wardrobe displayed such a gaiety of fancy in their colors and their ornaments that the drawing-room in those days must have blazed at their presence and changed colors as the crowd moved. But if we may trust to royal proclamations, the ruin was general among some classes. Elizabeth issued more than one proclamation against the excess of apparel, and among other evils which the government imagined this passion for dress occasioned, it notices the wasting and undoing of a great number of young gentlemen, otherwise serviceable, and that others, seeking by show of apparel to be esteemed as gentlemen, and allured by the vain show of these things, not only consume their goods and lands, but also run into such debts and shifts as they cannot live out of danger of laws without attempting of unlawful acts. The Queen bids her own household to look unto it for good example to the realm, and all noblemen, archbishops and bishops, all mayors, justices of peace, etc., should see them executed in their private households. The greatest difficulty which occurred to regulate the wear of apparel was ascertaining the incomes of persons, or, in the words of the proclamation, finding that it is very hard for any man's state of living and value to be truly understood by other persons. They were to be regulated as they appear cessed in the subsidy books. But if persons chose to be more magnificent in their dress, they were allowed to justify their means. In that case, if allowed, Her Majesty would not be the loser, for they were to be rated in the subsidy books according to such values as they themselves offered as a qualification for the splendor of their dress. In my researches among manuscript letters of the times, I have had frequent occasion to discover how persons of considerable rank appear to have carried their acres on their backs, and with their ruinous and fantastical luxuries sadly pinched their hospitality. It was this which so frequently cast them into the nets of the goldsmiths and other trading usurers. At the coronation of James I find a simple knight whose cloak cost him £500, but this was not uncommon. Footnote: the famous Puritanic writer Philip Stubbs, who published his Anatomy of Abuses in 1593, declares that he has heard of shirts that have cost some 10 shillings, some 20, some 40, some £5, some 20 nobles, and, which is horrible to hear, some £10 apiece. His book is filled with similar denunciations of abuses, in which he is followed by other satirists. They appear to have produced little effect in the way of reformation, for in the days of James I, John Taylor, the water poet, similarly laments the wastefulness of those who wear a farm in shoestrings edged with gold, and spangled garters worth a copy hold, a hose and doublet which a lordship cost, a gaudy cloak, 3 manors price almost, a beaver band and feather for the head, priced at the church's tithe, the poor man's bread. End of footnote. At the marriage of Elizabeth, the daughter of James I, Lady Wotton had a gown of which the embroidery cost £50 a yard. The Lady Arabella made 4 gowns, one of which cost £1,500. The Lord Montague bestowed £1,500 in apparel for his 2 daughters. One lady, under the rank of baroness, was furnished with jewels exceeding £100,000, and the Lady Arabella goes beyond her, says the letter writer. All this extreme costs and riches makes us all poor, as he imagined. Footnote. It is not unusual to find in inventories of this era the household effects rated at much less than the wearing apparel of the person whose property is thus valued. End of footnote. I have been amused in observing grave writers of state dispatches jocular on any mischance or mortification to which persons are liable whose happiness entirely depends on their dress. Sir Dudley Carleton, our minister at Venice, communicates, as an article worth transmitting, the great disappointment incurred by Sir Thomas Glover, who was just come hither, and had appeared one day like a comet, all in crimson velvet and beaten gold, but had all his expectations marred on a sudden by the news of Prince Henry's death. A similar mischance, from a different cause, was the lot of Lord Hay, who made great preparations for his embassy to France, which, however, were chiefly confined to his dress. He was to remain there 20 days, and the letter writer maliciously observes that he goes with 20 special suits of apparel for so many days' abode, besides his travelling robes. But news is very lately come that the French have lately altered their fashion, whereby he must needs be out of countenance if he be not set out after the last edition. To find himself out of fashion with 20 suits for 20 days was a mischance his lordship had no right to count on. The glass of fashion was unquestionably held up by 2 very eminent characters, Raleigh and Buckingham, and the authentic facts recorded of their dress will sufficiently account for the frequent proclamations to control that servile herd of imitators, the smaller gentry. There is a remarkable picture of Sir Walter, which will at least serve to convey an idea of the gaiety and splendor of his dress. It is a white satin pinked vest, close-sleeved to the wrist, over the body a brown doublet finely flowered and embroidered with pearl. In the feather of his hat a large ruby and pearl drop at the bottom of the sprig, in place of a button. His trunk or breeches, with his stockings and ribbon garters, fringed at the end, all white, and buff shoes with white riband. Oldys, who saw this picture, has thus described the dress of Raleigh. But I have some important additions, for I find that Raleigh's shoes on great court days were so gorgeously covered with precious stones as to have exceeded the value of £6,600, and that he had a suit of armour of solid silver, with sword and belt blazing with diamonds, rubies, and pearls, whose value is not so easily calculated. Raleigh had no patrimonial inheritance. At this moment he had on his back a good portion of a Spanish galleon, and the profits of a monopoly of trade he was carrying on with the newly discovered Virginia. Probably he placed all his hopes in his dress. The Virgin Queen, when she issued proclamations against the excess of apparel, pardoned by her looks that promise of a mine which blazed in Raleigh's, and, parsimonious as she was, forgot the 3,000 changes of dresses which she herself left in the royal wardrobe. Buckingham could afford to have his diamonds tacked so loosely on that when he chose to shake a few off on the ground, he obtained all the fame he desired from the pickers up, who were generally les dames de la cour, for our Duke never condescended to accept what he himself had dropped. His cloaks were trimmed with great diamond buttons and diamond hatbands, cockades, and earrings yoked with great ropes and knots of pearls. This was, however, but for ordinary dances. He had 27 suits of clothes made, the richest that embroidery, lace, silk, velvet, silver, gold, and gems could contribute. one of which was a white uncut velvet, set all over, both suit and cloak, with diamonds valued at 80,000 pounds, besides a great feather stuck all over with diamonds, as were also his sword, girdle, hat, and spurs. Footnote: the Jesuit Drexelius, in one of his religious dialogues, notices the fact, but I am referring to a Harleian manuscript, which confirms the information of the Jesuit. End of footnote. In the masques and banquets with which Buckingham entertained the court, he usually expended for the evening from 1 to 5,000 pounds. To others I leave to calculate the value of money. The sums of this gorgeous wastefulness, it must be recollected, occurred before this million age of ours. If to provide the means for such enormous expenditure, Buckingham multiplied the grievances of monopolies, if he pillaged the treasury for his 80,000 pounds coat, if Raleigh was at length driven to his last desperate enterprise to relieve himself of his creditors for a pair of 6,000 pounds shoes, in both these cases, as in that of the chivalric Sandricourt, the political economist may perhaps acknowledge that there is a sort of luxury highly criminal. All the arguments he may urge, all the statistical accounts he may calculate, and the healthful state of his circulating medium among the merchants, embroiderers, silkmen, and jewelers, will not alter such a moral evil which leaves an eternal taint on the wealth of nations. It is the principle that private vices are public benefits, and that men may be allowed to ruin their generations without committing any injury to society. End of section 49. Section 50 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3, by Isaac Disraeli. Discoveries of Secluded Men. Those who are unaccustomed to the labors of the closet are unacquainted with the secret and silent triumphs obtained in the pursuits of studious men. That aptitude, which in poetry is sometimes called inspiration, in knowledge we may call sagacity, and it is probable that the vehemence of the one does not excite more pleasure than the still tranquillity of the other. They are both, according to the strict signification of the Latin term from whence we have borrowed ours of invention, a finding out, the result of a combination which no other has formed but ourselves. I will produce several remarkable instances of the felicity of this aptitude of the learned in making discoveries which could only have been effectuated by an uninterrupted intercourse with the objects of their studies, making things remote and dispersed familiar and present. Footnote: the remarkable clue to the reading of the hieroglyphic language of ancient Egypt, perfected in our own times, is a striking instance of this, as well as the investigations now proceeding in Babylonian inscriptions, which promise to enable us to comprehend a language that was once considered as hopelessly lost. End of footnote. One of ancient date is better known to the reader than those I am preparing for him. When the magistrates of Syracuse were showing to Cicero the curiosities of the place, he desired to visit the tomb of Archimedes, but, to his surprise, they acknowledged that they knew nothing of any such tomb, and denied that it ever existed. The learned Cicero, convinced by the authorities of ancient writers, by the verses of the inscription which he remembered, and the circumstance of a sphere with a cylinder being engraven on it, requested them to assist him in the search. They conducted the illustrious but obstinate stranger to their most ancient burying ground. Amidst the number of sepulchres, they observed a small column overhung with brambles. Cicero, looking on while they were clearing away the rubbish, suddenly exclaimed, "Here is the thing we are looking for." His eye had caught the geometrical figures on the tomb, and the inscription soon confirmed his conjecture. Cicero long after exulted in the triumph of this discovery. Thus, he says, one of the noblest cities of Greece, and once the most learned, had known nothing of the monument of its most deserving and ingenious citizen, had it not been discovered to them by a native of Arpinum. The great French antiquary Pirie exhibited a singular combination of learning, patient thought, and luminous sagacity, which could restore an airy nothing to a local habitation and a name. There was found on an amethyst, and the same afterwards occurred on the front of an ancient temple, a number of marks or indents, which had long perplexed inquirers, more particularly as similar marks or indents were frequently observed in ancient monuments. It was agreed on, as no one could understand them, and all would be satisfied, that they were secret hieroglyphics. It occurred to Pirie that these marks were nothing more than holes for small nails, which had formerly fastened little laminae, which represented so many Greek letters. This hint of his own suggested to him to draw lines from one hole to another, and he beheld the amethyst reveal the name of the sculptor, and the frieze of the temple the name of the god. This curious discovery has been since frequently applied, but it appears to have originated with this great antiquary, who by his learning and sagacity explained a supposed hieroglyphic which had been locked up in the silence of 17 centuries. Footnote: the curious reader may view the marks and the manner in which the Greek characters were made out in the preface to Hearne's Curious Discourses. The amethyst proved more difficult than the frieze, from the circumstance that in engraving on the stone the letters must be reversed. End of footnote. Learned men, confined to their study, have often rectified the errors of travelers. They have done more. They have found out paths for them to explore, or open seas for them to navigate. The situation of the Vale of Tempe had been mistaken by modern travelers, and it is singular, observes the Quarterly Reviewer, yet not so singular as it appears to that elegant critic, that the only good directions for finding it had been given by a person who was never in Greece. Arthur Brown, a man of letters of Trinity College, Dublin, it is gratifying to quote an Irish philosopher and man of letters from the extreme rarity of the character, was the first to detect the inconsistencies of Pocock and Bushing, and to send future travelers to look for Tempe in its real situation, the defiles between Ossa and Olympus, a discovery subsequently realized. When Dr. Clarke discovered an inscription purporting that the pass of Tempe had been fortified by Cassius Longinus, Mr. Walpole, with equal felicity, detected in Caesar's History of the Civil War the name and the mission of this very person. A living geographer, to whom the world stands deeply indebted, does not read Herodotus in the original. Yet, by the exercise of his extraordinary aptitude, it is well known that he has often corrected the Greek historian, explained obscurities in a text which he never read by his own happy conjectures, and confirmed his own discoveries by the subsequent knowledge which modern travelers have afforded. Gray's perseverance in studying the geography of India and of Persia at a time when our country had no immediate interests with those ancient empires would have been placed by a cynical observer among the curious idleness of a mere man of letters. These studies were indeed prosecuted, as Mr. Matthias observes, on the disinterested principles of liberal investigation, not on those of policy, nor of the regulation of trade, nor of the extension of empire, nor of permanent establishments, but simply and solely on the grand view of what is and of what is past. They were the researches of a solitary scholar in academical retirement. Since the time of Gray, these very pursuits have been carried on by two consummate geographers, Major Rennell and Dr. Vincent, who have opened to the classical and the political reader all he wished to learn, at a time when India and Persia had become objects interesting and important to us. The fruits of Gray's learning, long after their author was no more, became valuable. The studies of the solitary scholar are always useful to the world, although they may not always be timed to its present wants. With him, indeed, they are not merely designed for this purpose. Gray discovered India for himself, but the solitary pursuits of a great student, shaped to a particular end, will never fail being useful to the world, though it may happen that a century may elapse between the periods of the discovery and its practical utility. Halley's version of an Arabic manuscript on a mathematical subject offers an instance of the extraordinary sagacity I am alluding to. It may also serve as a demonstration of the peculiar and supereminent advantages possessed by mathematicians, observes Mr. Dugald Stewart, in their fixed relations, which form the objects of their science, and the correspondent precision in their language and reasoning. As a matter of literary history, it is highly curious. Dr. Bernard accidentally discovered in the Bodleian Library an Arabic version of Apollonius de Sectione Rationis, which he determined to translate in Latin, but only finished about a 10th part. Halley, extremely interested by the subject, but with an entire ignorance of the Arabic language, resolved to complete the imperfect version. Assisted only by the manuscript which Bernard had left, it served him as a key for investigating the sense of the original. He first made a list of those words wherever they occurred, with the train of reasoning in which they were involved, to decipher by these very slow degrees the import of the context, till at last Halley succeeded in mastering the whole work, and in bringing the translation, without the aid of anyone, to the form in which he gave it to the public, so that we have here a difficult work translated from the Arabic by one who was in no manner conversant with the language, merely by the exertion of his sagacity. I give the memorable account, as Boyle has delivered it, of the circumstances which led Harvey to the discovery of the circulation of the blood. I remember that when I asked our famous Harvey, in the only discourse I had with him, which was but a little while before he died, what were the things which induced him to think of a circulation of the blood, he answered me that when he took notice that the valves in the veins of so many parts of the body were so placed that they gave free passage to the blood towards the heart, but opposed the passage of the venal blood the contrary way, he was invited to think that so provident a cause as nature had not placed so many valves without design, and no design seemed more probable than that, since the blood could not well, because of the interposing valves, be sent by the veins to the limbs, it should be sent through the arteries and return through the veins, whose valves did not oppose its course that way. The reason here ascribed to Harvey seems now so very natural and obvious that some have been disposed to question his claim to the high rank commonly assigned to him among the improvers of science. Dr. William Hunter has said that after the discovery of the valves in the veins, which Harvey learned while in Italy from his master Fabricius ab Aqua Pendente, the remaining step might easily have been made by any person of common abilities. This discovery, he observes, set Harvey to work upon the use of the heart and vascular system in animals, and in the course of some years he was so happy as to discover and to prove, beyond all possibility of doubt, the circulation of the blood. He afterwards expresses his astonishment that this discovery should have been left for Harvey, though he acknowledges it occupied a course of years, adding that Providence meant to reserve it for him, and would not let men see what was before them, nor understand what they read. It is remarkable that when great discoveries are effected, their simplicity always seems to detract from their originality. On these occasions we are reminded of the egg of Columbus. It is said that a recent discovery, which ascertains that the Niger empties itself into the Atlantic Ocean, was really anticipated by the geographical acumen of a student at Glasgow, who arrived at the same conclusion by a most persevering investigation of the works of travelers and geographers, ancient and modern, and by an examination of African captives, and had actually constructed, for the inspection of government, a map of Africa, on which he had traced the entire course of the Niger from the interior. Franklin conjectured the identity of lightning and of electricity before he had realized it by decisive experiment. The kite being raised, a considerable time elapsed before there was any appearance of its being electrified. One very promising cloud had passed over it without any effect. Just as he was beginning to despair of his contrivance, he observed some loose threads of the hempen string to stand erect and to avoid one another, just as if they had been suspended on a common conductor. Struck with this promising appearance, he immediately presented his knuckle to the key, and let the reader judge of the exquisite pleasure he must have felt at that moment when the discovery was complete. We owe to Priestley this admirable narrative. The strong sensation of delight which Franklin experienced as his knuckle touched the key, and at the moment when he felt that a new world was opening, might have been equaled, but it was probably not surpassed, when the same hand signed the long-disputed independence of his country. When Leibniz was occupied in his philosophical reasonings on his law of continuity, his singular sagacity enabled him to predict a discovery which afterwards was realized. He imagined the necessary existence of the polypus. It has been remarked of Newton that several of his slight hints, some in the modest form of queries, have been ascertained to be predictions, and among others that of the inflammability of the diamond, and many have been eagerly seized upon as indisputable axioms. A hint at the close of his Optics that, if natural philosophy should be continued to be improved in its various branches, the bounds of moral philosophy would be enlarged also, is perhaps among the most important of human discoveries. It gave rise to Hartley's physiological theory of the mind. The queries, the hints, the conjectures of Newton display the most creative sagacity, and demonstrate in what manner the discoveries of retired men, while they bequeath their legacies to the world, afford to themselves a frequent source of secret and silent triumphs. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Literature, Volume 3 by Isaac Disraeli. Sentimental Biography. A periodical critic, probably one of the juniors, has thrown out a startling observation. There is, says this literary senator, something melancholy in the study of biography, because it is a history of the dead. A truism and a falsity mixed up together is the temptation with some modern critics to commit that darling sin of theirs, novelty and originality. But we really cannot condole with the readers of Plutarch for their deep melancholy. We who feel our spirits refreshed amidst the mediocrity of society, when we are recalled back to the men and the women who were illustrious in every glory. Biography with us is a reunion with human existence in its most excellent state, and we find nothing dead in the past, while we retain the sympathies which only require to be awakened. It would have been more reasonable had the critic discovered that our country has not yet had her Plutarch, and that our biography remains still little more than a mass of compilation. In this study of biography there is a species which has not yet been distinguished, biographies composed by some domestic friend, or by some enthusiast who works with love. A term is unquestionably wanted for this distinct class. The Germans seem to have invented a Platonic one, drawn from the Greek psyche, or the soul, for they call this the psychological life. Another attempt has been made by giving it the scientific term of idiosyncrasy, to denote a peculiarity of disposition. I would call it sentimental biography. It is distinct from a chronological biography, for it searches for the individual's feelings amidst the ascertained facts of his life, so that facts which occurred remotely from each other are here brought at once together. The detail of events which completes the chronological biography contains many which are not connected with the peculiarity of the character itself. The sentimental is also distinct from the autobiography, however it may seem a part of it. Whether a man be entitled to lavish his panegyric on himself, I will not decide, but it is certain that he risks everything by appealing to a solitary and suspected witness. We have two lives of Dante, one by Boccaccio and the other by Leonardo Aretino, both interesting, but Boccaccio's is the sentimental life. Aretino indeed finds fault, but with all the tenderness possible, with Boccaccio's affectionate sketch, Origine Vita, Studi e Costumi del Clarissimo Dante, etc., Origin, Life, Studies, and Manners of the illustrious Dante, etc. It seems to me, he says, that our Boccaccio, dolcissimo e suavissimo uomo, sweet and delightful man, has written the life and manners of this sublime poet as if he had been composing the Filocolo, the Filostrato, or the Fiammetta, the romances of Boccaccio, for all breathes of love and sighs, and is covered with warm tears, as if a man were born in this world only to live among the enamoured ladies and the gallant youths of the 10 amorous days of his 100 novels. Aretino, who wanted not at all the feeling requisite for the delightful costumi e studi of Boccaccio's Dante, modestly requires that his own life of Dante should be considered as a supplement to, not as a substitute for, Boccaccio's. Pathetic with all the sorrows, and eloquent with all the remonstrances of a fellow citizen, Boccaccio, while he wept, hung with anger over his country's shame in its apathy for the honour of its long injured exile. Catching inspiration from the breathing pages of Boccaccio, it inclines one to wish that we possessed two biographies of an illustrious favourite character, the one strictly and fully historical, the other fraught with those very feelings of the departed, which we may have to seek in vain for in the circumstantial and chronological biographer. Boccaccio indeed was overcome by his feelings; he either knew not, or he omits the substantial incidents of Dante's life, while his imagination throws a romantic tinge on occurrences raised on slight, perhaps on no foundation. Boccaccio narrates a dream of the mother of Dante so fancifully poetical that probably Boccaccio forgot that none but a dreamer could have told it. Seated under a high laurel tree by the side of a vast fountain, the mother dreamt that she gave birth to her son. She saw him nourished by its fruit and refreshed by the clear waters. She soon beheld him a shepherd, approaching to pluck the boughs. She saw him fall. When he rose, he had ceased to be a man, and was transformed into a peacock. Disturbed by her admiration, she suddenly awoke. But when the father found that he really had a son, in allusion to the dream he called him Dante, or Given, e meritamente peroce attimamente, siccome si vedrà procedendo, segue al nome el fatto. And deservedly, for greatly, as we shall see, the effect followed the name. At 9 years of age, on a May day, whose joyous festival Boccaccio beautifully describes, when the softness of the heavens, re-adorning the earth with its mingled flowers, waved the green boughs, and made all things smile, Dante mixed with the boys and girls in the house of the good citizen who on that day gave the feast, beheld little Brice, as she was familiarly called, but named Beatrice. The little Dante might have seen her before, but he loved her then, and from that day never ceased to love, and thus Dante, nella pargoletta è fatto d'amore, ferventissimo servidore, so fervent a servant to love in an age of childhood. Boccaccio appeals to Dante's own account of his long passion, and his constant sighs in the Vita Nuova. No look, no word, no sign sullied the purity of his passion. But in her 24th year died la bellissima Beatrice. Dante is then described as more than inconsolable. His eyes were long too abundant fountains of tears. Careless of life, he let his beard grow wildly, and to others appeared a savage, meagre man, whose aspect was so changed that while this weeping life lasted, he was hardly recognised by his friends. All looked on a man so entirely transformed with deep compassion. Dante, won over by those who could console the inconsolable, was at length solicited by his relations to marry a lady of his own condition in life, and it was suggested that as the departed lady had occasioned him such heavy griefs, the new one might open a source of delight. The relations and friends of Dante gave him a wife that his tears for Beatrice might cease. It is supposed that this marriage proved unhappy. Boccaccio, like a pathetic lover rather than biographer, exclaims, O menti cicche, O tenebrose intelletti, O argomenti vani di molti mortali, quante sono le riuscite in assai cose contrarie a nostri avvisi, etc. O blind men! O dark minds! O vain arguments of most mortals! How often are the results contrary to our advice! Frequently it is like leading one who breathes the soft air of Italy to refresh himself in the eternal shades of the Rhodopean mountains. What physician would expel a burning fever with fire, or put in the shivering marrow of the bones snow and ice? So certainly shall it fare with him who with a new love thinks to mitigate the old. Those who believe this know not the nature of love, nor how much a second passion adds to the first. In vain would we assist or advise this forceful passion, if it has struck its root near the heart of him who long has loved. Boccaccio has beguiled my pen for half an hour with all the loves and fancies which sprung out of his own affectionate and romantic heart. What airy stuff has he woven into the Vita of Dante, this sentimental biography! Whether he knew but little of the personal history of the great man whom he idolised, or whether the dream of the mother, the May Day interview with the little Brice and the rest of the children, and the effusion on Dante's marriage were grounded on tradition, one would not harshly reject such tender incidents. A comment on the Divine Comedy of Dante in English, printed in Italy, has just reached me. I am delighted to find that this biography of love, however romantic, is true. In his 9th year, Dante was a lover and a poet. The tender sonnet, free from all obscurity, which he composed on Beatrice, is preserved in the above singular volume. There can be no longer any doubt of the story of Beatrice, but the sonnet and the passion must be classed among curious natural phenomena, or how far apocryphal remains for future inquiry. But let it not be imagined that the heart of Boccaccio was only susceptible to amorous impressions. Bursts of enthusiasm and eloquence, which only a man of genius is worthy of receiving, and only a man of genius is capable of bestowing, kindle the masculine patriotism of his bold, indignant spirit. Half a century had elapsed since the death of Dante, and still the Florentines showed no sign of repentance for their ancient hatred of their persecuted patriot, nor any sense of the memory of the creator of their language, whose immortality had become a portion of their own glory. Boccaccio, impassioned by all his generous nature, though he regrets he could not raise a statue to Dante, has sent down to posterity more than marble in the life. I venture to give the lofty and bold apostrophe to his fellow citizens, but I feel that even the genius of our language is tame by the side of the harmonized eloquence of the great votary of Dante. Ungrateful country, what madness urged thee, when thy dearest citizen, thy chief benefactor, thy only poet, with unaccustomed cruelty was driven to flight? If this had happened in the general terror of that time, coming from evil counsels, thou mightest stand excused. But when the passion ceased, didst thou repent? Didst thou recall him? Bear with me, nor deem it irksome from me, who am thy son, that thus I collect what just indignation prompts me to speak, as a man more desirous of witnessing your amendment than of beholding you punished. Seems it to you glorious, proud of so many titles and of such men, that the one whose like no neighbouring city can show, you have chosen to chase from among you? With what triumphs, with what valorous citizens are you splendid! Your wealth is a removable and uncertain thing. Your fragile beauty will grow old. Your delicacy is shameful and feminine. But these make you noticed by the false judgment of the populace. Do you glory in your merchants and your artists? I speak impudently, but the one are tenaciously avaricious in their servile trade, and art, which once was so noble and became a second nature, struck by the same avarice, is now as corrupted and nothing worth. Do you glory in the baseness and the listlessness of those idlers who, because their ancestors are remembered, attempt to raise up among you a nobility to govern you, ever by robbery, by treachery, by falsehood? Ah! miserable mother, open thine eyes, cast them with some remorse on what thou hast done, and blush, at least, reputed wise as thou art, to have had in your eras so fatal a choice? Why not rather imitate the acts of those cities who so keenly disputed merely for the honour of the birthplace of the divine Homer? Mantua, our neighbour, counts as the greatest fame which remains for her that Virgil was a Mantuan, and holds his very name in such reverence that not only in public places but in the most private we see his sculptured image. You only, while you were made famous by illustrious men, you only have shown no care for your great poet. Your Dante Alighieri died in exile, to which you unjustly, envious of his greatness, destined him. A crime not to be remembered, that the mother should bear an envious malignity to the virtues of a son. Now cease to be unjust. He cannot do you that, now dead, which living he never did do to you. He lies under another sky than yours, and you never can see him again, but on that day when all your citizens shall view him, and the great remunerator shall examine and shall punish. If anger, hatred, and enmity are buried with a man, as it is believed, begin then to return to yourself. Begin to be ashamed to have acted against your ancient humanity. Begin then to wish to appear a mother, and not a cold, negligent stepdame. Yield your tears to your son. Yield your maternal piety to him whom once you repulsed, and living cast away from you. At least think of possessing him dead, and restore your citizenship, your award, and your grace to his memory. He was a son who held you in reverence, and though long an exile, he always called himself, and would be called, a Florentine. He held you ever above all others, ever he loved you. What will you then do? Will you remain obstinate in iniquity? Will you practise less humanity than the barbarians? You wish that the world should believe that you are the sister of famous Troy and the daughter of Rome? Assuredly the children should resemble their fathers and their ancestors. Priam in his misery bought the corpse of Hector with gold, and Rome would possess the bones of the first Scipio, and remove them from Linternum, those bones which, dying so justly he had denied her. Seek then to be the true guardian of your Dante. Claim him. Show this humane feeling. Claim him. You may securely do this. I am certain he will not be returned to you, but thus at once you may betray some mark of compassion, and not having him again, still enjoy your ancient cruelty. Alas, what comfort am I bringing you! I almost believe that if the dead could feel, the body of Dante would not rise to return to you, for he is lying in Ravenna, whose hallowed soil is everywhere covered with the ashes of saints. Would Dante quit this blessed company to mingle with the remains of those hatreds and iniquities which gave him no rest in life? The relics of Dante, even among the bodies of emperors and of martyrs and of their illustrious ancestors, is prized as a treasure, for there his works are looked on with admiration, those works of which you have not yet known to make yourselves worthy. His birthplace, his origin, remains for you, spite of your ingratitude, and this Ravenna envies you, while she glories in your honours, which she has snatched from you through ages yet to come. Such was the deep emotion which opened Boccaccio's heart in this sentimental biography, and which awoke even shame and confusion in the minds of the Florentines. They blushed for their old hatreds, and with awakened sympathies they hastened to honour the memory of their great bard. By order of the city, the Divina Commedia was publicly read and explained to the people. Boccaccio, then sinking under the infirmities of age, roused his departing genius. Still was there marrow in the bones of the aged lion, and he engaged in the task of composing his celebrated commentaries on the Divina Commedia. In this class of sentimental biography I would place a species which the historian Carte noticed in his literary travels on the Continent in pursuit of his historical design. He found preserved among several ancient families of France their domestic annals. With a warm patriotic spirit worthy of imitation, they have often carefully preserved in their families the acts of their ancestors. This delight and pride of the modern Gauls in the great and good deeds of their ancestors preserved in domestic archives will be ascribed to their folly or their vanity. Yet in that folly there may be so much wisdom, and in that vanity there may be so much greatness, that the one will amply redeem the other. This custom has been rarely adopted among ourselves. We have, however, a few separate histories of some ancient families, as those of Mordaunt and of Warren. One of the most remarkable is a genealogical history of the house of Ivory, in its different branches of Ivory, Louvel, Perceval, and Gournay, 2 large volumes closely printed. Footnote. This work was published in 1742, and the scarcity of these volumes was felt in Granger's day, for they obtained then the considerable price of 4 guineas. Some time ago a fine copy was sold for 30 at a sale, and a cheap copy was offered to me at 12 guineas. These volumes should contain 17 portraits. The first was written by Mr. Anderson, who, dying before the second appeared, Lord Egmont, from the materials Anderson had left, concluded his family history con amore. End of footnote. Expatiating on the characters and events of a single family with the grave pomp of a herald, but more particularly the idolatry of the writer for ancient nobility, and his contempt for that growing rank in society whom he designates as new men, provoked the ridicule at least of the aspersed. Footnote. Mr. Anderson, the writer of the first volume, was a feudal enthusiast. He has thrown out an odd notion that the commercial or the wealthy class had intruded on the dignity of the ancient nobility. But as wealth has raised such high prices for labour, commodities, etc., it had reached its ne plus ultra, and commerce could be carried on no longer. He has ventured on this amusing prediction, as it is therefore evident that new men will never rise again in any age with such advantages of wealth, at least in considerable numbers, their party will gradually decrease. End of footnote. This extraordinary work, notwithstanding its absurdities in its general result, has left behind a deep impression. Drawn from the authentic family records, it is not without interest that we toil through its copious pages. We trace with a romantic sympathy the fortunes of the descendants of the house of Ivory, from that not forgotten hero, le vaillant Perceval, Chevalier de la Table Ronde, to the Norman Baron Asselin, surnamed the Wolf for his bravery or his ferocity; thence to the Cavalier of Charles I, Sir Philippe Perceval, who, having gloriously defended his castle, was at length deprived of his lordly possessions, but never of his loyalty, and died obscurely in the metropolis of a broken heart, till we reach the polished nobleman, the Lord Egmont of the Georges. The nation has lost many a noble example of men and women acting a great part on great occasions, and then retreating to the shade of privacy, and we may be confident that many a name has not been inscribed on the roll of national glory only from wanting a few drops of ink. Such domestic annals may yet be viewed in the family records at Appleby Castle. Anne, Countess of Pembroke, was a glorious woman, the descendant of two potent northern families, the Bertheriponts and the Cliffords. She lived in a state of regal magnificence and independence, inhabiting 5 or 7 castles. Yet, though her magnificent spirit poured itself out in her extended charities, and though her independence made it that of monarchs, yet she herself, in her domestic habits, lived as a hermit in her own castles, and though only acquainted with her native language, she had cultivated her mind in many parts of learning, and, as Donne in his way observes, she knew how to converse of everything, from predestination to slee silk. Her favourite design was to have materials collected for the history of those two potent northern families to whom she was allied; and at a considerable expense she employed learned persons to make collections for this purpose, from the records in the Tower, the rolls, and other depositories of manuscripts. Gilpin had seen 3 large volumes fairly transcribed. Anecdotes of a great variety of characters who had exerted themselves on very important occasions compose these family records, and induce one to wish that the public were in possession of such annals of the domestic life of heroes and of sages who have only failed in obtaining an historian. Much curious matter about the old Countess of Westmoreland and her 7 castles may be found in Whitaker's History of Craven and in Pennant. A biographical monument of this nature which has passed through the press will sufficiently prove the utility of this class of sentimental biography. It is the life of Robert Price, a Welsh lawyer, and an ancestor of the gentleman whose ingenuity in our days has refined the principles of the picturesque in art. This life is announced as "printed by the appointment of the family." But it must not be considered merely as a tribute of private affection. And how we are at this day interested in the actions of a Welsh lawyer in the reign of William III., whose name has probably never been consigned to the page of history, remains to be told. Robert Price, after having served Charles II., lived latterly in the eventful times of William III. He was probably of Tory principles, for on the arrival of the Dutch prince he was removed from the attorney generalship of Glamorgan. The new monarch has been accused of favouritism, and of an eagerness in showering exorbitant grants on some of his foreigners, which soon raised a formidable opposition in the jealous spirit of Englishmen. The grand favourite, William Bentinck, after being raised to the earldom of Portland, had a grant bestowed on him of 3 lordships in the county of Denbigh. The patriot of his native country, a title which the Welsh had already conferred on Robert Price, then rose to assert the rights of his fatherland, and his speeches are as admirable for their knowledge as their spirit. The submitting of 1,500 freeholders to the will of a Dutch lord was, as he sarcastically declared, putting them in a worse posture than their former estate when under William the Conqueror and his Norman lords. England must not be tributary to strangers. We must, like patriots, stand by our country. Otherwise, when God shall send us a Prince of Wales, he may have such a present of a crown made him as a Pope did to King John, who was surnamed Santerre. and was by his father made Lord of Ireland, which grant was confirmed by the Pope, who sent him a crown of peacock's feathers, in derogation of his power and the poverty of his country. Robert Price asserted that the king could not, by the Bill of Rights, alien or give away the inheritance of a Prince of Wales without the consent of Parliament. He concluded a copious and patriotic speech by proposing that an address be presented to the king to put an immediate stop to the grant now passing to the Earl of Portland for the lordships, etc. This speech produced such an effect that the address was carried unanimously, and the king, though he highly resented the speech of Robert Price, sent a civil message to the Commons, declaring that he should not have given Lord Portland those lands, had he imagined the House of Commons could have been concerned. I will therefore recall the grant. On receiving the royal message, Robert Price drew up a resolution, to which the House assented, that to procure or pass exorbitant grants by any member of the Privy Council, etc., was a high crime and misdemeanour. The speech of Robert Price contained truths too numerous and too bold to suffer the light during that reign, but this speech against foreigners was printed the year after King William's death, with this title, Gloria Cambriae, or the speech of a bold Briton in Parliament against a Dutch Prince of Wales, with this motto, Apposuit et vicet. Such was the great character of Robert Price, that he was made a Welsh judge by the very sovereign whose favourite plans he had so patriotically thwarted. Another marked event in the life of this English patriot was a second noble stand he made against the royal authority, when in opposition to the public good. The secret history of a quarrel between George the First and the Prince of Wales, afterwards George the Second, on the birth of a son, appears in this life; and when the prince, in disgrace, left the palace, his royal highness proposed taking his children and the princess with him. But the king detained the children, claiming the care of the royal offspring as a royal prerogative. It now became a legal point to ascertain whether the education of his majesty's grandchildren and the care of their marriages, etc., belonged of right to his majesty as king of this realm or not. 10 of the judges obsequiously allowed of the prerogative to the full. Robert Price and another judge decided that the education, etc., was the right of the father, although the marriages was that of his majesty as king of this realm, yet not exclusive of the prince their father. He assured the king that the 10 obsequious judges had no authority to support their precipitate opinion. All the books and precedents cannot form a prerogative for the king of this realm to have the care and education of his grandchildren during the life and without the consent of their father, a prerogative unknown to the laws of England. He pleads for the rights of a father with the spirit of one who feels them, as well as with legal science and historical knowledge. Such were the two great incidents in the life of this Welsh judge. Yet had the family not found one to commemorate these memorable events in the life of their ancestor, we had lost the noble picture of a constitutional interpreter of the laws, an independent country gentleman, and an Englishman jealous of the excessive predominance of ministerial or royal influence. Cicero and others have informed us that the ancient history of Rome itself was composed out of such accounts of private families, to which indeed we must add those annals or registers of public events which unquestionably were preserved in the archives of the temples by the priests. But the history of the individual may involve public interest, whenever the skill of the writer combines with the importance of the event. Messalla, the orator, gloried in having composed many volumes of the genealogies of the nobility of Rome. And Atticus wrote the genealogy of Brutus to prove him descended from Junius Brutus, the expulsor of the Tarquins and founder of the Republic near 500 years before. Another class of this sentimental biography was projected by the late Elizabeth Hamilton. This was to have consisted of a series of what she called comparative biography, and an ancient character was to have been paralleled by a modern one. Occupied by her historical romance with the character of Agrippina, she sought in modern history for a partner of her own sex, and one who, like her, had experienced vicissitudes of fortune, and she found no one better qualified than the Princess Palatine, Elizabeth, the daughter of James the First. Her next life was to have been that of Seneca, with the scenes and persons of which her life of Agrippina had familiarized her; and the contrast or the parallel was to have been Locke, which, well managed, she thought would have been sufficiently striking. It seems to me that it would rather have afforded an evidence of her invention. Such a biographical project reminds one of Plutarch's Parallels, and might incur the danger of displaying more ingenuity than truth. The sage of Coronea must often have racked his invention to help out his parallels, bending together to make them similar the most unconnected events and the most distinct feelings, and to keep his parallels in two straight lines he probably made a free use of augmentatives and diminutives to help out his pair, who might have been equal, yet not alike. Our fatherland is prodigal of immortal names, or names which might be made immortal. Gibbon once contemplated with complacency the very ideal of sentimental biography, and we may regret that he has only left the project. I have long revolved in my mind a volume of biographical writing, the lives, or rather the characters, of the most eminent persons in arts and arms, in church and state, who have flourished in Britain from the reign of Henry VIII to the present age. The subject would afford a rich display of human nature and domestic history, and powerfully address itself to the feelings of every Englishman. End of Section 51.